Good morning, members. I'm going to request that we start. We're having a hybrid session, so the numbers should add up, even if we don't see the warm bodies on the physical meeting. Sharon, we're trying to get the link to the. I don't have the link to the hybrid. We just need to be sure we've got everyone. Am I on hybrid on this thing?
Morning, Chairperson.
Oh, okay, thank you. That's what I was missing for this morning. Good morning, Honorable Mkalipi.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, Honorable Tidi.
Morning,
I'm a bit of thank you. Is that Honorable Sompa? Okay. Well, honorable members, I think we should start. I was a bit uneasy when I couldn't get the rest of the members in. May I request that we observe a moment of silent prayer and meditation? Thank you very much. We I would like to declare the meeting open and welcome the delegation from the Nelson Mandela Metropolitan Council, the mayor, the speaker, and the rest of the delegation. I'd also welcome the officials from Cooperative in the province. Of course, honorable members, we do have a quorum. We have a hybrid session, and so we will be interacting with some of the members who are in the virtual platform, and then of course the others will be coming from the metro, will be joining us from the hybrid virtual platform. I'm a bit groggy this morning with a bit of a flu, so if my voice sounds a little unattractive, please pardon me. And I do know that a couple of the members here have also caught a similar bug, so we'll just excuse us. I do have an apology from the MEC, Zolile Williams, who sent a delegation, and if the delegation doesn't mind to just show their hands. Yes, there are 3 members. Is that 3 already or more? That's 3. That's fine. That's all we're given. That's fine. Do we have anybody from Treasury? Do you know Sharon?
Chairperson, we do have from Treasury on the platform. It's Mr. Wayne McCommons. He is on the platform. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. That should do for purposes of our meeting to progress. And therefore, I'm going to ask you to put up the agenda on the screen. And in the process, I'm going to be then welcoming the mayor, the speaker, and the rest of the delegation. I did get an apology from the deputy mayor who's joining on the virtual platform. Just wanted us to know that he is going to be available. And then the additional particulars of the delegation will come from the mayor. Ms. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me greet you this morning and the committee. Members, honorable members of the committee, Cooperative representatives, National Treasury, and our municipal delegation. With me, Chair, is the CFO, Mr. Ngalwane, and our honorable speaker, and I'm accompanied by the political advisor, Mr. Mtukela, Cenibanda Mtukela. The COO, which is Advocate Ngoko, is not part of us today. He remained in town on my request because we are currently experiencing disaster. So he had to remain there and deal with all other matters related to this disaster. So I would like to tender that apology, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We note the apologies. May we also just on behalf of the committee convey our condolences to the acting city manager. We read sad news about the loss of a family member, and we really do wish to convey our deepest condolences. We were talking about it as a committee. It was quite a tragic story. And so we just wish on behalf of the committee to convey those condolences. We do understand you've all got other duties. As long as we're going to be able to find him, if we need him on the program, on the virtual platform, then we'll proceed. Thank you very much. Could we ask that we table the, before I proceed, yes, Honourable Taiposh?
Just apologies from Honorable Van Wyk, Saintes Van Wyk. He's just stuck in traffic, he's on his way.
Okay, no, that's fine. Honorable Van Wyk, I'm aware that he's not been well, but he's much better at this point. And so we will be expecting him to join us in due course. I would imagine, therefore, that he was in plenary. I actually saw him yesterday. Oh, good. Thank you. No, that's fine.
Chair.
Hi, Honorable Mkalipi.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to the colleagues. Chair, I just want to check when I was listening to the mayor regards to her delegation. I just want to check if there is any delegation that is on the platform, on the virtual platform as well, from the side of the Metro. Thanks, Chair.
Yes, there should be, but let me get the mayor to be specific about it so that we have got the correct answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the council chamber is full of our directors and the support staff of the city. All departments are represented because we said they must connect, and also the MMCs are also connected on the virtual platform. They are seated in one venue, so they can actually hear us even now.
They can hear us. Can we see them? I know that they're trying to do a connection, so let's try and see if we can connect them. It's good to just have a sense as we start, so we don't have any doubts. At least we have a sense who's in attendance. I've been struggling as well to try and connect here, but that should be our side of the.
Morning, Chairperson. And
Morning.
I'm MMC Mafana from Nelson Mandela Metro, member of Human Settlement.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Let's just extend the introductions to the other members.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. MMC Lau, responsible for safety and security, Nelson Mandela Metro.
Thank you.
Morning, Honorable Chairperson, Executive Mayor, MMCs, and the leadership of the institution. My name is Madoda Mqwabeni. I support MMC Mafana and the Executive Director, Human Settlement. Thanks.
Chairperson is still MMC Mafana. I want to submit an apology for MMC Mafaya, who just delayed, but he will be joining us. And also MMC Jongilanga, who is not well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cocta, we got someone from Cocta National. Now you're going to introduce yourself.
Good morning and thanks, Honorable Chairperson and protocol observed. My name is Sponsor Rafedile. I'm from National Copter. I'm responsible for supporting one metro, which is Nelson Mandela Bay Metro, and 3 districts in the Eastern Cape, Sarah Baartman, Uwar Tambo, and Alfred Nzo. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We will proceed from there. The procedure will be, we will either call on you to comment or you will ask to comment at the end of any item. Whatever we discuss, we want to have a sense what your sense being on the same matters. We have AG's office represented. Could they show themselves up at the virtual platform? Well, either there's a technical glitch or they are late. Okay, please contact them and then just update us as we go, Sharon. Thank you.
Do we have a hand on the platform, Mr. Neville Cheney? A hand on the platform, Mr. Cheney.
I'm not properly connected. I'm sorry, we just need a bit of, I just need to be certain that I'm not missing out on anybody. That's why. So whose hand is on the platform? Sharon?
It was the Cheney, Neville Cheney.
Oh, okay. Could you ask them to just switch them on, let them speak?
Morning, Chair. Morning, colleagues. My apologies, Chair.
Oh,
My
yes.
name's Neville. Sorry, Chair. My name is Neville Cheney from the Department of Cooperative Governance National. Just to indicate, DG Changana is also on the platform. Thanks, Chair.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's nice. Thank you very much. Thanks for that. Waiting for the agenda to be. I will able to show this. There you are. And now, okay. Oh, thank you very much. So, honorable members, that's the agenda. It has already been adopted by the committee in the previous discussion. So it stands as adopted. So we will then start with we've dealt with the opening and welcome as well as the issues of apologies and the delegations and representations. So we will then move on to the next issue. May I then request that Honorable Mayor, what we will do is we follow the same issue, the same sequence that you had used in preparing your response. And so we're going to just request you to lead on the item. on some of these. It's a very brief um, um, kind of commentary, and then we will go into the issues, and then the committee has got a few focused areas so that we're going to be very tight with the time frames and how we deal with this. So the next issue to deal with would be on the Executive Director, Infrastructure Engineering. You might just want to give us a quick introduction comment, and you will notice on the board that where the committee is focusing is how do you want to deal with the issue of non-concurrence and request a clear indication on the conclusion of the matter. So we give a short background and then go straight to it. And if I think it's getting long, I will stop.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning again to you and the honorable members. How we've dealt with the matter is that we've advertised. Already the advert was closing on the 4th of May. So instead of prolonging the process, we restarted it. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members. Honorable members, do you want to pick that matter up? Okay. Okay. Honorable Staples.
Maybe just need Shireen's watch. Shireen, these links at the bottom, are they working for the documents?
I do want us to assist the members because we're going to run a lot of this based on the two sets of documents that we have as the members. You have the general lead and then you've got committee discussions. Insofar as this matter is concerned, you also have a challenge. Members on the platform, honorable members, are you fine with the issue? If there's no new issue, it's fine. If there's an issue, please indicate. I'm just taking a bit of time here just to make sure that we all get into the proper gear of this. Yes. Press your gadget, please.
Sorry. In the documents that, yeah, I can't open the link. You got it.
Not press control.
Yes. Control. Control. Data. Control. Click. Say yes. Yes. Thank you. Niet eerst even document.
Okay. Look, honorable members, I think that matter was a straightforward administrative issue. Our concern was there's non-concurrence and there needs to be a plan going forward, and what is it? So we note that, and we hope that this matter is going to be given the necessary attention. And so we would then need to move to the next item. I think the next issue that we are interested in would be the issue of the non-responses by the Nelson Mandela Bay Municipal Executive Mayor. Can we get a comment on that? We would be inviting both the mayor and the speaker to comment on it. Speaker, you want to come in, or the mayor, whoever wants to come in first?
Thank you, Chair. On the non-responsiveness to the committee's correspondence, the council appointed an ad hoc committee to investigate the matter and provided its findings to council. The investigation by the ad hoc committee is still in progress. They have submitted a progress report up to date. I think it's been sent to Shireen. When they finalized the report, they indicated that a few meetings is needed, 1 or 2, and then they will finalize the report. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Chair. I think the speaker has covered the progress of the matter.
Okay. So what has been officially submitted, if I may just ask?
What has been officially submitted, Chair, is the item that went to council, as well as the establishment of the ad hoc committee and the progress thus far. It's only yesterday that we've submitted the progress made by the committee thus far, because it's yesterday when they gave me a report. But the item to council has been submitted. The minutes of that council meeting has been submitted, where I signed the extract of that meeting, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. Look, what we have here. So you are saying, Mayor, Speaker, we must expect a report, or there will be a report?
Yes, Chair, there will be a final report on the matter because investigations are still in progress. The final report will be submitted to council from the ad hoc committee, and once that report is finalized, we will submit it to Parliament.
Okay, Honourable Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to the delegation here this morning. You're quite a lot less than what you were the previous round. Please pass the condolences to the MM regarding his son from myself as well. Thank you, Chairperson, for also raising that. This is for the Mayor on the non-responsiveness. We have seen in the media and we have noted your intention to terminate your Chief of Staff. I would like you to maybe comment on the 14-page letter that he wrote in response to you wanting to terminate his services. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Chair, my comment will be that it's quite unfortunate that the Chief of Staff decided to append such a letter, and I wouldn't like to drag the committee to it because his process is to be concluded.
Honourable Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson. My question wasn't, to speak on behalf of the Chief of Staff. I wanted the Mayor to comment on the content of what the Chief of Staff has written in his letter, saying that you have misled Parliament. I would like you to state, because obviously you are again in Parliament under oath, and it's criminal to mislead Parliament. So I wanted to find out from you whether his reasoning and his allegations has some base, and if you wanted to declare something to Parliament today contrary to what you did last. Thank you, Chair.
Mayor.
Well, thank you, Chair. There's a lot of issues that are raised by the Chief of Staff in that letter which are not factual, which I think it must also be recorded. And as well, I have not misled Parliament. Thank you.
Chair,
Thank,
All right, Honorable Kalipi,
thanks,
yes,
Chair.
you come in from sale just now. Please
Okay.
proceed.
Thanks, Chair. Sharon, please remind the Chair that our ends are on the platform, please. No, Chair, I just want to make a follow-up on the question raised by Honorable Van Zyl and on the issue of the Chief of Staff. Remember, Chair, that was a hot issue during the appearance of the Mayor and the team last time. So therefore, we would like the Mayor to take us through if indeed that staff member who was not the Chief of Staff, but the PA in her office, what is the latest regards to that? Because she told us in this platform or in this committee that that person was supposed to give her the emails that were sent from the committee to her. She didn't. As a result, she instructed the Chief of Staff to act on that particular employee. So can we get a feedback on that one? Let us separate this issue of the Chief of Staff, which she just commented about it. That is number one. Number two, if you remember very well, Chair, after we met with Nelson Mandela 2 days in Parliament, there was going to be the council a meeting that took place whereby the mayor was saying that she was ill-treated. She was addressing the council saying parliamentary committee, which is us, ill-treated her. Can you comment on that one so we can have a smooth run of this meeting?
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, on the issue of the staff member to take Parliament to subsequent to the meeting, I called the staff meeting on the day of my arrival after the meeting, and of course the Chief of Staff was not a part of that meeting. He did not honor the meeting, but all members were staff members were there, where we were able to speak, because even before we came to Parliament, I met with the Chief of Staff and everyone, trying to put some order on how we are running administration, and as well post our parliamentary session. It was clear that Kosi did not get the warning, as the Chief of Staff was saying, said to me. And as well, we agreed that we are going to look at other means where HR is involved to try and address the concerns we had on our office operations. So this is the account I can give. And as well, in terms of, I think I was expressing how I felt in the meeting of council, and yeah, I think, Chair, let me stop there. Thank you.
Just so that I can understand what you're saying, you are saying that you were discussing the fact that your PA didn't get the warning that was supposed to have been given, as you had indicated to the committee.
No, Chair, we were not discussing only that matter, but we were addressing how, when correspondence comes within the admin in the office, what is supposed to happen, and how do we then move forward with management of all of those correspondences.
But you did find out that in fact the Chief of Staff had not done the warning that you had said had been done.
Mm.
You didn't think that when you start this meeting, you should actually set that record straight, that in fact you gave us an information that you subsequently found was incorrect?
No, Chair, I might have not be aware that I should have done so, because the item was in the questions that came, this particular matter was not part of it.
You were in our meeting.
Mm.
You then said to us that there was a warning given to your PA on the basis of the mishandling of the correspondence the parliamentary committee was complaining about. And your last word was there was a what you call a warning done sent to the particular member, and that you then subsequently it was confirmed by the chief of staff that that had not been done. So I'm asking whether you didn't think it was the time to clear that here as we were talking. Because you've just come in now, you found out now, have you spoken to, the last you had spoken about this was the chief of staff was supposed to give us information as to what would have happened on that. The reason why the members are asking, the last time we spoke, there was a particular approach. Now, when you find out that it was not so, didn't you think that you could have just cleared that? Yeah, that last time, by the way, I said this, but in fact, I found out it was not so.
Okay. Chair, I think let me take the opportunity then to clear it. Because if I don't, I think it's going to not to sit well with you and me. That when I spoke with the chief of staff, I did, as I alluded last time, that he must give me an account. And the account he verbally gave me was that he is going to give a warning to the said staff member. And Chair, I must say that the said staff member is quite in a state of distraught for her name to be mentioned in the committee. And I would wish that we don't mention her name, or we don't, because at some point, we were also advised by HR to try and protect her.
You are aware, Mayor, we don't know the name of your staff member. Unless you give us a name, we don't talk about it.
Okay.
So no, wait. I think we need to face each other on this. If you are now having an objection to us using the name, you're creating an impression that we came and dropped the name of your staff member, whom we don't know. And that's not what this committee did. You came with the name of the staff member, and because of how you referred to her, that's how the members had to discuss it. So when you say your member has been distraught, we don't want to get a sense that you want to lay blame over this committee for mishandling the staff member's name, because we didn't know the name of the staff. We don't know the name of your staff member. You give us a name, we talk about the name that you give us. When you come in, you can't then create a sense of a blame to this committee that there's actually caused a distress on your staff member, whom we don't know, and create an impression that we are the ones who have caused the problem. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think I've lost my thought trail. But I think
let's get the other members to come in.
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't understand. We are starting again on this same way that we started last time, and it's not going to end well. I think the mayor again is misleading this house at this stage, because now the story is changing. It's inconsistent to last time. I would like to know that just before we went to Honourable Mkalipi, the mayor said that there was a lot of unfactual or non-factual things that the Chief of Staff had written in his 14-page letter, and it needs to be recorded. I would like her to record it now, please, because it's her opportunity. Don't say we need to record something and then you don't tell us what needs to be recorded because there's 14 pages. So please, the inconsistencies, can you record them here on record as mayor to say these are not factual statements, so that we have you on record saying that they are not factual, because you just said that there's a lot unfactual things. Then I wanted to find out, when was the Chief of Staff informed of his suspension and how was that done? The date and how that was done. I think that's important for us to note. And then on you missing the communications by Parliament 6 times. I mean, you've got a device. We went through this last time. You said you've got a laptop and you've got, you know, the tablet and the phone and there's emails. How many times did Metro FM send you the awards ceremony invite before you actually got that one to attend? Because I did see you did attend that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Mayor.
Thank you. Chair, on the issue of the Chief of Staff, can I request that I do it in writing? Saying that there's a dispute of facts by the honorable member, I would request the committee to afford me an opportunity to respond in writing on each and every allegation.
Can you? Yes, member.
Chairperson, I mean, the in writing can come afterwards, but I think she knows. She's stating there's inconsistencies with the letter. Then she knows what those inconsistencies are. She can just name a few. I would really appreciate that. Thank you, Chair. It can come in writing as well. And I think an apology to this committee as well. Thank you.
Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Chair, the internal process is taking place around the matter of the Chief of Staff. Hence, I'm requesting that I be afforded an opportunity to do so in writing. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Francis.
No, Chairperson, I don't think we can allow that because the internal process is ongoing. The mayor opened up the scenario in saying there's inconsistencies. She opened up that avenue for us today. So I think she needs to talk, not to then hide behind, oh, it's in the court, oh, it's this is the House, this is the Parliament here. And this is where you come and account. And we are asking you to do that this morning, Mayor. So please, Chairperson, if you could allow her to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Mayor.
Chair, humbly so, I'm not refusing to account, but I wish to submit my response in writing.
No.
Okay. Honourable Kalipi.
No, Chair, we can't agree. If you remember very well, last time the mayor was saying the same thing, that when she comes back, she's going to have all answers. Now she's back. She wants to defer the matters of the Chief of Staff and reduce it into writing. She must answer. And then if the committee is not satisfied, is the committee who's going to say, please provide more details on this one in terms of writing. And then I have not heard her going into details why she decided to take a platform in the council and attack the committee. And she is just only saying now she was expressing her views. But again, is in terms of the accountability, why we are demanding answers from the mayor, because she should have told us on our face when we demanded accountability. Remember, we expressed this view before that we are not questioning her personally so, but she is a mayor of Nelson Mandela and we are protecting the interest of the people of Nelson Mandela. When we demand answers as per the rule, as per the Constitution of South Africa, we are not attacking her personally. So now she can't go and take a platform in the council and said she was ill-treated, was not affordable the opportunity to speak and so on. She should have said that in this platform whereby she was in the committee. So she must tell us if we must not question her in terms of the service delivery and all other decisions that the Metro have taken, because we are going to be labeled as people who are personally attacking her. So she must take us through what are the reasons why she uttered those serious, because to me, Chair, is very serious what she said in the council, live on the day of the council. Thanks, Chair.
Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I do, and I did state in the last appearance to the committee that I accept being oversighted. And I do accept even today. Questions can be posed to me, but they can be nowhere where I am speaking, and every time I speak, I'm told I'm misleading Parliament. So I did say earlier on that it was my view. My view can be correct or incorrect. So I'm coming here sincerely in front of the committee to table the facts I know. Those that I do not know, I will tell the committee, because I respect the committee as part of the institutions of government. So there is no way that I would not want to be oversighted. I'm here, I came, I left everything, and I'm humbling myself to you. Thank you, Chair.
That was, sorry, let's start with Dolo, then we'll come to Francine. And then come to.
No, thank you.
So-
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, you will recall, the mayor will also remember that I'm the one actually who raised the issue of the chief of staff when she raised the issue of the PA or the secretary. So I even argued the fact that why the emphasis on the junior staff members. So that's when the issue of the chief of staff came in during that discussion. So Honorable Mayor actually did even indicate, because I'm the one also who raised the issue of misleading this House, Parliament. She also indicated to us that no, she can't actually mislead Parliament because she was in the provincial legislature and she knows the process and the repercussions for that. And she could not actually mislead Parliament because she's not new in the game. She understands processes and repercussions for that. So our understanding is this committee was that the mayor actually knows the implications of misleading Parliament. That's where your question, Chair, your first question becomes relevant. That why actually the mayor in her introduction never apologized or maybe indicated that, Chair, I would like to indicate that actually during my engagement with this committee, so there was a misunderstanding, and then I had no intention to mislead this committee. So that's what you'll expect from a person actually who has been with the legislature, who understands the implications of giving wrong information intentionally or unintentionally. So you expect that. That's why actually you ask her, Mayor, you are supposed to indicate to this committee that actually it was not your intention to clarify the perception that this committee was misled. Because she has been with the provincial legislature and she's now the mayor of the metro. But what I would like to indicate, Chair, I would like actually to indicate to the mayor that as a leader, it is important to share facts in the public than views. We are expected to share facts in the public platform, not your views that you'll be able to substantiate. You could say you have a right to share, but you are a public figure. Honorable Mayor, you have a duty to play an oversight over the municipalities and other spheres of government as this committee. Even we play oversight to the Minister of Culture. So we don't expect as this committee that the minister will go in public when actually is oversighted by this committee and say, I was actually ill-treated. And when the minister is asked to account on that statement, and then the minister will tell this committee that that was my view or the minister's view. So it is important as a public figure, as a leader of the municipality, to understand those facts, that you raise facts when it comes to this committee or even parliament in general. So comes before us and say, that was your view. So your view could be wrong or could be right. You came here, not in your personal capacity, but as a mayor of Nelson Mandela. So if you mislead this house, they must expect repercussions about that. So I think it is important, Chair, that the mayor must be able to state facts and views. And when she goes to public, she must state what she can stand on it when it's asked to account. So this issue of going back, Chair, and put it in writing, when actually he never stated, because she was supposed to state it here if she feels that she's being ill-treated. And then she kept quiet, and then she goes back, and then in council, she states that she was ill-treated. It's a bad reflection that is sent to the public, to the constituency and members of the public of Nelson Mandela. So I think actually the mayor should apologize. She owes this committee and the public and the council of Nelson Mandela an apology, because she misled council of Nelson Mandela about her views. Those were not facts, were views that were incorrect, that were wrong. Unless if the mayor insists that what actually she told Nelson Mandela Council and the constituency of Nelson Mandela were facts, she can defend the statement that she was misled. But if she failed to defend the statement that she was ill-treated, Honorable Mayor, you owe this committee an unconditional apology and the people of Nelson Mandela. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think I would like to reserve my comments on the matter, because the term being ill-treated did not just come out of the blue. It was after discussions and how this sitting of committee has been politically used. So I would like to not to have any comment on the matter, because I would like to consult my lawyers around it before I respond to the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Francis.
Thank you, Chairperson. Politically used, Mayor, you are a mayor of a political party. You do understand that. This is a grown-up world. We all choose our paths, and you chose the political sphere. And that's where you are. So you can't come here and say that you feel ill-treated because whatever you said here is used politically. That's not something that would be tested anyway, I don't think. But what can be tested possibly is the fact that you just, before Honorable Mtolo said, is that you would like to come here and state the facts that I know, and I actually have it in inverted commas here. Again, I want to link it to your first statement to say that you wanted things to be recorded that's not factual. And then again, you say the facts that I know. And I'm now asking you for the third time, What are these facts that you know? Can you please unpack them here? And we can't, Chairperson, hide behind wanting to go see a lawyer, because then we might as well stop this meeting now, because we're not going to get very far with anything, because that's going to be the stock response today, is that I will have to consult my lawyer, and I think you need to make a ruling. Thank you.
No, there's no ruling to make. If Mayor wants to see the lawyer, that's not our issue. We have a committee work to undertake, and we'll continue with the work, and will not interfere with the mayor's interest or desire to meet the lawyer. The committee has no ruling to make on the mayor meeting the lawyer. Okay. No, we don't get it. So you wanted me to give a ruling, and let's just be clear about that part and let the mayor to come in. Yes, Mayor.
Chair, I have requested, I've humbly requested that anything related to what the Chief of Staff wrote, I respond in writing.
Okay, Mayor, let's do it this way. You see, because you started the issue, you don't expect that we must get away from the issue if you don't feel you want to proceed. Let's do simple things so that we don't drag the issues very far. The Honorable Mayor asked a question about the Chief of Staff. You are saying that you want to do things in writing, but you first started by saying that a lot of those issues were not factual. So, all we want, don't give us the whole list, give us the one that come on top of your head to say, these are the issues that you are not happy about, then we can deal with the discussion. Whatever else is outstanding, if you say the list is not exhaustive, then it's fine. Because these members need to know what they can talk about, what they can't talk about. But you can't muzzle the committee and say they can't discuss the issue. That's the problem. So what you say, if you said the Chief of Staff said 1 and 2, those things were not true, and you can only focus on those 2, the rest will come in writing, we can give you that space. But you can't say you will say nothing about it. You raised the issue about the Chief of Staff. You said some of the things are not true. You must have thought about something that's not true. So tell us those so that we know where to guide the committee. Because I can't say when the committee members are saying, you come and report about Chief of Staff, and after they say you don't want to answer questions about it. So what are these ones that worry you that this committee must know are untrue, so that you can say, okay, these are the 2 issues, then the rest you can go look into the letter and then refine them and then bring them back to us. But if you said to this committee some of the issues are not true, then tell us those, which were the ones that you wanted them not to consider. The rest that you don't remember is okay. We can deal with it. But I can't say to you, when you make a statement that some of the stuff is not true, then I say, okay, you can't talk about it. Now I'm saying, no. Give us those 2 that are not true. Then we can then say, okay, if that's all you can recall, let's work on the basis of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I am not trying to stop the committee from attending to the matter of the Chief of Staff or the letter of the Chief of Staff. Committee did give us a list of questions to answer. If it was part of it, I would have came prepared verbatim in terms of what he has written to me about. Hence, I am requesting that I respond in writing, so that tomorrow I'm not said to have misled you on a particular response, because I'm going to speak on top of my head. I might miss something, and I don't want to do so. So I am requesting that I just submit, I respond to the letter paragraph by paragraph and submit it in committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm sorry, Honorable Mayor, I have to take you back and ask you, this whole issue of not answering to correspondence and everything that came out of that, because we are sitting now with extra issues due to the fact that 6 correspondence from the Committee of Parliament to the municipality initially was ignored, and extensions and all of that. And then out of that, that was the whole issue of that there's not an MM, and therefore there was a misunderstanding. And then the chief of staff come in and all these things, because this is why we are where we are. So I would like to know, is this really the only incident that correspondence that was actually very urgent did not come to your attention in the time that you're a mayor? Is that these letters from this parliamentary committee, the only incidents? Or has there been any other incidences? That's the first thing. Then I would like to say, from my part, sitting in this committee, this is an oversight committee. We are representing the people of South Africa in this committee. We are doing oversight. What we are supposed to do is to keep state organs or institutions accountable. Accountable means that we give the facts on what we're doing and how we manage and how we govern and how we spend the money. So for us, it places under duress to think that a metro doesn't see that not responding to important correspondence is not a sign of incompetent administration. That is something that we have the right to have oversight over. The process that's playing out here is, to me, if that can happen to letters from the portfolio committee to the mayor, how many other letters of important people, or not important people, of important issues for people has been treated this way and nobody knows about it? So it's not an attack. It's looking into the processes, looking into what is really going on there. Now, the issue that there's no MM, that is an issue in itself. An acting MM for 2 years is another worrisome thing of an incompetent administration. So I would like to ask you now, Mayor, and that's the second question I would like you to answer. In your position as a mayor, where you actually have oversight over the whole municipality, if you request and write a letter to the MM, would you be happy to write 6 letters and he'll come back to you and say, I'm so sorry, Mayor, I didn't receive it. And then you ask him to answer certain letters, and then he said to you, I'm so sorry, I'm afraid that I won't have everything on top of my mind. Can I give you a response in writing? Because this is what you're doing. Will that be effective? Will you be satisfied with that? Because that will give me an answer on whether you as a mayor is fine to have incompetent administration or not. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, as well, we are quite mindful of the responsibility attached to lead the city. And these are 2 issues. The issue of the letter of the defamatory letter that the chief of staff has written, it's something else. And the non-responsiveness is something else. And I think the ad hoc committee, which is currently running in the council, that responds, that will provide a response on how we have dealt with the matter. And I think, honorable members, I did apologize, firstly, which you are saying it's not enough. But I must also share the information that in the correspondences that were given, the 3rd correspondence covered the information. Our response to the 3rd correspondence covered all the information that was required in the 1st and 2nd correspondence, which has made us to come in the last meeting with all the information that Parliament wanted. And post out the sitting of council, as I have mentioned, I did convene staff. There were recommendations by HR which we are following to try and make the office more agile and more efficient in terms of dealing with the correspondences that come every day in the office, every minute, every hour, and every day. Thank you, Honorable.
Fancy?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm not going to stand off on this. The Mayor must give us one or two examples of the Chief of Staff's letter. She said it on 2 occasions this morning that it's not factual. There's things in there that's not factual. So it means that she knows. She doesn't have to go and sit back in PE making notes on what she now already knows. So she needs to tell us one or two examples of the Chief of Staff's letter on the facts that she knows and must be recorded here, according to what she had just said quite briefly. Then she hasn't responded on how he got notified of his suspension or termination and when that happened.
Recording
I'd like
stopped.
those dates and how that happened. And then again on the Metro FM Awards, he didn't answer that. How many times did they invite you? Because it's the same email address. Did they also have to invite you 6 times for you to attend that Metro Awards FM, or did you go on the first invite that you got from them to go to that ceremony? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we received the correspondence from the mayor of Tekwini, and we had a virtual meeting as mayors before that time, before we went, because part of the assignment that we were to undertake was for us to meet as mayors and have a common understanding on how we're going to proceed in hosting the cricket World Cup. So I was made aware that we were going to have meetings in that week, and part of the events happening in that week were the awards. So hence I also attended, because we were attending other meetings in the city. So the issue of the Chief of Staff, it was the correspondence was given to him by a WhatsApp, which is a communication that we use for everything in the office, and subsequently a letter was handed to him of his suspension. But the first communication was on WhatsApp with him. Thank you, Chair.
Mandela?
No, Chair, just a follow-up. Chair, on the issue of the legal advice, will the mayor seek that legal advice in her personal capacity, using her money, or will use council money? Or will the mayor seek legal advice using the legal department of Nelson Mandela, or will use mayor lawyers from outside using public purse, just to seek legal advice to apologize to the people of Nelson Mandela for stating something that was not factual. Just to seek legal advice to apologize to this committee, to give us information that misled this committee. That's how actually Nelson Mandela leadership, and the mayor in particular, spends the budget of Nelson Mandela, engaging the lawyers just to apologize, seeking advice to apologize. Thank you, Chair.
Mayor?
Chair, thank you, Chair. Chair, I think this is a gross misrepresentation. I never said I'm going to take money to the public money.
No, there's
for
no
lawyers.
misrepresentation. You just get to answer the question, then you make it clear what it is. The
Okay.
question is,
Thank you, Chair.
there's not been something to say you will take the money. The question, what are you going to be using? What money are you going to be using? So you must clarify. Don't make an accusation because it doesn't exist yet.
Okay, Chair, I was listening to the honorable member saying the mayor is going to take public money to go and look for lawyers to go and apologize. It's misrepresentation. He's representing the facts I was tabling in this committee. Hence, I'm saying, personally, I'm going to go to the lawyers for that part of apology and get advice. Because he said, the honorable member said in this committee, it's a misleading of parliament to say I was ill-treated. Well, if I don't want to mislead parliament, let me also get legal advice on the matter so that I don't mislead parliament in terms of my response. Thank you, Chair.
So let's just sort the quick question out. Is this seeking of the lawyer? Is this a mayor's official position, or is this a private individual's position? So which funds? That's the question. So we can get past that point.
Chair, when parliament will be charging me, they will be charging me as a person. So I will seek advice as a person on how to deal with the matter, because I said I was expressing my personal view. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, you know, I stopped getting into this whole discussion just to get the answers. You said you were expressing your views. Can you just share these views again? What are these views?
Chair, the views were that the session was quite unjust in terms of allowing us to get administration to answer on what has happened, and for us allowing us time to also give a written submission.
Which one was this? Just be specific, because I was in that meeting, so I just want to be able to connect with you. What is it?
A written submission on the correspondences. If you recall, Chair, I did apologize and say I request to give a written submission.
Wasn't the issue that you had actually undertaken to give us some information at the end of business on the day, which you did not, and the question was being asked the following day about why that information had not come forth? That was the issue.
Okay.
Yes, Mayor.
Chair, I apologize. I don't want us to do the back and forth on the matter. I don't have a submission.
No, Mayor, I think we need to be upfront with you that the issue really now is that we had left the matter with the objection on the way you had handled the communication, and we left the matter with the speaker. And then, of course, the matter went through, and the speaker has sent some part a report. We had only said that the speaker, when this matter has been discussed, we would be happy to get the conclusion of the discussion. Before we got that, we then got public statements that actually said that you were badly handled. Now, this committee has to actually decide if they are the ones who have evidence that you were badly handled, or if you are able to convince them on that. Because if that is the case, then we need to know on what basis that was the case. And then that matter needs to be, it can't end there with a complaint that does not get followed up to the conclusion. And I'm allowing this discussion because I'm hoping that we can get to a conclusion on the matter, based on the fact that there were public statements. And what also became more disturbing was that on some of the information that got to be sent to the committee and as part of the correspondence that was entered, there was also an opinion that was actually accusing this committee of putting the speaker under duress. Now, when you've got that situation, and on the other hand, you've got a correspondence that blends with the community, with the committee's to the committee's attention, that raises a number of issues which we now get concerned that they are actually saying to the public that the mayor has misled Parliament. Now, the committee cannot leave that issue without clarifying it, and that's what we're trying to do in this discussion. But let me also say that the mayor has to justify her comments in public about the committee, so that the committee must then address those issues. So there isn't a way the mayor can decide, I'm not commenting, I'm not responding to these issues, but then I went public and made comments about it. Because you were in this meeting when this committee indicated that we are not happy with your responses, to the extent that if we believe that you are going to be misleading, or you were misleading, or you had misled Parliament, then we're going to have to take the next step of having to put you under oath when you answer questions here. And now, I thought when this committee was discussing this matter, I thought we're getting cooperation enough to be able to deal with these issues, that we didn't need to go through that process. Now, I'm not sure where we are on the way that you're responding to the issues. So I don't understand what it would be that would make you say you can go and make a statement to the public, but you can't deal with a statement in the meeting here. So I'm asking you the specifics now. On what basis are you saying, on this issue, what is it that this committee was unjust in its processes? And does this committee address that? Why has it been unjust to you? The committee needs to address that. But if you are arguing about the question of the communication, there was a communication that was not responded to. And there were deadlines which were set by yourselves that you were going to share information by the end of the day with the committee, and it didn't happen. And because the matter was unresolved, then the matter was raised that this matter, the speaker needs to be aware of it. And we left it at that. Now, if you come back today and you are saying you are correct to express your views, but you can't raise them here, and when you say, okay, but your views were already countered by some of the staff members in your office, and you say, don't believe them, they are not telling us the truth. So, okay, tell us which of those things that you have in mind that are not true, and the rest that you don't remember, you can bring us in writing. Now, we won't even make a comment on that. I'm not sure whether we're not getting to a point where we should actually conclude that we are undermining the committee. And that's really why I'm allowing you to explain, so that we can get past the point. It's not one of the major points that we wanted to deal with, actually. The major issues that we wanted are still outstanding. But in the way that you're addressing these matters, we shouldn't get to a point where we now have to be saying we actually have an issue with you, and we mustn't start making conclusions that there's an attitude problem. So you are making another accusation that this matter is being handled, is being abused politically. Now, I'm going to ask you to also open up that so we can understand exactly what you mean. We're all politicians here. So we are here about the politics of accountability. It's politics, it's accountability. Parliament is about politics. Mayor is about politics. And everyone else who's involved in issues that have got to do with accounting for public resources is politics. So let's understand what is it here that is a problem so that we can understand. Now, all these members here, maybe when we met in the what you call the Wild Coast, we introduced each of the members in terms of their political parties. In the last time we were here, we never raised anyone which political party they were. All of them, I'm not sure you would even know them, what political parties they are. So let's put on the table, what is this being used as a political issue against you? Can you just open that up as well?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, thank you. The political issue, I'm saying in the council, because the referral to ill treatment is a referral of a council clip. The referral of my ill treatment utterance is a referral of my council clip. What I said in council.
Still don't understand. You just say that, look, I'm just not following what you're saying. Just say that again. Just say it slowly so I can follow.
Chair, when Honorable Mkalipi was saying, I said I was ill-treated in Parliament. She's speaking about the debate that ensued in council. And the fact that I'm saying it was it was used as a political tool in the council. We were in the council.
What was used as a political tool?
Our appearance here.
Just explain it so we can follow what exactly we're talking about. I've noticed the other members on the platform. I'm going to call on them just now, but just you see, we were not in the council, so just explain it, because it sounded to us like this committee is using issues on a political attack on you. So I'm saying no, that's fine. Let's open it up so we can understand exactly what you're saying. So just explain that again.
When I was in council, the Democratic Alliance often would say, I did not respond to you here in Parliament.
I'm chairing the meeting. Please look at me. And if there's a problem, raise it with me. Let's not make any other issue. If I think I need to intervene, I will do so. So proceed.
So Chair, it's that's where the discussion ensued. From I can't state everything, but the crux was around that there was a discussion in council around that fact, and we were then debating around that fact. And I'm saying if I can come to the ill treatment, when a committee was you gave me a chance after you have been asking me to respond. When I said I need to submit facts later, you said answer now. And if I'm forced to answer now, I might miss some of the facts, but if I am afforded an opportunity to do a submission in writing, then the response would have all of its required information. And I'm not.
So just what are you talking about? The answer now? You're talking about today or two?
No, I'm talking about the last interaction between us. And speaking about the last interaction with us, that's why I think it was ill treatment. If you said I must talk so that we fix it, and as well, It was in this committee where I was time and again told that I'm misleading the committee, when in fact I was not. On many issues, if you can go back to the clip, every time we respond, we are told we are misleading committee. And I don't think that is fair, because equally, this is a public platform. Equally, we are politicians. Equally, we are also providing facts from our point of view. And if every time we speak, we will be told you are lying, that's misinformation, this and that, it really is not good.
Okay, I don't recall anybody saying you are lying, Mayor.
There was, Chair, you can.
They said you are lying, or they said you are misleading.
Misleading and lying is the same thing.
No, it's not quite the same. All right, let me just say this to
Not
you.
the same, Chair.
No,
Okay,
let me just clarify that quickly so we can pass. If we say, if any member, all right, you consult and then you can talk to us. Maybe if you also want to comment, you must talk to us so that we don't ever distract. Just put on your mic. You can put on your mic. You. Yes, you are allowed to speak. If you are here, you have a right to speak. So talk to me.
Not at this stage. Not at this stage.
Not at this stage.
Chairperson.
All right, let's
I'll
go
try
back to
speak
Mayor.
through the mayor.
Mayor, okay, okay. You see, Mayor, let's deal with, and just, we're going to be patient with you and be patient with us, because there are things we're going to tease out and put behind us. Okay, so the first issue is that in Parliament and in committees, we don't use the term a member is lying. Now you finish, we'll wait for you. No, it's fine. Finish. We'll wait for you. No, please, members can get a cup of tea. It's open, so no problem. Okay, let me sort out one issue first. No one here said you are lying. If they did, I would have stopped them. But if you objected, I would have sustained your objection. So don't make a statement that is not correct. So no one said that. Now, members may have said you mislead Parliament. And if you think that there are areas where you put facts and you are accused of misleading Parliament, then I'm going to invite you now to send all of those in writing to me, where you were said to be misleading Parliament and you actually were telling the facts. So I'm going to ask members, I'd like to have a list of those instances. You will bring those in writing. I will not go into that detail now, but I want us to deal with this accusation of anything being made said to be unfair. Now, if anybody said you are misleading Parliament, it is not unjust. It is for you to prove you are not. And if that is the case, it would be usually because someone has got different information to what you have. And if that is the case, you will then submit, then we'll know where you misled and where you did not mislead, and we'll clarify that. But it cannot be a statement, a political statement that you can make that this Parliament, that this committee was unjust because people told you you were misleading. I don't know if you were, you may have, maybe you are not. So we will not argue that point. We'll simply say it is not, excuse me, it is not correct to say to the public or to your council that the process is unjust because somebody said you were misleading Parliament. What is correct is for you to say, I will prove to you I'm not, and then you'll send it to me, and I'm giving you that opportunity to prove it. Okay, so we're saying as we stand here, we reject your statement. The process was not unjust. And that's why the members are saying you need to apologize for it. But because you have not said you want to do that, and you also are going to give us this information, we'll take the matter up again. We will not leave it. And we will not accept anybody casting aspersions to this committee on the basis of their views unless they can prove it. In this case, we are saying to you, this committee is going to take the matter up. You will prove that they were wrong when they said you misled Parliament, and therefore they were unjust. And if we find that that is the case, these members need to accept that what you said was correct, and therefore they could not have been, you could not have been misleading. But if we do find that there was no such, then we're actually going to ask you to face the fact that you have actually misled this Parliament, and that will take it up again. So I think we need to understand each other, because we're not being personal here. We're just trying to deal with issues in as respectful and as professional a manner as we should. So, honorable members, let me ask Honorable Mkalipi and Honorable Direko so that we can try and move towards conclusion on the matter.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, it's going to be very difficult if the mayor is not open up, and I agree with you. The mayor must clarify if indeed the statement that she made during the council in Nelson Mandela was informed by the accountability that is demanded to her by this committee. Because now we ended up as the committee not knowing how to deal with this mayor. But the rest assured, Chair, we know our mandate as the committee, we interact with everyone, we demand accountability to everyone. So I want to pick up on the point of who is advising the mayor, because there was letters that also seeks to prevent us to do the oversight on the mayor. So I wanted to press and to bring again on that point, who is paying for that legal advice? Because there is no need for the mayor to go and seek the legal advice instead of accounting here. I'm saying this, Chair, because we also have written to the minister itself regards to the suspended of city manager, Dr. Nolwazi. So we have asked about this matter last time when the mayor was here, because the current city manager is currently acting. And specifically, we asked on that day when we heard Nelson Mandela that is about her acting position is about to reach the point. So what is the plan? But currently, we believe that, I think the DG, because we are told that the DG is here, is going to come and clarify this matter. Because on the 29th of April, on the 10th of April, we wrote to the minister to say, it can't be that the Metro or Nelson Mandela have spent approximately 5.8 million paid to the suspended Nelson Mandela Metropolitan City Manager, Dr. Nolwazi, over a period of more than 2 years. But when we asked this question last time, when the Nelson Mandela was here in the council, they didn't share this information with us. One, we are raising a point that who is advising the mayor legally? And secondly, how can the Metro, under the leadership of the mayor, allow to spend more than approximately 5.8 million to a suspended city manager? So that net money could have been used for service delivery to the people of Nelson Mandela. So I would like the DG to come in also, because we wrote to the minister about it. Secondly, there is a letter that is coming from the MEC about the very same matter of the suspended of the city manager.
Sorry, honorable members. May I request that the issue of the suspended be held in abeyance? It's going to come as a next item. For now, we're just dealing with the communication and the public statements and the report from the Metro on the non-responses. So this other aspect that you want to go into, hold it. We're coming back to that issue. It's going to be the next item.
Okay, Chair. No, it's fine. Thanks.
Honorable Direko.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the members and the leadership of the Metro, led by the Executive Mayor. Chair, being the Executive Mayor in the municipality, it simply means that you are the face of government. And being the face of government can either, your conduct can either break or build a public trust. So mine to the mayor is just to check with her, how does she think the people of the Nelson Mandela should react to the ongoing back and forth between the municipality and the committee? These questions comes from the fact that the public trust is important to the renewal of local government. And whatever that is happening currently is also going to have a negative view to the community out there, because it seems like we are unable to find one another. And noting that we are the three spheres of government that has different responsibilities. And as the portfolio committee, we have a responsibility to ensure that there's accountability. And in line with accountability, we also need to get a true reflection of the things that are happening in our municipalities. Hence, when you give us a half information, it then results to us misleading us directly or indirectly. So if we get information that is not enough, we'll then opt that maybe you are keeping other information because you don't want us to know about it. And when we call municipalities here, we don't just call municipalities because we don't have information. We also do our own assessment. We also do our own research. So when we ask you some of the things, we ask because we have information. We just need you to confirm and explain on what we know as the committee, so that at least when you move out of this meeting, we know that we have a better understanding of the situations in the municipalities. And now, Chair, the executive mayor has requested that she should be given a chance to submit a written response. So I want to check with the executive mayor, what difference would it make for her to submit a written instead of giving us a verbal response? Will it have a difference in terms of the response, or it's just that maybe she feels that she doesn't want to answer now because we are going to say she's misleading us or what? So I just want to check that. Thank you, Chair.
Mayor, want to deal with those two?
Thank you, Chair. I can never not want to answer, Honorable Member. I am prepared to answer, but the letter is not in front of me, so I would have to go paragraph by paragraph on the 14 pages if I were to respond to it. And as well, if any fact is missed and I will be said to be misleading the meeting and it has other consequences, I would rather opt to write so that it's something that I can also refer back to. Thank you.
Don't make a judgment that we haven't made. We haven't said, if you don't say everything that your chief of staff has accused you of, which is untrue, you'll be misleading. Nobody said that. And I'm very specific about it because I've said to you, you raise an issue. You say the chief of staff has said something that's untrue. You say you can't remember everything. We say, okay, what are you referring to that you can recall? That we would talk about that and not go on to something you don't remember. So nobody said you're misleading Parliament. Again, I'm saying that specifically because when you go back, I don't want you to say we said you were misleading Parliament when we didn't. In this case, we have not said so. We're simply asking you, what is it that is untrue that you are thinking about in your chief of staff's letter, even though you have not gone paragraph by paragraph? That is the question. And the question is simpler than you are making it. But don't then throw an accusation that hasn't been made yet, because we have not said so. I would have made this comment if you had not gone out and then said that, this issue of being called to be misleading Parliament is unjust. Because you have said so, now I'm very particular. If you say so and we have not said so, we must call you to order. We have not said that. We're only asking you, can you recall what is it that makes these members, when you say to these members, the chief of staff had certain things that are untrue? Yes, so many paragraphs. We're not asking about those. What is it that you want these members to be aware of? That's all we're asking you. But don't start adding that we said we're misleading Parliament. We have not said so. And we're saying specifically on record, Because you can't go out and say you are unjust because we're accusing you of misleading Parliament. So the question is simpler. What is it that you have in mind that makes you think that makes you say that your chief of staff is not telling the truth? We're not asking you paragraph by paragraph. That you will do later. We're now asking you about that. And I'm specific because nobody has said to you I'm misleading Parliament yet. Mayor?
Chair.
Yes.
Chair, as I mentioned earlier, I would not like to venture into the content of the letter. And it's really really would be better if I respond to it and its sentiments
Fancy?
in writing.
Thank you, Chairperson. Accounting to Parliament is not a choice. Being called to Parliament to come and account is not a choice that you can say you wouldn't like to venture into. You're using all the wrong words. Mayor, how long have you known that you are coming back to this committee? And how is it possible that you've not preempted us asking you this question? Because you've known for a month at least that you are coming back. You know that this is on the agenda. You know that we are going to ask you these questions. And I think you are dancing around this issue. And it is very problematic when you need to come and account to us and then you think it's a choice, whether I can or cannot. I have a fundamental issue with this, Chairperson, and I'm at the point where I'm going to maybe propose that we do issue a summons, a formal summons, because this is going to be the status quo going forward the whole day, and we are going to be wasting our time. And the residents of Nelson Mandela Bay at this stage is undergoing quite massive rains, and there's disaster, so they are leaderless. Well, they're anyways leaderless, but, you know, it's problematic because we are going to be frustrated here the whole day by this municipality thinking that answering to Parliament is a choice. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. On the letter of Mr. Lumka, I'm saying it's defamatory because it's raising that there's misleadership. I have been present from day one, and also attending even to his own duties, which he has never done. In the months that he has been in office, he has not produced a single document for his own work, which he can account for his own work. And as well, in the document that he has written, he is making insinuations about other staff members, which are also not factual because as a leader administratively in the office, he has not been able to coordinate them well, also to guide them. So I can go on the whole day, Chair. There's just a lot.
I'll stop you there. You have mentioned about 4 issues now, but it's taken us 1.5 hours to get here. And if that's what you had said from the start, these members wanted to get a feel of what is it in this thing because it wasn't correspondence to them, but they are aware of it now. And all you should have said is these 5 things are what has been of concern, and on that basis, if you had said so at the beginning, we will not be having a problem here where we think this mayor has got an attitude against this committee. If you combine all of these things that we have come from, it would not have dragged us up to where we are now. And I'm just putting that for you because you can reach a conclusion, erroneously so, and you think the problem is somewhere else. So I'm going to request members, we don't proceed with this discussion. The question was straightforward, fair and simple. It was not a trick question. It was a straightforward question. And had you had given us this answer, we would not have been dragged this way. But I'm going to ask that these members, let's hold this issue now. There are 2 issues now which arise out of this. And to be honest with you, and let's tell you this, it's not been our interest to actually drag this issue. You are making us drag it, and that's the problem. And it was a small issue where we're going to deal with the report and close the issue from there and move on. Now, two issues now have arisen. You are going to now give us a paragraph by paragraph response to this letter, dismissing what is untrue and what is true, as you have undertaken to do that. We are now accepting you're going to do that for us. Secondly, you have accused this committee of making wrong accusations on you about misleading Parliament. We're saying that you were going to have to table for us, and this committee must look at all the utterances and decide which ones did you mislead, which ones you did not mislead. And in that case, we need to take the matter from there. Because again, were it not for the statement you made that's accusing this committee wouldn't have gone back into this issue. But this committee cannot sit with a public statement that's castigating a portfolio committee of being unjust and actually harassing a mayor. We cannot accept it. And so we reject it. And we're saying, if you are not prepared to apologize, that's not a problem. What is important is you are going to list those issues to us. We're going to take the matter up further. And when we do, we will then consider this point that's being raised by the honorable member, that on the next engagement, there'll have to be a formal process of either we deal with summons, and also the question of an oath. We're going to have to deal with it like that, because you have now taken a very outrageous step of going to and accuse a committee of Parliament of being unjust. Now, that's a very serious issue. That if this committee is unjust, it's unconstitutional. If you come back with all this evidence, we have to actually get the Speaker to deal with this committee. We now need to go and submit ourselves to the Speaker to say, well, we've been unjust. If you can handle it, we're going to deal with it like that. There isn't a way we can allow a member of this committee to be unjust to any person. And if we can prove it, then we will need to act on the members. If it's all of us, that's fine. Let's bring that submission, and then we're going to have to deal with it in that kind of way. So those two issues are now going to be handled in a manner that's going to require us to get the legal processes to go into to go into that issue. That's how we're going to deal with it. And had it not been for comments out there that castigate, this committee can't keep quiet if there's an accusation. We read media, we take reports, we take views, we take responses, and we have to take them seriously. And it means if we misuse our office, then we must also be acted upon. And so we're ready for it. But we will request for these two, and we're going to give you 2 weeks for them. You will give us, one, the list of all instances where you are accused of misleading Parliament by this committee. Secondly, you're going to give us a paragraph by paragraph in writing of issues where the Chief of Staff is untrue about what they said about you, that this committee must be made aware of. We will take the matter forward. We will not leave it. Just be assured of that, so that we can close the matter. There isn't a way we can allow an accusation of that nature to just go unchallenged and go unresolved. So, honorable members on the platform, you said you are going to speak through the mayor. You are going to speak through the mayor. Honorable Mkalipi?
No, I agree with you, sum up, Chair. Let me lower my hand.
No, Chair, I guess let's address the matter when we are responding. Thank you. Let's address the matter when we are responding. What you wanted to raise.
It's around the next annex charge that I referred to.
Yeah, what's that?
Sorry, put your mic on. Just say that again.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Mtukela wanted to commit that he wanted to give an annexure on the character of Mr. Lumka as the person he has been working with for the longest time.
Okay. In that case, it's fine. He's spoken through you. We're not interested. You'll deal with that issue. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, you'll deal with that issue. Let's get to the next item. Speaker.
Chair, before we
Sorry,
move.
before we move.
Yeah.
Okay. Before you come in, let me just get this. Oh, okay, no, you come in and let get the speaker after.
Yeah. No, sorry, Chair, I had to go to the gents. There was an accusation that the speaker actually was a duress on the speaker. So I don't know whether that has been addressed or when we, or maybe the speaker herself will deal with that. So I just wanted to check that before we move, because there was an issue with regard to the speaker that was put under duress by this committee. Whether in the mayor's responses will also cover that. Thank you.
Yes, no, actually, that's the reason why I wanted the speaker to come in, is not necessarily to respond to that issue, but to tell us what's her next process from here, because she has said that the committee is still working on the matter. She is going to give us a final report. You may just flag the fact that we are aware of this opinion that's accusing this committee of putting the mayor under duress. And we hope that it will be clarified when that report comes. I don't necessarily want the speaker to talk about it now unless he wants to, because it's a process. All that should have happened here, the speaker says, we have a committee that's looking into the matter. We're not done with it. Some of the information is coming to you, and then we will take the matter forward and give you a final report. Now, I make mention of the fact that there was this issue, because it's now a trend that we're seeing of getting these accusations which are not correct. So I'm just going to leave it for the speaker. You can make your comment. We're still waiting for your report, but if you want to comment about it, I can't stop you.
Thank you, Chair. No, I think it's best that we wait for the report, because once the report is finalized by the ad hoc committee, they will make recommendations to council. I will then table it in council and we take it from there.
No, that's fine, because the issue that's being raised by the honorable member, that issue of duress, we're still very interested. Not only what did it come from, but was the speaker's attitude about it. Because at the end, or maybe we might need to then sit with the speaker to say, okay, I did feel that you put me under duress, that's why you see that in the report. And I'm not arguing about now, I'm just simply saying, we're interested in it. We're not asking you to give us an answer on it now. But the members are indicating that because we've seen it, we will be interested. I'm saying the speaker does not need to respond to that issue right now. We will wait for your report and not go into this issue now. So I think let's deal with it that way. Thank you. Now, once again, let me then say, we're closing this issue, and we're closing at a point where we are asking that the mayor, having made an accusation that the treatment by this committee was unjust, on the basis that she was accused of having misled Parliament when she was not, we would like her to table all those instances that have made her to make a public statement for this committee to review and determine where she was accused unjustly and where it was justifiable, so that we can take the matter from there. So that's the one aspect. The second aspect is that in responding, the mayor has informed this committee that there are a number of areas where the statement purported to have come from the chief of staff about her is untrue, And in that regard, we are simply asking that she must then favor us with her response, which, as she has undertaken, is a paragraph by paragraph response, that this committee will have a look at those. But thirdly, because of the approaches we are having and her understanding of how we're dealing with this matter, it will then be left to this committee to take a view on how those matters are handled in regard to getting to a point of having to either issue summons if necessary, or the issue of taking an oath as we deal with this matter. That's how we're going to deal with it. The accusations are serious enough to allow us to take any of those approaches as members. Let me then say, I'm also aware of members of this committee that have laid charges, complaints to the police about the mayor's conduct. We're not discussing that issue here. I'm simply indicating that we are aware, and therefore, just for the sake of putting everything on the table, this committee has not discussed it. At some point, we will have to look at discussing that issue. With that, we want to close this issue, and then of course, okay, I'll give it to you just now. Then, of course, we wait for the response from the speaker in terms of her processes, and we'll take the issues from there. Honorable Mkalipi.
Chair, I want to raise a serious concern in regard to this processes of this ad hoc committee. The speaker is not even telling us the truth. I don't know what's wrong with these public representatives who's taking this committee for granted. The ad hoc was instituted, was formed, but in terms of the processes, the speaker made a mistake. When it was time to elect the chair, the speaker convened the meeting, but there was a councillor who was not in the meeting. And the speaker used her cell phone to call that particular councillor to be part and parcel of the quorum. So therefore, as we sit here, she does not disclose that there is no chairperson of this ad hoc committee. She just come here and also mislead this committee and mislead this parliament as if all things is well and good, which is not well and good. Can the speaker take us through how she is intending to correct what she has done, calling a councillor which was not in the meeting to vote through her cell phone? Secondly, there was not support staff. There was no support staff to come and take and record the meeting on that day. So I'm very serious, Chair. So it's looked like this municipality is not learning their lesson when they deal with this committee, because we are thorough like that. We're not going to allow them to mislead us again. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, because the speaker is still going to table a proper report, let me note your comments. I'm going to say if the speaker wants to comment on it now, that would be fine, but we would expect those issues to be clearer when the report comes. So, Speaker, you can respond. If you don't, or if you do, or if you don't, we would need that to be clear when the report comes.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's a very good question. There is a chairperson. The chairperson of the committee is Councillor Steyn. The committee did elect a chairperson. It is true that there were no secretariat at the meeting, but the purpose for the election and the first meeting, we agreed that there won't be secretariat and a legal person, because the legal person and the secretariat will only come in when the work starts. It is not true that I called the councillor to form part of the election without the committee's agreement. The committee was there, the entire committee. The council has decided that we have 2 from the EFF, 2 councillors from the Democratic Alliance, 1 councillor from ACDP, and 2 councillors from the from the ANC. What has really happened, and I need to tell, the elections were done. The EFF voted for their councillor to be the chairperson. The ANC elected for a councillor to be their chairperson. The ACDP and the Democratic Alliance elected a councillor to be their person. So in terms of the election process, it was done democratically. The councillor that was not present in the meeting asked whether he can join telephonically. There was no disagreement in the meeting on whether the councillor can participate, because it was the first meeting. And that is how the situation was. And it is a true reflection of what I'm giving it to you now, Chair. The rest, but if there's any other information that the committee needs as to what happened on that day, I will put that in writing as well when the report is submitted to you. Thanks.
Honorable Khalifa, I'm gonna request we don't proceed because I would like us to say, having raised this issue, it needs to be thoroughly reflected in the report. We will then have the time to go through all of that. Honorable Khalifa.
Okay, Chair, let's just wait for the report. But I'm very glad, Chair, that she's also agreeing with me that she conducted a meeting in a way that is against the rules. How can firstly you call a meeting, Chair, without a secretariat? How are you going to table the report in the council where there's no secretariat? Secondly, how do you call a person on the phone as a decider to vote? But let us wait for the report. I'm sure we are going to get answers, Chair. Thanks.
That's fine. I think it's good to just highlight those issues and then they need to be addressed in the report. We wouldn't go into a thorough debate on this matter because we're not looking at the report. We've been informed there is a report that's coming, so we will handle it that way. Honorable members, yes, Honorable Njolo.
May I request that maybe in the report, that report must indicate the status of the councillor that actually was not in a meeting and participated through a cell phone. So, and then maybe that in that report, please don't do a mistake not to attach the register of the councillors that were there and clarify the status, the attendance register and the status of a councillor that's democratically allowed to vote and decide and take part in the process. Thank you, Chair. And the rules of council as well. Attach the rules of council as well. Thank you, Chair.
That's fine. I think we know that the issues are being highlighted for purposes of you ensuring that when we get to this, the committee will be interested in those specifics. Thank you very much. That then takes us to the end of this particular item. We now are going to address the next item, which is the suspension of the municipal manager. Sorry. Okay, open up the agenda. Am I having a different agenda? Oh, okay. Let me just see. All right. Now, what's on your agenda? Oh, no.
The agenda and the list of things.
Let me see, what have you got on the agenda? You got so many documents, Shirin. On the oh, I see. I must apologize. I mixed up these issues. So let's deal with this issue of the municipal manager, and then we'll come to the Kuha Steel. I think we got the issues mixed up in different documents. My document had a slightly different nomenclature, so I should have gone to this matter immediately after that. Unfortunately, I've got a few documents in front here, so I'm sorry about that. Can we agree that's the matter we're going back to? Now this matter will is the second on the issue. because it arose out of the communication process when the matters were all in. So I think let's just deal with it from there. It was when it was raised, it was raised in a response that had covered the two issues together. That's just a technical administrative thing. So let's deal with it and then move to the third item on the agenda. Mayor, can you follow the one that we're dealing with now? We're dealing with the honourable members. Are we all?
Chairperson, can I maybe request that the Secretariat print the copies of the agenda for today, that we maybe get copies of the agenda that we are following, because we've got about 10 screens open on our laptops.
Yeah, I see that's the challenge, yeah. So can we, Sharon, can you get this agenda printed and given to everybody so we don't get this mix up? I'm also getting mixed up and I must apologize for that. But Honorable Mayor, we are on the municipal manager issue. And so if you want anyone from your team on the platform to come in at any point, whatever the situation is, you will notice if you just put the thing up again, Sharon. Yes, I'd like the mayor to, so that she knows where to focus. Yeah, that's going to be, yeah, no, they're going to send it to you. We're generous enough to want to offer you a hard copy, so please don't reject our generosity. You are going to have a written agenda, so everyone has got a sense we don't get to lose each other in the process of getting lost in the technology. Okay, so Mayor, I just wanted to notice what we are looking at. Legal implications of delaying, informally laying charges, that's an accusation. Legal advice relied upon to initiate the suspension and disciplinary process, and why this process has taken that long. Some of the members had raised some of the issues earlier. So members, please focus. Let's have some of the correspondence has been shared before, so you can just highlight and then we can get the members to look at this.
Thank
Please
you,
proceed.
Chair, can I request the Advocate Ngoko or Mr. Mulman online to respond?
That's fine. Who is available? You can just indicate from your team over there. Honorable Khalifa, are you back? Or is that an old hand?
Oh, it's an old hand, Chair.
That's fine. You made your comment. It becomes relevant now. So the speaker is going to respond to all of that. Sorry, the mayor.
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah. So who are we getting? Give you a direct
Mr.
instruction.
Mulman can respond, Chair, from our chambers.
Okay, Mr. Mulman, you can respond.
Okay.
Can we get the team over there to adjust so Mr. Mulman can come on board?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mr. Mulman, can you take us through?
Who's speaking? Just show your hand so we can see who's speaking. At least we don't get so disorientated.
Yes. Temingos Mafana, MMC Human Settlement,
Wonderful.
Chairperson.
Thank you. Where's Mr. Mulman? Mr. Mulman?
Chairperson, good morning to yourself and good morning to the
Can you
honorable
wave your
member.
hand? Can you wave your hand so we can see?
Let me move, Chair. Thank you.
So what's happening?
Yeah.
Oh, is not visible. Yes. Yes, can we ask him to, I think we should reserve a center spot for anyone who has to speak to be at a position where we can all see, then we can proceed. I'll give you 10 minutes from start to the end. You don't have to finish the 10 minutes, but don't go beyond. Just take us through all the issues and then we can see how we take the matter from there. Honorable members, if you check on the group, there are additional documents, some information that's come through. So you'll have a look at all of that. Can I also make a request to the City Hall? If I may ask, and if it's possible, there are 3 windows at the back. The middle window, more importantly, can we close that, the blinds, and also the 2, close all those blinds, then we'll have a much better sense of lighting, you see, magic. Let's go to the other side as well. Even the center split on those blinds, please try and push it. But it's much better now. Okay, and somebody dealing with the focus, and the one on the left as well, on your left as well. But who? Mr. Mulman, just wave your hand again, so let's see who's talking. Wonderful. Please proceed. I think our gadgets can adjust to the speaker, so that should be fine at this point, so you can proceed. You got 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, good morning to yourself, the honorable members, the representative of the Nelson Mandela Bay, and all the residents watching. Chair, I've been tasked to report on the disciplinary proceedings against Dr. Ngwazi, with whom I am going to request that as part of my response, I be assisted by my colleagues at corporate services in this regard. However, I do wish to raise for record that formal charges were laid to Dr. Ngwazi on the 14th of May 2024. And at the time, while she was not present, her legal representation in the form of a Mr. Kemp was present. Secondary to that, while the disciplinary proceedings commenced within the 90-day period in compliance with the disciplinary regulations for the senior managers, that the chairperson had confirmed that the suspension would remain in place until the finalization of the hearing. Now, it must be said, Chairperson, that in respect of the suspension, Council took a resolution on the matter of Dr. Ngwazi in October 2023, on the 20th, where a disciplinary board was tasked with the responsibility to conduct a full investigation into the alleged financial misconduct by Dr. Ngwazi. Pursuant to this, the notice of intention to suspend Dr. Ngwazi was issued on the 1st of February by the then Executive Mayor 2024, Councillor Gary van Niekerk. And on the 15th of February 2024, that Council resolved that Dr. Ngwazi be placed on a precautionary suspension with full pay pending the outcomes of the investigation. On the 16th of February, Chair, the Executive Mayor formally notified Dr. Ngwazi of the Council's resolution for her suspension. And in that response, Dr. Ngwazi was informed of various allegations that were laid against her. We then appointed, or Advocate Simoyi, a senior counsel, was therefore appointed to conduct an investigation into the alleged misconduct committed by Dr. Ngwazi in the execution of her duties as a city manager. I note, Chair, that on the 11th of March 2024, Advocate Simoyi, SC, concluded his report on the 11th of March 2024, finding that Dr. Ngwazi had committed serious misconduct as contemplated in Regulation 5 of the applicable municipal regulations for senior managers and recommended that a disciplinary action be instituted. On the 15th of March, Chair, in 2024, the disciplinary board considered Advocate Simoi's report and concluded its final report recommending that disciplinary proceedings be instituted. On the 29th of April 2024, a notice for disciplinary inquiry incorporated the charge sheet which was served to Dr. Ngwazi by the sheriff. The notice recorded that an inquiry will be held on the 6th, 7th, and 14th of May in 2024. In consultation with Dr. Ngwazi's previous attorneys, the company of Pagdens, the hearing was accordingly set down for the aforesaid dates. On the 7th of May 2024, points were raised on behalf of Dr. Ngwazi who were argued before the chairperson. And on the 18th of June 2024, the chairperson delivered a ruling dismissing the said points in limine. On the 15th of March 2024, the disciplinary board concluded its final report after considering the report of Advocate Simoi. On the 29th of April, Chair, a notice of disciplinary inquiry incorporating the charge sheet was served against Dr. Ngwazi as already mentioned. And in terms of that notice, Dr. Ngwazi was informed that the disciplinary inquiry would be held accordingly. Now, the delays in respect of the disciplinary proceedings are as follows. While the notice was served on the 29th of April for the sitting of the 6th, 7th, and 14th of May, prior to that hearing, Dr. Ngwazi's legal representatives raised points in limine by agreement between the parties. These were argued before the chairperson on the 7th of May. On the 14th of May, by agreement between the parties, in the absence of Dr. Ngwazi, but in the presence of a legal representative, Mr. Kemp, the charges were formally read before the chairperson. The disciplinary hearing accordingly commenced on that date. Dr. Ngwazi's absence attributed to medical reasons as confirmed by a medical certificate issued by a clinical psychologist, Mr. Van Rooyen. Now thereafter, there were postponements by agreement for the 10th, 11th, and 12th of July 2024. However, on the 18th of June 2024, the chairperson delivered a ruling dismissing the points in limine and confirming that the municipality had complied with the applicable disciplinary procedures. On the 5th of July 2024, Dr. Ngwazi's attorneys advised that she would be available for a scheduled hearing as dated in July. She would not be available, sorry, Chair, for the scheduled hearings as it was indicated for July 2024 due to her attendance of a criminal trial. And this necessitated a postponement and was accordingly requested. Now on the 10th July, the hearing was by agreement postponed to the 10th, 11th, and 12th of September 2024. We further received correspondence on the 16th of July 2024 from Dr. Ngwazi's attorneys advising that her criminal trial had been set down for the 16th to the 20th of September and that she would again not be available for scheduled hearings on the dates of September. Now, this again required that there be a postponement. Now, we were advised on the 25th of July that the matters as required by the attorneys for finalization and that the postponement could not be accommodated. Sorry, we advised Dr. Ngwazi's attorneys that the matter was required for finalization and that the postponement could not be accommodated. However, on the 2nd of August 2024, Dr. Ngwazi's attorneys Petgens advised that they had merged with Gray Mutlia attorneys and had been appointed to the municipal panel of attorneys. As a result, they indicated that they were unable to continue acting for Dr. Ngwazi and would be withdrawing as attorneys of record. Now, on the 21st of August 24, Mayor and Cooperative advised that they had been appointed as Dr. Ngwazi's attorneys of record and further indicated that they would not be in a position to proceed with the hearing in September. Therefore, the disciplinary hearing was accordingly postponed to the 11th and 14th of November 2024. Chairperson Advocate Bono, in his capacity as chairperson of the disciplinary board and as a witness for the municipality, was unfortunately not available for the scheduled hearing for the dates of November 2024. He indicated his availability to be between the 6th to the 12th of December. However, these dates were not suitable for Dr. Ngwazi, as we were informed by her representative that.
Sorry, Mr. Mulman.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah. Mayor, can you hear? It's very detailed. We've been waiting that maybe one of us would have received something. Did anybody send us a copy of this that is being read by Mr. Mulman? We've been waiting for the past few minutes now. Can somebody send us this? It's very difficult to follow. And it's still in 2024, we're 2026. So can you imagine how much we're gonna miss? So just request someone to send us a copy.
Okay, yes, Chair. The other omission which we made was to request that we deal with it in committee because it's still proceeding. We have not, it's a case that is still proceeding. So it should not go out in public whilst the process is going on.
Look,
but
the one, I think I'm not sure of what has been said so far, how much of that would be your concern so far.
No, Chair, it's because the case is still going on between us and the city manager. And hence my request that if we are dealing with the matter, it can only be in committee.
Okay. Yes, honourable member?
Chair, this committee is already not an in-committee. We can't, according to the rules, as far as I know, now decide there's a certain part in committee that we have to give beforehand notice of that and apply to have an in-committee session. So I don't know how we're going to deal with it now.
No, actually, I'm asking a specific question to the mayor. You see, of what they've said now, is there anything that you worried about? Or of what has just been tabled?
Not. Chair, but in terms of, not for now, but in terms of the discussions, maybe if there are certain other questions which might warrant us to go deeper, it might be confidential. But for now, I don't think the information has not been shared.
So public so far.
So far,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, I did get your note about in committee. And why I've put the specific areas of interest is because we will watch the way this committee discusses the matter. There are issues we won't stray into, and I would want to rule for the members not to go into certain directions. There are a few things which we're interested in. It's what you have seen over there. And the only thing that might be missing is the exact amount of money that was already raised by the other members. But we are aware that there are issues in court. We are aware that there are issues in the disciplinary committee. And we would want to make sure this committee does not transplant itself to be either court or disciplinary committee. So that we just need to know what is happening and why. in terms of the administrative process, not in terms of the substance and the merits of the issues that they're fighting about. We want to stay very clear of that. So we allowed it on the basis of that. But if you are saying already your members have said things that should have been said in committee, I would have then said, okay, let's relook. But of what they've said, I have no problem. And on what we want to do, I have no problem with the question, the fact that this matter is being going through, but we'll rule. And if you think there's an issue, then raise it so we can stop. But we're not wanting to transplant ourselves into either court or disciplinary committee. Then let's proceed then and try and share with us the copy. Thank you. Please proceed, Mr. Mulman.
Before he proceed, Mr. Mulman, maybe it's
Okay.
also going to help us a lot as a committee. Can he confirm that Ms. Nongwazi is back in the office as we speak now? Is it confirmed? Is it true? Is it not true?
Leave it for the presentation to cover all those issues. That's fine. Let's note that we'll deal with those issues in the presentation. Let's proceed. Please cover that aspect as well, and also just remind us of the question that was raised by EFF in terms of the cost implications. And it covers, it's supposed to cover both legal costs and also salary costs. And let's proceed then. Has been received. All right. Okay, we've received it. That's fine. Mr. Mulman, please proceed. You've heard what you need to factor in. Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, as I'd already indicated, that the delays in November 2024 resulted in the Council of November 14th taking a resolution to authorize settlement negotiations with Dr. Ngwas. And it is important to note that this proposal originally was initiated through Dr. Ngwaz's attorneys on the 10th of July 2024 and was later confirmed in email by the attorneys on the 15th of July. Now, on the 5th of December, Dr. Ngwazi did indeed forward a settlement proposal, which on the 6th of January, we received a draft mutual termination from the acting city manager for consideration and amendment. Now, in January 8, 2025, a virtual meeting was held between the then acting city manager and the executive director for corporate services. And during that meeting, confirmation of that agreement was reached with Dr. Ngwazi, but would be subject to approval by National Treasury and COGTA. Further, that the ACM advised that we provide a breakdown of the proposal package payable to Dr. Ngwazi. On the 10th of July, a correspondence together with a draft mutual termination was forwarded to Dr. Ngwazi's attorneys. Then on the 17th of January 2025, Dr. Ngwazi's attorneys requested certain amendments to be made to the draft mutual termination agreement. The mutual termination agreement was subsequently amended to incorporate the requested changes. Now, on the 29th of January, we did receive a circulation of Dr. Ngwazi's proposed exit package for a period of 24 months from the then Executive Director for Corporate Services. Now, on the 30th of January 2025, a virtual meeting was again held between the acting city manager to report on the status of the matter. We confirmed that no further disciplinary proceedings were progressed during this period pending the outcome of the proposed settlement process. However, on the 25th of February 2025, a councillor from the Nelson Mandela Bay, Councillor Reno Kaiser, addressed a correspondence to the National Treasury regarding the proposed settlements between the municipality and Dr. Ngwazi. And in that correspondence, allegations were made that submissions by the executive mayor, Councillor Van Niekerk, to council on the 30th of January, in relation to the settlement proposals were inaccurate and potentially misleading. Were subsequently requested by the acting city manager at the time, Mr. Mvunelwa, to respond to these allegations and to prepare a draft response for the executive mayor. On the 18th of June, Chair, the acting city manager requested a further draft mutual termination agreement, which was duly prepared and forwarded. The forwarded amended draft mutual agreement was requested by the acting city manager, incorporating revisions to remuneration and payment terms on the 21st of July, 2025. On the 19th of August, Chair, Advocate Simoy, Senior Counsel, provided a memo addressing the status of the matter together with the recommendations and the way forward. We can also confirm that no further instructions were received until the 10th of April 2026, instructing us to set aside the matter down for a hearing. In summing up, Chair, the timelines are for you to note that the delays in the proceedings with respect to the matter of Dr. Ngwazi is due to the already alluded unavailabilities, both on her part and the part of the institution in respect of concluding the matter. I do wish to indicate, Chair, that as well, that we do view as a city the matter between Dr. Ngwazi and her exit in the institution or the finality of her matter as a sensitive matter. And I duly concur with the executive mayor in that we would not wish to diverge beyond this point, purely just because there are sensitive matters that relate to the proceedings between Dr. Ngwazi and the institution, and accordingly would like to respect that process. Thank you very much.
Does that include the cumulative cost of the salaries as well as the legal issue? Does it also include the question asked by Honorable Mkalipi? If it does not, please give us the answer. If you think it does, you can just explain why you think so. Mayor, that covers you as well. If you want to get in, whoever wants to respond. We just on a preliminary factual basis, that's all of at this moment. The honorable member said that there was a figure that she was given as a party that raised a question. So we want to know what is that figure. And secondly, we wanted to know if you got a report on the legal cost of legal
Chair,
legal costs.
if I may, it's Lulamile Molman, Chair.
Mulman.
Yes,
Yeah,
Chair.
Mulman. Yeah, proceed, Mulman.
Chair, as of June 2025, the costs that were incurred in respect of the legal proceedings were amounting to 882,382 rand and 13 cents.
That's 2025. Do you have anything earlier? The thing you said started earlier?
That is the accumulative cost, Chair, for the start of the proceedings or legal costs. Thank you, Chair.
Just so for clarity, you're saying that the cost you are giving us is up to the latest you have had to pay.
Yes, Chair.
All right. And then the salary side? I'm told there's a question that was answered. We don't have it because a particular member asked for it and we didn't have it. We don't have the response. And
Chair, I do not have the amount in terms of the salary. Perhaps I may be assisted by the colleague who's sitting in front of you there, the CFO, but if that information is not at his disposal at this moment, would duly wish to submit it in writing if that is acceptable. Thank you, Chair.
CFO is here and I'm looking whether he's ready to answer.
Chairperson, I think that information can be sourced the payroll is under corporate services, so they can be able to source it whilst we are here.
Mayor,
Thank you.
Mayor, let's get somebody to get us that
Okay.
answer.
Mrs. Takuse, can you come in terms of the cost?
In terms of the cost.
The cost, yes.
All right. Look, let Mrs. Who?
Takuse.
Dakosi, Mr. Dakosi, please prepare the answer. We want to wait to you as soon as you're ready. Mayor will indicate. Honorable Ndolo?
Now, Chair, my question will also involve us as this committee because we requested this information beforehand. I think we dealt with this matter yesterday and we requested that this issue be given to us before the sitting. So no, maybe if
That's fine.
If it was not actually recorded, but that's what we anticipated, that when we deal with this matter, it will be important that at this committee actually we have this information because this is the public purse.
Yeah, no, we actually did ask for that, so I'm just checking if they were able to communicate that, but we will get it.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. That's why I'm saying Mrs. Takosa could prepare for it, and once they are ready, then the mayor will indicate. Honorable Van Wyk. And Mr. I note your hand.
Greetings, Chairperson, and greetings to the mayor and speaker and so on. Chair, they haven't answered the question of, is Dr. Nkwazi back in the office? We want to know, is she at work? That's it. And the last question, Chair. Thank you.
That question needs to be answered. Yes, Honorable Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think we are overseeing something, unless I'm jumping the gun, but the MEC's office is here.
We're going to get to the MEC just now.
So that's fine. Then, obviously they've indicated that Ngwazi should return to a position, and it follows an earlier correspondence sent to the city on the 29th of April by Ngwazi's legal representatives demanding that she be permitted to resume work from 1 May 2026. In light of this, does the city intend to lift Ngwazi's suspension and reinstate her? And if so, by what date? If the city does plan to reinstate Dr. Ngwazi, when will she officially resume her duties? And I think it links to what the Honourable Van Wyk has asked. If the city does not plan on lifting the suspension, what are the reasons for that decision?
Okay. Now, when we get to that, we're going to be, grazing very close to the wound. Yeah, we will be very close to the wound. And so I'm going to ask that we hold that question for now. Let us get the mayor to respond on the two issues, and then we'll get the MEC's office. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Ngwazi is not back yet in office.
And you don't have the amounts yet? Okay. When you have, you just raise your hand. That's
yes,
fine.
Chair, not yet. Thank you.
That's fine. Honorable Kalipi?
No, Chair, if the mayor's answer is not Dr. Ngwazi is not back in the office, can we establish that through the office of the director there? Because we were told that she is in the office indeed as we speak.
Which director? Honorable Kalipi?
In the office of the mayor. I think there's someone who's responsible for the staff members.
Okay, Mayor, do you want to check that with your office? You can check that in the meantime and then get them to state on the platform. Can we get the provincial team comments?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, honorable members. Chair.
We didn't even ask you to introduce yourselves, and I wasn't very unfair. So please introduce yourself and your team and then proceed.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Charity Siwuni. I'm the acting DDG for local governance in the department. Next to me on my left is Mr. Mzwakekli, who is the director responsible for Sarah Brugman and Nelson Mandela. On my right-hand side, I've got I usually call him by nickname. I got Mr. Matlwele, who's the chief engineer that is responsible for Sarah Partman and Nelson Mandela. Chair, the MEC received correspondence from the lawyers of Dr. Mwazi on the 30th of April, outlining the processes that have unfolded in respect to a suspension yak. Then the MEC noting the matters that were raised in the letter, penned down a letter to the mayor with the analysis that is solely from the lawyers of Dr. Nwas, penned down a letter to the mayor expecting that the mayor would respond to that. The basis of the argument that the MEC was the writing to the executive mayor was based on the information that has been received. It is the expectation from the MEC, Honorable Chairperson, that the executive mayor would then respond outlining all the information that has been presented here. So the letter has been sent to the executive mayor on the 5th of April, having listened or having made an analysis on the lawyers. Just want to stop there, Chief.
Honorable members, yes, I did say that there are areas where I'm going to restrict the questions. Let's get your further comments on that. Honorable Mkalipi, Honorable Francis.
Thanks, Chair. Can I ask from the, I don't know her designation, she is supporting the metro from the office of the of COGTA. I just want to find out if did they receive our letter that was dated on the 10th of April about this matter, because we have never getting any response from them in figures that you are still waiting for from the metro or from the mayor.
You're looking for a response from the provincial COGTA or from the mayor's office? Honorable Khalif?
Or from the office of the DG, which is representing the
DG. Yeah. DG. Okay. I'm assuming DG, you are talking national DG.
Yes, he's on the platform.
Yes, yes, Chair.
They're asking you though. You're saying no, you don't delegate upwards. But if DG wants to comment, national COGTA, DG, or anyone from that office?
Thank you very much, Chair. I thought that the letter was directed to COGTA MEC. I haven't seen the letter that was directed to the Minister of COGTA. But I would assume that if there was a letter directed to the Minister of COGTA for the Minister to investigate anything from the municipality, the Minister will ask the MEC to execute Section 106, because the matter, as far as I know, it is between the province and the municipality. And I am told that the municipality...
Just hold on so that we don't drag you to. I don't want you to be forced to start surmising. Let's just deal with the issue straight. Honorable Kalipi, did
yes, Chair, we
they
sent it
get
to
the
the
letter? Who wrote the letter? Which date? And you've just said through the minister. So just clarify who did the matter. The letter was it the letter written to?
I wrote the letter to the minister on the 10th of April, Chair.
Okay. Where you have not got a response yet from the minister.
Yes, Chair, nothing.
Okay. The DG is not aware of that letter. DG, you are saying so?
I haven't seen that letter, Chair. Maybe my colleagues who are in the meeting, Mr. Cheney or Dr. Naidu, can respond if they have seen the letter.
Okay, let's just... Yeah, let's get the other members to indicate. Have you seen the letter? No. There's Mr. Chain. You want to speak on his behalf? No. He introduced himself. He is quite present, so it's okay. The DG has asked two officials to respond, And I know why he's doing that. It's because he thinks they could have had a sight of the letter, and they just need to clarify or deny, and then we we can just take it further from that. DG, your members are a bit shy to respond.
No, thanks. Morning, Chair. This is Neville Cheney. No, Chair, I've not received a copy of the letter, but if not, I can just follow it up. But it's a matter that I'll follow up. But we have not received, Chair.
All right, well, you wait for the conclusion. We'll just kind of indicate how we're going to have to move on with it. You have not seen it, so DG is not aware of the letter. The honourable member has sent the letter to the minister. We have a letter sent to the MEC. MEC has sent a letter to the mayor. Mayor has not responded to the matter of the MEC. Yes.
Chair, it must have been the slip of the tongue. The letter was sent on the 5th of May. It's on Monday.
So what is the slip of the tongue there?
I probably said 5th of April. It's 5th of May.
Okay, that's fine. But your issue is the matter was received by the MEC, and the MEC wrote a letter to the mayor.
It's on Monday.
And you are saying the MEC doesn't have the response yet.
The MEC would expect the mayor to respond. Yes.
Wait.
Yes, sir.
The MEC does not have a response yet.
Yes.
All right. Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the letter was received around 4 yesterday, and we responded to it yesterday. We gave the MEC our own process because the letter has no consideration of what has transpired. So we did respond to the MEC.
Just wait a little bit. Now, I also have to restrict you in terms of what you have to tell us and what we don't want you to be talking to us about. The letter was sent to you. The office thinks they had not responded, but you say, no, you have responded.
Yes.
Okay. We're not going to the details yet on what you would have, but you have now responded to the MEC. Obviously, the team here is not aware of it. That's fine. Let's hold it at that. Yes, honourable member.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can we please request the Mayor's team to forward the Secretariat of COCTA Committee the response so that we can read that, please, before we continue? Or we can continue, but I'd like that response to be tabled to us.
Okay. You will send us the letter to the MEC, the response to the MEC. Okay. Honourable members, I think there are a few. Okay, the last question was, who did you ask about? Honourable Kalipi to check on Dr. Mwasi? Honourable Kalipi, you said somebody must answer that. I just want to see that we closed it.
Yes, Chair. I said the city manager's office, there is a manager there. They must tell us, because the latest news that I'm getting is that she was turned back. She was told that the mayor said, no, we must not allow you to enter the premises of the municipality. Maybe we must be taken through as well, Chair. Guti, who communicated with her on what basis to go back to the work? And then why she was turned away if it was legally in terms of her returning to work?
Fancy?
Thank you, Chairperson. I will quote from the letter, which they've responded to, so they have read the letter, I'm sure, 7 times. It says, and I quote, "In the circumstances, the municipality is advised to accept that the precautionary suspension of Dr. Ngwazi has lapsed and she must be permitted to resume her duties. The municipality may still continue with a disciplinary hearing, but there are no legal grounds to continue with the precautionary suspension." That's what I'm saying. Can we get the response letter? Because you can't dispute legal facts, unfortunately. Thank you.
Okay, honourable members, I did say that this one is going to be a little tricky for us. I think we're getting to that point now. And I want to say, we don't want to preempt or prejudice anything, but the first issue which this committee wanted to get was what has happened and why. So the first issue wanted to know, there is a complaint, there is this letter, who gave what legal advice. Now we've been given a whole list of issues and different lawyers, legal firms by Mr. Mullman. Then the issue that you're raising relates to one letter where the lawyers, the MEC, were saying that the suspension at this point should not be proceeding. On the other hand, the mayor says she has responded. I've deliberately asked her not to proceed with the details of that. And part of the reason why I've asked that, there are two reasons why I've asked her not to proceed. The first reason is that the honorable member, Mkalipi, has written to the minister about this matter. And the MEC has got correspondence that he has entered into with the city. The city has correspondence that has gone to the MEC. We have questions now. Questions of whether, based on whatever has been said, is Dr. Nwazi back at work? And Honorable Kalipi has got information that she was, and then maybe she was stopped, and so on. There may be an issue as to whether the mayor did say so, mayor didn't say so. I'm not going to that right now. There's only one issue that I think we can confirm where we are on this matter. We have had a very extended suspension. We have been, we are following up on what is causing the delay in the finalization of this matter. We are at a point where the three offices need to find themselves and give us one answer as to what is happening, so that we will not get involved in a debate in between the different views and opinions that are on the table with us. We're only saying we need this matter to be addressed, and we need it quickly. So we will then convey our, communicate with the office of the minister and the MEC, and the mayor is here, that from the minister, we don't have a response. From the MEC, we've got a response, a letter to you. From you as mayor, we've got a correspondence back to the MEC. What we have here is an unresolved issue. And we're saying we will need you to close this issue. Give us the finality on this matter and get the two offices to deal with the issue and then come back with a concrete answer at the end. From the sound of it, there is a problem of things that need to be addressed here. I will not make comment about whether we think things are right or wrong. I'll just say that there are issues that need to be addressed here. But because the matter is already subject of a lot of correspondence of legal practitioners, and will obviously impact on the disciplinary process and impact on possibly anyone taking the matter up in a legal platform, I don't want us, this committee, to be dragged into the details and technicalities at that level. We just want to indicate that the state at which this matter has been allowed to drag and delay is beyond what we think is acceptable, and therefore we need the conclusion. So we will be then writing to the minister and the MEC and expecting from the mayor that there will be a conclusion that we're going to get. We'll give a 2 weeks timeline within which we must get a proper, response. A number of these issues that the members have raised would need to be clarified. Mayor, the question of the amount that you have not given us that needs to be included, the question of whether Dr. Nwazi did arrive in the office needs to be clarified, and whether it was in fact the mayor's instruction that she should not be, the mayor must be open up on that. We will not argue at this point. We just want to know what is it that happened. We just want the facts. And I think that's a matter of approach. When we come to these meetings, it's less about views more than it is about facts, and the members have indicated that. So we don't want anyone straying in the wrong direction and starting to give us their views and feelings. We are not talking about that. We want to know facts. What has happened? What are the facts? Because our view is a simple matter. You got a suspension, it's gone on for 2 years, we have to ask you questions. We have a suspension that's gone on for 2 years, there's a cost to it. Who is responsible for the cost? How much is the cost and why? And that's where the focus of this committee is. So, honorable members, you're gonna excuse me. Now, I see there is a mayoral committee member who wants to come in. Let me first get the identity and then get the question. As you have heard, MMC, I do rule and I do interrupt if I think it's the issue is going the wrong direction. I'm just watching that we must share the information that we need. And I don't want us to stray into parts of this matter that we should leave for others to deal with. So let me start with the MMC. I'll come to you. You want to come in before?
Yes, yes,
all right,
before,
come in,
yes.
come in there. All right, hold on, MMC.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much, Chairperson.
No.
Wait a bit, MMC. You will hold on a bit. Let's start with the Honorable Midolo, and then we'll come back.
No, Chair. I'm asking for this indulgence because there's a protocol aspect that has just been raised from outside. So because even the members of the public, they are watching this process. So there's an issue about Mr. Mulman that is being raised as we speak now.
Raise the issue?
Yes. So they say actually Mr. Mulman is the official, I don't know, I think he's a director of international or something like that. So he's not a councillor. So the issue, the concern that is raised, Mr. Mulman is reporting about the issue of the municipal manager. So, and is an official. So this matter, we are talking about the Section 57 employee, who's the accounting officer. So we are given a report by a junior official, reporting about the municipal manager. So I'm trying to check whether there was nobody that is senior or maybe at a council level in terms of the municipality, in terms of councillors, because we're discussing the report of the municipal manager. So I don't know whether when he introduced himself, I thought my understanding was that he's an MMC. This is what I thought when he was reporting. But now we're getting information from the members of the public that no, he's not an MMC, but is an official and a junior official for that matter, giving a report about the head of the institution in terms of the administration. So it's a protocol matter that actually we need to deal with, and maybe we'll request the mayor or the speaker to respond on that, whether he has a mandate in terms of council that actually he should deal with this matter. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Mkalipi, you come in first.
Before the MMC, and I want to check with you, Chair, on your ruling. Are you saying you are giving them 2 weeks to respond in terms of figures? Because we need to know, for instance, the figures that we're given now is only about spending on the suspended city manager. And we need to be given the figures on the acting managers, city managers, how much have you spent on that one, on salaries, etc. And we must also be clarified in terms of who is the current acting city manager, because it looks like it's a mess. Now the MMC has written a letter to the Metropolitan, to the Speaker, to the mayor to say, please uplift this suspension and allow her to come back. And when she's coming back, there is someone who's acting, who's getting paid as well. So can we be clarified who is acting as we speak and how much he has been paid to that somebody and how much has been costing to the city in a total of spending to this thing of to the city manager? Thanks, Chair.
Okay, let's deal with the first few basic issues. The legal cost, Mr. Mullman said it was 800 and something, whatever the figure was. Then I asked, is that up to now from the start? And he said yes. So that question, we can debate it if we have got queries on the number, but it has been answered. The second question was, how much has been paid to the suspended MM? You, as honorable member, have asked that question and were given a figure of some whatever the amount. And I've asked the mayor, she called on someone to get the answer. I said, I won't wait for that person to respond. That person must come back to the mayor and the mayor must read to us what the answer is, because somebody needed to check that. The CFO didn't have the number, but the mayor has somebody's name. So before we can proceed, let me start with those two issues. The one question that's not been answered is the salary, but you might just get someone to confirm the legal cost, Mayor.
Yes, Chair, thank you very much. The Mrs. Taguse, can you come? She's on the platform.
Good,
Chair.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members.
Can you show your hand? Raise your hand. Let's see you.
Oh,
Proceed, Mr. Taguse.
thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Protocol observed. In respect,
Sorry, just start by giving us your designation. What do you do?
thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Yolanda Matakane Taguse, Director CHRS, but appointed as an acting Executive Director, Corporate Services. As delegated by the Executive Mayor, that I need to respond on the financial implication in respect to the remuneration of the suspended city manager. In line with the Government Gazette on upper limits of remuneration packages of senior manager, the acting city manager of the Metro is remunerated at a category 8 municipality as published. Given the fact that the suspension took effect in February 2024 until last month, April 2026, the total cost to Kamban of that period is 6.779,820. It's 2 financial years with an addition of the month of March and April. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
You are saying 6.7 million up to April. That is what, just break it down the cost. This is salary to the suspended manager, or does it include acting allowances of the acting MMs in between?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. This amount is exclusive the acting city managers in between.
Okay, so you are giving us just the 6.7 is the suspended city managers remuneration only.
Yes. Correct, Honorable Chairperson.
But there's also acting allowance on the others who acted.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. In respect of others, we had Section 154 support that were 2 within the institution, and they were remunerated accordingly. Unfortunately, I haven't quantified the 6 months of the first Section 154 support in terms of the remuneration, which I can provide, and the second 6 months of the other support of Section 154, it can be quantified. In respect of the acting city manager subsequent to Section 154 support, they have not yet been remunerated their acting allowance, given the fact that such discussions were still unfolding in council, but at the very same time, they were hindered by the application that was submitted to the Minister of COGTA and MEC for COGTA in relation to salary creep, which has just been resolved in the month of April. So the current acting city manager has not been paid acting allowance in respect of the duties that he has performed. But there was expenses incurred for Section 154 support for the period of 12 months, I think both the 6 months and 6 months, that can be quantified and be provided accordingly. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay, if you took
Chair,
someone, all
Chair,
right,
who's
just
the
wait a
current
bit.
acting MM?
Okay, we'll come to that just now. Mayor, you're gonna give us that. You'll give us that just now. No, you just note it. So you note it. So now let's go back a little bit, Mrs. Takoze. My apologies if I mispronounce your name, but you are saying the MM has been paid a certain amount, which is 6.7 million. You are then saying there were other 2 who acted that you had to pay for, and you haven't calculated that, and you're going to give us that in a minute. You are also saying the others who have acted since then were not paid. In other words, they are owed. So you are due to pay them. So you need to tell us how much that will be, but you say that amount was not clarified pending the response from the minister and finalization of that issue. So in reality, the cost here, 1 is the payment to the MM, which has been done. 2 is the cost to the support team that you say you can calculate for the first 1 year. And 3 is the acting allowance of those who came in subsequently, which has not been yet paid to them pending the conclusion of this issue. And 4thly is the S&T payments that are associated with all of this that also has not been calculated. So those are the 4 streams of payments that you are saying you don't have exact figures on, but if you were to be given time, you can calculate them all together and give us a cumulative figure of all of that. Did I understand you properly?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Yes, you understood me properly on 3 elements. The one of Section 154 support, that was 1. And the second Section 154 support, number 2. The third one is the acting CM, is number 3. You have introduced, Honorable Chairperson, the 4th element of an S&T payment, which I will not be in a position to do it because I will need a support and assistance by the acting CFO, because it's outside the employment issues but we need to verify and cost the 4th element of an S&T payment involving the process of a secondment and the actual acting city manager. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
So what are you correcting in me is the
It's
S&T
the 4th.
part. So what are you correcting? I shouldn't bring it in. I thought you brought it in. You are saying you don't have the figures, or you're saying I shouldn't even mention it. Is just separate it? It's a question of does that form part of the cost, or does it not form part of the cost? What are you explaining to me so that I don't lose you?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm explaining that in the presentation that I've made before the Portfolio Committee, I did not include the S&T. I did not talk on the S&T. I talk on the total cost to company, of the suspended city manager. I talk on the cost of the Section 154 acting city managers that are 3. That said, 2 of them, I will be in a position to quantify the Section 154 support, the first one and the second one. The third one of the acting ACM, it was pending due to the application of salary creep, which we have received a response, is still going to be work in progress. So those are the 3 that I have presented. So when you were summarizing, Honorable Chairperson, you included the 4th element of SNT payment. And I was saying in that regard, I will not be in a position to quantify it, not unless I receive support from the CFO, but there are 3 that I said is okay, we can do it. The first 2 can be provided still today in terms of Section 154 support. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay, so I don't want make me not to hear you properly, but nevertheless, now and I just want your view, and I'm going to get the CFO to talk about it, but I just want your view. Do you really believe that the SNT calculations form part of what you should share with us, or should it not? Your view.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My professional view is that it should not form part of what should be provided because they were discharging their delegated responsibility in line with their acting appointment as part of the costs that are inherent in it as operational cost. That is my view, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you for your view. The CFO is going to give us the answers. Let's come back to the members. Honorable, before then, there was a question by Honorable Mukalipi. Just repeat the question.
My question is that the municipality must tell us who is the current acting MM and where was the decision taken. So we have to engage on that one. It also have some other implication, Chair, of the issue that we are speaking about currently in terms of the money that has been spent regards to this saga of the MM. So if we need that, if we can get that clarity, Chair, we can be able to proceed.
Okay, Mayor, it's your turn now. You start with the Mdolo issue of protocol, and then you will come back to the issues of the honorable member Mukalipi.
Chair, thank you very much. Mr. Mulman is acting as a Chief Operating Officer. The legal department is under his office. So he's a director. The CO has legal, international relations director, communications director, and I think there's a 4th one that I forgot about.
But in short, you are saying
in
you
short.
feel protocol-wise, it was as an issue you're addressing.
Yes, protocol-wise, he is the suitable person because he's acting as a Chief Operating Officer, the second in charge currently in the institution.
See the other questions.
The other question.
Who's the acting city manager?
The acting city manager is Advocate Ngoko. I did append to him earlier in the morning upon receiving yesterday the declining letter of the CFO of being an acting city manager.
The question was, where was the decision made? Where was it taken? That's a question from...
The decision, I took it this morning saying that we won't have an acting city manager because outside of the council sitting, we've got to have someone acting.
The mayor has the authority to appoint a city manager, not the council?
The mayor, if in the absence of the council sitting, chair, I can appoint and take the decision for rectification.
I'll give you time to just show me that rule so that we can deal with that. I'll just give you time to open it up and read it for us. Just refer to the rule that you're referring to.
Okay, Chair.
All right. Okay, before you, I wanted the province to come in, but let me get you to come in. Mkalipi,
Yes,
we've
Chair.
responded to your questions.
Yes, Chair. That's why I was
You had the
pushing.
debate.
Yes.
All
Yes,
right, you'll
Chair.
come back.
I wanted this matter to be put on record here because on the 30th of April, again, the very same speaker that I've been complaining about, Chair, since they came to this committee, that the speaker is the one who is compromising that council because she is the one who's supposed to know what she's doing. So on the third day, Chair, the item was not on the agenda, but the speaker allowed the council to appoint the CFO with no item. And then that's why the CFO has refused to act. As a result, things are not moving in the municipality. Currently, all fleet of the metro are at a standstill because there is no city manager to sign the full contract. Service delivery, Chair, is at a standstill. That's why the mayor is coming now. And I'm glad that you are asking the mayor, would please take us through the law that empower you to appoint the city manager. Because since April, it's May. There is no service delivery because there's no one who's signing about the service delivery in the metro of Nelson Mandela. So the mayor must also take us through why is this happening under her leadership, and the speaker why is taking wrong decision. Firstly, it was ad hoc. Secondly, is this appointment of the city manager. She's doing as she pleases the speaker. She must also be taken to task here. Thanks, Chair.
Dolo? Speaker, you'll respond. I'll just get the two members to come in and then you'll come in.
So, Chair. So the issue that actually I was raising about the protocol, because this report is presented before us as this committee, and then if the report is presented before us, there has to be an ownership of the report. Take for instance, if there's a situation whereby this committee is misled, who will take responsibility of that? So I would like to check with the mayor and the speaker whether what is presented before us, they own it and they agree with it and they gave mandate to these officials to present it as an information that is correct, that they own it, and then if there's any wrong information that is presented before us, the speaker and the mayor, they own that. They mandated that information be presented to this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. This is a gift that keeps on giving because I make one note and then there's three other things that pop up as people are speaking. The first thing I wanted to find out is that the mayor had said that the COO is the second in command currently, if I remember correctly, Mayor. So second in charge now, and that he's the suitable person. Can I ask on Mr. Moorman's qualifications, whether he has the correct qualifications to be in the position that he, because we know it comes with qualifications, and if that can be furnished maybe to our committee as well, because he is second in charge, it's quite high up. How long also has he been acting as COO? Then on the 6.7 million and the outstanding fees, payments that has been made, the acting allowances, all of it that goes with that. I think the mayor would remember at the previous occasion, I actually raised tongue in cheek to say, why has that happened? Is it because you're not in the same faction as the doctor? And you said no. I want to link that, Mayor, with consequence management, because this is city's money. This is taxpayers' money that you are spending on paying someone sitting at home because there's a level of arrogance, because we don't want you. We don't want you in this. So in this institution, so we'll have another city manager. So we'll spend all of the money that Nelson Mandela Bay has while pylons are falling, sewage is running through the streets. So I want to find out, where's the consequence management going to come from? Who is going to be paying back that money? Because I'm telling you now, there will be lawsuits after this. So you need to start thinking of that. And then Mkalipi raised something else, saying that the vehicle since this morning is not moving. Indeed, because you don't have fuel, because your contract is expired. What is the point of that? Did you try and maybe do emergency procurement because it's going to end in someone's back pocket again? Why is that happening? The gift of the givers had to give you 50,000 Rand at Engine last night so that you, in a storm, in a disaster at the moment, you would have some fuel money because the fire trucks wouldn't be able to move, no metro services would be able to move because you, again, the administration has failed the people of Nelson Mandela Bay because you had a contract lapsed and you didn't start the supply chain process quick enough to get your fuel back on track. So I'd like all of that, please, to be commented on because all of that was raised and I just ended up capping up. Thank you.
CFO, just talk to me about that SNT comment, and then we'll come back to the speaker and then to the mayor.
Chairperson, yes, I am in agreement that SNT costs should be added, but we'll have to source that information from our system to explain exactly or to demonstrate exactly how much SNTs were paid during the period. So if we can be allowed, we can make contacts to the offices and be able to give a proper response, Chair. Thank you so much.
And how much is time for you?
If I can just be allowed to step aside and make a call, I will be determining the time, be able to determine the time. It can be within an hour or so, but it's a question of gathering that information.
That's fine. Let's not let you can send your message. Let's give you 3 hours. In 3 hours time, we'll still be here. So you will give us that information. Let's move to the next issue. Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. There was an item that was tabled in council by the deputy mayor because the executive mayor did not attend on that day. In that meeting, the item read a report on the extension of the acting appointment of Advocate Ngoko as the city manager. And because in terms of council and the acting, as per councillors, the acting has expired. Councillors then changed the item, changed the recommendations to say that, look, this acting city manager's tenure has expired. And because of that, council is appointing the CFO to act for 14 days. And the 14 days was only to allow the MEC to send Section 154 support. The view of councillors in that meeting was, look, if MEC today tell us he can send Section 154 support tomorrow, then we'll take it. But because we realized and council realized that there will be a vacuum, they had to put in someone, but also because the tenure of the acting city manager is expired, and because if you read the item, and maybe I must send the item to Parliament so that you could see, the concurrence were asked from the MEC even prior that the council meeting is set. We said, look, because concurrence has not been requested by council, council is now requesting for concurrence that MEC send Section 154 support, and MEC must quickly act because we have a problem, and the acting CFO should stand in for that period, not exceeding 14 days. Thank you.
So the acting had a particular time frame during which to act. And the council was aware. And the council didn't do anything about it until the end of it. But then the council instructs the MEC to rush the issue. That's what you're saying to us. The council appoints an acting CM for a particular period within the law, and they wait until the end of the term. They realize they cannot extend it. Then they issue an instruction. MEC, rush. sort this thing out quick. That's what you're saying to us.
That's what we asked.
Yeah, ask, all right, but that's what you're telling us. Speaker, that's what you're telling us.
That is really what we requested MEC to do, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, honorable members, let's
Can I
go.
get clarity, Chair?
Come in, Kalipi.
Thanks. I want to understand, was not the item to the council on the 30th of April, was not the recommendation that there must be an extended item to extend Mr. Ngoko's term? And the item was tabled by the mayor. Can the mayor confirm? Because my understanding is that the item about the CM was about the extension of the acting of the Mr. Ngoko. But the speaker tabled another item which was not part and parcel of the agenda and pushed for the CFO to be an acting city manager. As a result, the CFO turned down that decision that was put by the speaker. There are two items that need to be clarified between the speaker and the mayor.
Okay, I understand it. So we're going to get back to the mayor now. Yes, Honorable Abuskachne.
Chair, I also want to add to that. I would like to know the acting contract that was then put on as an agenda as expiring. What was that acting time frame for the MM that is expired? How long was that time frame? And then I tend to agree with Honorable Mukalapi. If your item says, and you said, Speaker, that it was the extension of the MM's term. That was the item's name. And then you said, but then council know that it expired, they couldn't extend it. Was that discovered in the council meeting? And if that was only discovered in the council meeting, why was it discovered only in the council meeting? I put it to you that you and whoever prepared that item knew that the MM's time cannot be extended. You kept the item like that. Otherwise, the item should have read appointment of an acting or a new MM. Because if you know that it's been expired, why is it still an item? It's two different things. Thank you, Chair.
Speaker.
Thank you. Chair, we knew that the contract of this term of the acting city manager were going to be expired. That's the truth. We also knew that should we not appoint an acting city manager on that day of council, we would not have one. We also, it is also true that the acting city manager's term for acting was at that time 3 months, another 3 months, those were the last 3 months, and then there was a request for an additional, in terms of the item, 6 months. Hence, council had to decide, should we not appoint someone tomorrow? Because the term of the acting city manager expired on that day of council. There will be a vacuum. So that is what has happened. And sorry, I'm sorry, can I just, and secondly, sorry, just with due respect, and Chair, the item that comes to council is not brought by the speaker. The item of the council is not changed by the speaker. The item of the council is brought by the executive mayor. There was also a question on...
Okay, you don't answer and surmise or almost like you are guessing or you're just teaching us. You must just say the item was brought by mayor or the item was not brought by mayor. Don't say Because you see, we don't want to sit here and you say to us, this is not what happens, this is not what, we want to know what happened specifically. We don't want a general story. So just be specific now, answer the issue in that specific approach.
Thank you. Apologies, Chair. The item was brought by the mayor to council in a type of an additional item. It was not part of the agenda. It was brought on the day of council because the period of acting for the city manager would have expired on that day. So then the executive mayor brought an item to council to request for an extension because the mayor has requested for concurrence from the MEC, which the MEC has provided to council. Then
sorry, you don't want to confuse us. You want to be specific. The first 3 months of acting by Mr. Ngoko had concurrence from the MEC. The second 3 months had the concurrence from the MEC. What are you now saying after that?
After the second 3 months, concurrence was sought by the item was brought to council based on the request and the concurrence granted by the MEC that the city manager, acting city manager, can act for an additional 3 months.
Just let's, you see now, you see, we're all politicians here. So when you start trying to do a political dance, we can read it, isn't it? Okay, so don't try it because we understand it. Okay, we just want facts. We don't want politics too much. So let's get back to the simple basics. The question is simple. You've had first 3 months, the council approves, you get MEC's concurrence. That expires. Second 3 months, the MEC is the acting city manager is appointed, and he gets concurrence. That expires. Now, what happens after the expiry? Explain that. Don't go back because you're creating a story that you're trying to get us confused a bit. We are not going to be confused like that. Okay. Now, the second 3 months has expired. The item comes to council. Tell us about that now. Don't go back to the past because you're confusing us, and I think it's deliberate. But I'm not accusing you. I'm just saying go forward so that we don't lose you.
Okay. When the item came to council was to request for extension of the city manager's acting for an additional 3 months.
After 6 months.
After 6 months.
So you now want an additional extension to have 9 months now. Or whatever, beyond 6 months now.
That's what.
All right, continue. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then council, when the item was tabled, council said no, because it's not allowed. We would rather appoint the CFO to act for 14 days. And while the acting CFO will now be acting, the CFO will be acting as the acting city manager, request for Section 154.
All right, just leave that. Come back then, because the question here is who tabled the matter, who changed the item, and that's what the members are talking about.
The mayor, in the absence of the executive mayor, the deputy mayor acts. The deputy mayor tabled the item.
And what was the item?
The item was a request for extension of the acting city manager's tenure.
But we know, you know, as the council has already said that it can't be extended beyond that.
Yes.
So take us through that. Then how did that happen? The deputy mayor tabled the item knowing that it cannot be done. The members have asked that question. Let me allow you to ask the question again, so
Yes,
it's easy.
Chair, but my statement was that the name of the item was the extension of the acting MM. Okay? So if I understand it correctly, after 2 terms of 3 months of concurrency from the MEC, that means 6 months, to have a further extension after 3 months, you cannot appoint and then get concurrency. You have to ask for concurrency before you appoint. So is there proof of the letter from the MEC giving concurrency that any person can be appointed, not only the acting MM, because that was extended, or the item was for extending his position. So you did not have concurrency for that, as far as I can gather. And if you say you have, can we please get that letter of concurrency? Then further on, because the item's name was extension of the acting MM. You should have then, if that, and you knew before the time, I will bring in another argument, Chairperson, is yes, the mayor brings the items and the MM bring items to the speaker, but therefore we have various positions in council. There must be checks and balances. If a mayor and a deputy mayor and an MM is doing things that's not compliant to what should have happened, you as the speaker have to say this cannot be done like this. You have to withdraw this item, or I cannot allow this item to continue. We have to find another way. That's one of the things. But that item stood on the agenda, and under that item, you did not extend the MM, the acting MM. You appointed a new person only for 14 days without any concurrency. And that is a problem. Because, Chairperson, listening to this, it's the second, fourth day that we're sitting, but today specifically, to me, in my oversight role, I am very worried. Because what I'm seeing is a pattern of creating emergencies and crises so that only a certain group of people can make these decisions. And half of these decisions are questionable and are worrisome for good, accountable governance where money is spent for services of the people. Because that is the pattern that I'm seeing. I can't see any other pattern up till now.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair.
thank you. Honorable Sampa first, and then we'll come back to the speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. And let me also welcome you back, the team of Nelson Mandela, and also the office of the MEC. Chair, I want to go to the statement of the speaker. The speaker says they knew that the city manager's time of office acting is ending twicely, then they extended again. Now, my question will be, we are sitting with the bill or the South African, the people of Nelson Mandela's money, because it's their money, that is paid 6.7 million to the city manager who's sitting at home for the period of 2.5 years, or is 2 years. And then they knew that there is a, in government, there are laws that guide us that this is how you run the municipality. This is how you appoint Section 57 managers. Now, I want to ask, I'm very worried, Speaker, together with the, apparently there are some exco that is sitting there who are in the chamber now. So I want to ask them, they are conscious or what they have learned of or trained from Salga, because when they get in 2021, all of you went to that course that Salga is doing for all of the councillors who are coming in. You were taught laws. You went to many trainings. Now I want to understand what happened. Did you forget, or you just decided to ignore the laws, that this is how you run the municipality? Because it can't be correct that you want to extend time for another 3 months or 6 months, because it's unlawful. The person must act 3 months and then another 3 months. And what the entire leadership of that municipality did, it was not in your conscience to say, but we have a person that we are paying 6 point something million, and then there is the time of this person, the acting is ending, and then we have community members that need service delivered, that you are making them to suffer as we speak. So the other question will go to the office of the MEC. They will answer about those letters, those concurrence letters to hear. They give them, if they have, they can give us the proof, this committee, so that we can verify, because there is nothing that we trust about Nelson Mandela. We just want to get the proof. If they say this is what they did, the backup must be the document, so that we can also verify, so that tomorrow we must not be found to say people are misleading Parliament. Thank you very much.
Speaker?
So, Chair, before the Speaker responds,
Chair, you forgot about us.
No, I haven't forgotten, Kalipi.
just a follow-up.
There's even MMC I stopped. I said they'll wait until we clear this issue. The
Yes.
members are trying to get the one. We've not even got the mayor to respond yet. The mayor's still gonna respond. I just don't want to cut time. I also don't want anyone to feel that we didn't give time for the speaker or the mayor to answer. So let me get the speaker to respond. Honorable Siduse Sinuma, from the DDG, I noted your hand. You will come, not now, a bit later. Speaker? Speaker?
Yes, Chair, we did attend the training, and yes, we waited until, because we knew that after the expiry of the second extension, an additional 3 months was facilitated through the council recommendation for extension of Nkoko. And in council, it is true that the item read extension. The item was amended
By
council, and it was voted for. There were abstentions and against, but council voted for it. It was presented by the deputy executive mayor. It was debated by council, and council resolved on the CFO to act, and the request for Section 154.
So the straight answer to Honorable Labuskaghni, you actually went ahead to recommend the appointment of a CFO without any seeking concurrence beforehand from the MEC, as would have been expected.
Yes, we did.
You are aware, though. You should have got concurrence. Not?
At that time, no.
No, at that time, no. Okay. Let's get the honorable members. I do want the mayor to come. I don't want more questions to be going to the mayor, and she has not responded yet.
Just clarity on what the speaker is saying. Just want to check. In council, there was a decision that the CFO takes over the position for 14 days. Okay. At what stage was this changed to say that the advocate can act for another 3 months? Is this not in the same meeting?
No.
A different meeting?
Yes.
Okay. And the CFO had rejected that. He said he doesn't want to do it. And I just wanted to check with him, is it because he knew that it was the wrong thing that was being done? or was it out of respect for the advocate, or just that you needed the assistance at that stage?
Try and address the question, but what you need to also clarify, you took the decision for the CFO to act. That meant you did so without concurrence, and the CFO rejected it. So what did he reject? Did he reject it from the start or from the end of the 2 weeks?
No, yesterday, the CFO rejected. It was not rejected in the meeting.
No, but what did he reject? He rejected it in retrospect, as it were. No. Speaker, you are the decision maker here. You know what happened. If you don't have clarity, it's fine. You are not going to just go and ask him to respond. So I just want to know, as far as you understand, if you give me an appointment today and I get the information in a week's time and I say, no, I'm not, that means for the whole week, you didn't have an appointment. So what do you understand is the situation in your case?
Chair, I've learned this morning that the CFO is rejected.
All right, that's fine. I think that's what I wanted to understand. CFO?
Thank you, Chairperson. The communication of the decision first happened yesterday morning. If yesterday was Tuesday morning, that's when the minutes of the council were shared with me.
Appointing you from?
To be acting as a city manager for a period of 14 days. Based on the council decision of last week, Thursday, the 30th. And on Friday, it was a public holiday. Then it was Monday, Tuesday. The minutes were made ready, I think, on Monday, and they were communicated then to me yesterday morning. And I also had a meeting with the executive mayor, and after which I then shared my communication that my comfortability to act in that position, there may be kind of conflict of interest on my side. I may be committing irregular expenditure in the process, and I preferred to rather place it in writing to not to accept the acting. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, because you are a very senior, experienced bureaucrat, you are effectively saying from the first day on which you are assigned to act, you didn't act.
Yes, Chairperson.
In other words, we have got a period from the last day of the meeting of the council to the yesterday when you actually communicated. The council, the whole metro did not have an acting city manager. It's a lacuna, if one may put it. You are a CFO. You need to now know whether you had a senior to report to or not.
Chairperson, you are correct. At that time, there was no city manager because even when you are appointed, there must be another process that is followed. The minutes, then the writing of a letter to you. So as I'm indicating, minutes were only forwarded to me yesterday morning. Thank you.
All right. Any more issues that go to the speaker so they can come back to the mayor?
Yes.
Mkalipi?
Yes, Chair. No, Chair. The speaker is confusing the whole item deliberately. The item was presented on the 30th of April. The executive mayor was not present. Therefore, the deputy mayor was appointed by the executive mayor to be the acting mayor. Therefore, the deputy mayor presented the item to extend Dr. Ngoko's contract, right? And the speaker bulldozed the whole item of appointing the CFO while the item was not on the agenda. So, Chair, it must be cleared here in this meeting that the speaker wanted to collapse the council by introducing a matter that was not part of the agenda. The item was to extend the city manager's as an acting city manager for a period of 14 days, not to appoint the CFO, right? So in that council, what happened is that the speaker didn't want to hear none of it, while the deputy mayor, who was an acting mayor at that time, wanted to say, but the item that needs to be debated and to be processed in the council must emanate from the report of the mayor. So I'm the mayor now. Then the speaker continued to bully everyone, including the deputy mayor. On the 1st of May, the deputy mayor wrote to the speaker and tell the deputy speaker how wrong was she in terms of the rules and order of the council. So she must confirm here in this committee if she didn't receive a letter from the deputy mayor pointing how she was wrong with dealing with the matter. Because what she's doing now, she's misleading the parliament as the head of the institution. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Taibosh, sorry, Honorable Mdala. Sorry.
Oh, Chair, I once asked the council, the municipality, about the capacity of their legal department. I asked whether they have a unit or a section. And I was told that actually they have a section or a department. I think that department is headed by the COO, who's the advocate Ngoto, if not mistaken, you know. Chair, I'm very much worried about decisions and processes that are taking place in that municipality while they're having a legal department. So my question is, have you ever been advised legally by that legal department on decisions that you take as a municipality? I mean, advice on record. Do you have any record of advice that actually you as the municipality that you get from the legal department when you take decisions in terms of law? Are you advised by the legal department of the municipality? So on record, if you are, we'd like actually to share that advice, as this committee, because it's very much worrying, Chair, the decisions and the manner in which that municipalities run while they're having a legal department. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I'm going to allow the mayor to come in just now. Okay, I'm going to allow the mayor to come in and then I'm going to come back to you. Okay, Mayor, you're going to start where we ended. You were going to show me the legal basis on which you did the appointment. So you just show us that so that then you proceed with the rest.
Chair, I think I have added on in terms of saying in the absence of the sitting of council, there's no law. I'm withdrawing that here in Parliament because it's only council that can do so. Even on acting, it's council that can confirm that. But noting that there has been.
Why don't I ask you so let's close the top part.
Okay.
You are withdrawing what you told this committee that you have the
There's
authority
legislation. Yeah.
and legislation to beg you to appoint a mayor.
Yes.
So that to appoint an acting mayor.
Mm.
So in other words, now that you did it, you are saying it is illegal.
Mm.
You know that.
Yes, Chair.
Right, proceed.
And as a result, even now, my secretary is confirming that Advocate Ngoko did converse with him that he will take charge as the second in charge, not for acting, because council must sit. Chair, on.
But just so that also, I don't want to lose you now. And you'll excuse me when I interrupt you because I no longer want us to have a question mark about who said what.
Okay.
So who is your secretary? When you say secretary, you're talking about mayor's office.
Mayor's office.
Just explain that again.
In the morning, I did instruct my office to give the correspondence to Advocate Ngoko early in the morning. So the advice that Advocate Ngoko said was that he must be appointed as a second in charge in the institution because council must sit for him to be appointed.
So what we are now saying, that you had actually appointed Mr. Ngorpo, you are saying actually even Mr. Ngorpo was not aware, and when he became aware, he declined it.
Not to decline it, he said he will take charge of the institution because he's the second in charge, but mayor must push for council to sit for his appointment.
Yeah, you see now, let's not go semantics. Let's come back to the specifics. You are saying Advocate Ngorpo accepted being an acting CM.
Advocate Ngoko said he is seeing the letter, but the mayor must correct the wording of the letter
And
because he
the
accepts
long and
taking
short of it.
responsibility as the only person that is available. Mayor must push for council to sit so that he can be lawfully appointed by council. Remember, Doc, this is coming after I have requested on Saturday a meeting within 48 hours from the speaker. And the speaker responded to say she's not going to allow that council to sit. This is happening after I have asked for concurrence from the MEC, and the MEC agreed, saying pending the sitting of the council. This is after on Sunday.
Let's hold on then, because you obviously come with what I wanted to establish at this point. Do we have a legally appointed acting city manager?
No.
No. Right.
No, because the letter that I wrote, Advocate Ngoko said the wording must be changed because he can't accept it as it is.
Okay, so at the moment, since the time the meeting set until now, we do not have an acting city manager.
Yes,
That's
Chair.
it. All right. Now, tell us about the MEC's concurrence. You got a letter?
Chair, I've got a letter which I
let's-
have sought from the MEC to before the end of the period of the Advocate Ngoko. When the council of the 30th was sitting, a Thursday before the 30th, council was supposed to sit. And then the speaker postponed it for the last day of the month. So it had a bearing then on us taking the decision long before the last day of the acting appointment. And I did seek concurrence from the MEC. The MEC agreed and said we must take the matter to council because it was on the basis of wanting to have stability in the office. And on the basis that Advocate Ngoko is the only Section 57 manager who is in the middle of recruiting other two managers. So he had to convene a panel so that they can accept the psychometric test results and present them to council. So if he is removed from that acting, then the whole appointment of other Section 56 managers, if 56 managers, is then disrupted. So it was on those bases that I had to request the MEC, and also on the basis, the other reason is that when we last said at the end of March, when we last set council virtually to deal with the acting appointment of Advocate Ngoko, it was the resolution of council that we must seek extension from the MEC so that Advocate Ngoko can remain in office for stability. And Chair, I must state it here that it is not about factions or a matter of personal like of Dr. Nwazi or not. Dr. Nwazi was suspended by...
Just hold on. You see, yeah, you will come back and talk about Dr. Nwazi. Okay. Let's go back first. I asked you one question. Has the MEC given you the concurrence in writing?
Yes.
And I want for the third time, Dr. Ngoko acting, Advocate Ngoko acting.
Yes.
Can you share that with us?
Yes, Chair. My office is going to share it with you.
You see, the rest of the explanation would not have been necessary if you just answered that question. We're not tricking you. We're trying to get facts. That's why now all of these other issues, interesting, all the issues, we're not asking you the question. We're asking, the one question was raised much earlier. Did the MEC give you concurrence before you proceeded? That was the issue. And the rest of the issues we can hear, they're not making sense to us. What makes sense is we don't have, as we speak, an acting city manager, but we wanted to know whether you had concurrence now that you go to the end of the term. That was the issue which has been raised by the members. Before you come back to the issue of Dr. Ngwazi, we want to finish this issue. So hold that. Let's finish the issue of the acting CM. We'll come back to Dr. Ngwazi.
Yeah,
right.
Chair, before maybe the mayor calls.
No, the mayor is not going anywhere.
No, in terms of the other issues. No. I want to check because the mayor has just confirmed that there's an MEC concurrence. When there was an engagement before they came here, did the mayor share that information with Tetango that yes, now indeed there's a concurrence from the MEC, so that actually the municipality will have an acting MM? Was that information shared with Tetango that now there's an MEC's concurrence that actually it could be extended? Thank you.
The question is going to the mayor. Simple question, Mayor.
Chair, yes, the concurrence was shared before the council meeting with with Advocate Ngoko and all Troika members and all party leaders.
You know, the speaker next to you told us when the meeting was convened, there was no concurrence from the MEC. Who's misleading us?
There was Chair Cocta can verify.
Okay, I'll get Cocta to come in. Yes, can we get Cocta in first? All right.
Chair, the other thing, well, maybe Cocta can give us some light on that as well. But in the answer, when I asked that question, the speaker also said, the council said, and I asked if the council knew that they can't continue because there's no concurrence, why did they continue? But the council decided that they cannot appoint or they cannot extend Dr. Ngoka. So based on what information did council decide that it's not possible? Because with the information that the mayor is giving to us now, there was concurrence. And what information, based on what has council decided it cannot happen?
Okay, can I get the Cocta?
Check. Is the deputy mayor in the meeting?
He is on the virtual platform.
Yes,
and
Chair. Can you allow him, Chair? Because the mayor, the mayor was not there.
He is not. He has not raised his hand. There's an MMC who wanted to raise a hand, and I'll have to allow that. But that's fine. We'll come back to the issue. Let's get the Cocta. Cocta, we don't want a lecture. We want facts. So I'm going to stop you. Don't teach us how this and this happened unless you are actually explaining what happened. Come on. Yes, let's get your comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to honorable members. Clarity, Chair. The council appointed Advocate Ngoto to be an acting city manager for the first 3 months, which is by law. They have the prerogative to do that without MEC concurrence. Then they requested for the next 3 months, they requested the concurrence from MEC, which is allowed. In fact, which the MEC approved. That was for the first time the MEC approved, because the first 3 months, in terms of the law, they can do it on their own. Then they requested that first 3 months was supposed to end on the 29th of April. The mayor, the meeting of the council was supposed to be on the 30th of
Recording
April,
in progress.
a day after the lapse of the acting. The mayor wrote to the MEC requesting, indicating.
Which date?
On the 29th.
On the expiry, the day before expiry.
Yes, sir. Requesting that, noting there's going to be a vacuum, and the acting city manager, in terms of the law, is an advisor in the council, requested for extension of the appointment as an acting city manager. The MEC noted the contents and the motivation thereof and agreed on provision that this is brought to council and there should be approval of the council for further acting period. I needed to clarify, Chair, that in the municipality, there are two legible MMs or executive directors who can be appointed. Basically, the major one is one who can be appointed as an acting city manager because all other contracts have collapsed or have ended, and there are acting people who cannot be appointed as acting city managers because they are not legit Section 56 managers. So noting...
Don't say they are not legit.
Oh, okay.
It sounds like they are fraudulent. So if you say they are not appropriate, that's fine. Now the two is the advocate Ngoko and
CFO.
And CFO. Okay, proceed.
Yes, sure.
No, don't worry.
Okay.
Don't worry about that. Proceed because you will come back and explain.
Thanks, Chair. So when we read the letter from the executive mayor and the explanation as to why requesting, the MEC saw it necessary to approve, but because this should be a council decision, the matter should be tabled to council and there should be approval. So there
is a letter.
Yes, Chair, from the executive mayor and the response.
The response.
To the
Can you share the response?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, proceed.
And then there was a response to the executive mayor in preparation for the council meeting that was going to be on the 30th, so that there's no vacuum. There could be someone to advise the council. Then the council, I don't want to venture, Chair, into the proceeding of the council of the 30th, but I wanted to clarify that. One of the other reasons that the MEC considered is that in the municipality, there are these two, and on good cause shown, the municipality can request further extension on good cause shown. In this case, the case was that there are only two people who can be considered for appointment as acting city managers, noting that the rest were not fully appointed Section 56 managers. I want to end the check.
Okay, now that you've explained that, what I'm telling this meeting, your understanding is, since you got the letter from the mayor, are you then saying to us you consider that the advocate Ngoko is actually an acting manager just now?
No, sir. The MEC was specific to say pending approval, so the matter must be tabled to council, and the council must take a decision and approve the further extension, which they will then submit to the MEC was approving because on the day of the sitting of the council, there was a vacuum in the institution.
Okay, so between me and you, we are agreeing that since the expiry of the date of acting advocating up to date, there is no acting manager there. There's no city manager actually.
The council resolved on the CFO, but that was not communicated to him. I do agree with you, Chair, to say noting that he has declined, there's no official acting city manager, Chair.
No. Okay, either acting or not acting. You don't say official because if you're acting, you're official. Don't create. Now, we can do that as politicians and confuse each other, but you shouldn't do that.
Okay, Chair.
All right. Now, let's come back. Speaker. did you in the submission get a confirmation that the MEC has given concurrence for the next appointment?
In council, there was a letter from the MEC, yes, requesting for concurrence. Then council said there was no request from council to request for extension. Therefore, council wants to appoint.
Just hold on a bit. Wasn't that the original submission by the deputy mayor? The extension of Advocate Ngop was the original submission.
Yes.
And then who changed it?
Council.
Okay, who normally changes items on the agenda? Is it council or the mayor?
What happens when the mayor brings the item, presents the item, council debates the recommendations in the item. Then council, whether it's amending the recommendations or disregarding the recommendations, that is what council do. Hence, when the debates took place, and especially some of the council, there is 3 points, important points. One, council never asked for concurrence for extension, number one. Number two, it cannot be extended. Number three, because there's going to a vacuum that we do not want to allow, and because it will be illegal from GOCO to act further, the only other option that we have is to appoint CFO.
Now, let's get back to the issue step by step again. You have an item by the mayor that is about the extension of Advocate Ngop. And in the submission, there's a concurrence in a letter that comes from the MEC saying that they would want this, they would consider this appointment subject to a proper decision of the council. On what basis do you then say it's illegal?
Chair, can I assist?
Okay.
No.
As a speaker.
No, if you understand the speaker very well.
All right, let me understand the speaker.
Yes, the speaker says the letter went to the MEC asking for concurrence, but council itself met and never approved that, which means the concurrence request that went to the MEC didn't come from council, it came from the mayor. And then that concurrence request never mandated by council, and that request was rejected by council, of which it is unlikely that as MEC requested now for council concurrence, that council will approve that concurrence. Hence, council appointed the acting CFO.
Okay, yes. Just hold on there. That's what you're explaining. Okay. So we have a situation where the mayor went and negotiated concurrence beforehand about an appointment that had not come from council. And we have a council that says, no, we will not accept that. Okay, now, Honorable Mkalipi, come in, let's get Sompa, and all of you, let's talk about it. You'll come in after our CDG. And I'm gonna also ask DG to come in afterwards at the national. Mayor, take a rest. You will come back just now.
No, I want to understand at what point whereby the item that is reflecting on the agenda submitted by the mayor, that is about the extension of Dr. Nolwabo Ngola's appointment. At what point whereby the speaker allowed the council to change and remove that council and to put a new item on the CFO to act? That is the gray area that we must be taken through.
Okay, look, there are two names that have been raising hands from the council, and I didn't allow. The one is Ngrisha, the other one was another MMC. I'm not sure it's the same person. Let me allow you quickly so that we can get the members to come back to this issue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It's Temingos Mafana, MMC Human Settlement. Chairperson, and I wanted to brief the committee that we have made a follow-up after the allegation that Dr. Nwazi was around the venue or her office.
Hold that issue. It will come later. I also asked the mayor to wait on the issue of Dr. Nwazi. We are still dealing with the acting city manager. You will come in a bit later. The
Okay,
other
thank
hand,
you
what
very
did you want to talk about? The other hand, or was it the same person?
It was the same person, Chairperson.
Oh, okay, no problem. No
it was
problem.
Miss-
Excuse
It was
me.
MMC English, Chairperson.
Okay, MMC, do you want to come in on something else?
On the matter that is being discussed, Chair.
Yes, that is the acting city manager.
Yes, Chair.
Come in.
Yes, Chair. I'm part of the councillors that was part of that council meeting, Chairperson. Chair, I just want to confirm that I was part of the council meeting, that indeed the item of the extension of Advocate Ngoko was the item that was tabled. The item to appoint the CFO was not tabled at all. The rules of order of council, Chair, is that if you are going to produce an item, it needs to come as a separate item on its own so that council is able to take a decision on the matter. Moreover, if you are going to appoint any person in council, there needs to be three CVs so that council takes a decision in relation to that. Be that as it may, there was no even a CV in that council meeting of the CFO. It was a rush arrangement that was changed as a result. I'm also the MMC of Budget and Treasury. And after council had taken that particular decision, I wrote personally to the CFO because the Budget and Treasury of the municipality is under strain. And if you are going to take the CFO and give him another responsibility to act, the Budget and Treasury office is going to collapse. There's the issues of collection rate that is getting worse and other issues that need the CFO's attention. The whole appointment of the CFO in that council meeting, Chairperson, was done irregularly because there was no item that speaks to it. It caught all of us by surprise as a result. I just wanted to speak in relation to that. Thank you very much.
So when you spoke to the CFO about his appointment, were you discussing, because the CFO came and sought your views about the appointment, or you used your knowledge of what happened in council to talk to the CFO?
Yes, I use my knowledge what happened in council to speak to the CFO out of concern that if you were to leave, what would then happen in terms of who would act as a CFO and head the finance department of the institution.
You can lower your hand. Gopta. You don't want to make any comment. DG Changana, do you want to come in? Or anybody from your team? We're dealing with a lacuna here of NOSI as acting city manager. You must comment and take us forward, but we're still not finished with the matter. Whilst you are thinking, we'll allow the members to come in. Mayor, sorry, do you want to come in? No, not on Dr. Ngozi yet. You're still dealing with the acting.
Yes, Chair. The council that said virtually does have a clip number 154, which the council resolved that we must seek for the extension from the MEC, the extension of Advocate Ngoko. Hence, I wrote to the MEC requesting the extension. It was because the Secretariat, when I requested the minutes, Secretariat did share that clip, which is saying the council must seek extension for Advocate Ngo. So I wrote, there's a council resolution, even if councillors in the meeting of the 30th said no, but in the council before last, they did accede to his extension and said concurrence must be sought. So I followed that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, look, I'm going to just ask Speaker, I want to come in quickly and then I'll get the members. I'm going to try and shorten us. We need to take a short break.
Okay.
And then we'll come back.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, indeed, there was no new item. The item of the request for extension was debated and resolved in the manner to appoint the CFO. Secondly, because councillors indicated that, look, this is an illegal act, we cannot do it. We cannot request change, amend the recommendations to read as follows, and that is what I've already interacted to you. In terms of the council decision that requested it, there's no minutes that I've signed because I signed the minutes that requested in a previous meeting that the city must ask for an extension because we could not do it. It's illegal, Chair.
That's your comment on the MEC. He's taken an illegal decision.
No, it's not my comment. My comment was that in terms of acting, the period had to end. Secondly, you cannot ask, and that was the debate in council that, look, we have not requested for concurrence to extend. The MEC does not take a decision to grant concurrence unless council discuss it, or unless a council requests for it. So, and not only based on that, but based on the fact that the term has expired, let's rather take the CFO.
All right, thank you. Let's get welcome, Honorable Mtolo, then we'll go back to Honorable Wali and the
No, Chair, we have a serious political problem that causes instability in that metro. I wonder if actually they do sit and discuss issues as the mayor, the speaker, and the chief and the chief whip. So as what is the structure that actually is called as troika? So I think actually you'll have to indicate and to be honest before this committee. I think you need to be honest, because by being honest, you are being honest to your residents. You are being honest to your political parties. You are being honest to us as this committee. You are being honest even to your provincial government, because there has to be an intervention. Because there seem to be there seem to be a serious problem, you know. So if things are left like this, so that metro will collapse, because there seems to be a cold war between these two offices, speaker and the mayor. So you are fighting without actually telling us openly that you are fighting, you are at war. And then if that is the case, that metro will collapse. So I think there must be an intervention. I think as political parties and government, maybe you need to convene and pave the way forward about taking that metro forward. Because if you don't convene as political party, that alliance that you have, I'm being honest with you, that marriage that you have will divorce, you can just get a divorce at any time. So you need to be honest to yourself and pave a way that we are still interested in that marriage, or it's just toxic now. Because it is toxic. You're not being honest to your residents. What you're pushing and fighting for, you're fighting for your interest, your positions, status, but you've left the interest of your residents outside. You're no longer considering, we are no longer considering them in terms of their interest, in terms of their mandate. So you are pushing for your own interest. I'm being honest with you because you are fighting while you are in government. You are in a toxic marriage, so intervention is needed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. Let's start from the other side. Honorable Mwali, come all this way.
Thank you, Chairperson. From this discussion, I can pick up that there's an issue, as Honorable Dole has largely covered me. There's a word of the mayor and the word of the speaker. So now I want to check, Mayor, do you have the minute where there was a recommendation for the reappointment of the city manager? Because the speaker is saying there are no minutes. There are no such minutes because she signed the minute. Do you have proof of the previous meetings where there was a recommendation that the city manager must be reappointed? Because that informed your decision to speak to the MEC, right? So can you give us proof so that you can close this matter? Thank you.
I can source them, Chair, through our corporate service so that they can be given to.
Okay, let's not answer like that. Let's say I'll source it and deliver it this time.
Okay, I'll source it and deliver it by the end of business, Chair.
Sorry.
Can we get, Chair?
Yeah.
Because it's my question. Can I quickly come in?
Okay.
Chair, we need them now. Can she request while we are in the meeting that we pull the minutes? It's not going to be a huge exercise. Pull the minute, give us the minute. We close the matter because it's an agenda item here. We need to be moving. So can you pull the minutes now, not by the close of business? We need them now so that we can close this matter. Thank you.
Okay, can I request the few issues that we need? We need this clip from the council. We need the letter from the speaker, from the mayor to the MEC requesting the concurrence. We need a letter from the MEC confirming the concurrence. We also need the record of the minutes that the speaker is talking about, the item submitted, and the resolutions recorded. We need all of that. So let's give you all an hour. Yeah. Please ask your team that we know it's lunchtime. Would you, can I ask you, what's the name of the advisor again? What's your name again? Your name again? Okay. Now let's do it this way. When I'm addressing the mayor, let's not compete. Just give me the free range. Then after that, you'll have your time with the mayor. Because now I need to repeat, and I can't repeat on your account. So I need us to get all these letters. You've got an hour to give us this information. Okay? Then we will close the issue at that point. Yes, we come back to you, Honorable Sompa. I've had Kalipe, I've got your name just now. Let's finish the members this side.
Okay, Chair. I just wanted to say, maybe on that note, where you are requesting things for an hour, maybe we also be from the office of the speaker, because I think speaker was running council that day. Maybe can we be provided with the attendance registers of the councillors who attended the 30th council meeting, who were virtual and also physical. Second to that, I want to check also with the speaker, because she was the one who was running the council. If we can be able to retrieve the minutes or the recording of that day, because there are issues that I wanted to ask out of that. I just want to verify something from that, because I want to check whether they were voting or not voting for that day. That's why I'm saying that maybe if you can retrieve the attendance register for that day from the speaker's office and the minutes or the recording of the proceeding of that day, then we will, as these members, we will just satisfy ourselves of what happened on the 30th. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's note that we need that information. The next, Fancy. Proceed, Fancy.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. My question, I think, might probably be the simplest of them all today. I wanted to pose it to you that you are doing these things of these rush jobs, like was indicated earlier, either one of two things. The first thing is incompetence, or the second thing is to manipulate outcomes. And I'd like you to tell us which one it is. Thank you, Chair.
Who are you asking?
The Speaker and the Mayor, both of them can maybe answer, yeah.
Chair,
Just
Yeah.
in addition,
I'll come to you just now.
just in addition to what Honorable Van Zyl asked, is as I referred previously to crisis management. Now, my question was, if the council knew, and if all the role players, the mayor, the speaker, and the council knew that the term for the acting MM expires on the 30th of April, why wasn't there an item prepared for the meeting in March? Out of the other documentation, I call up a date like the 31st of March or something like that, for council to consider the situation that the MM is one of the people, one of two people that can be appointed, and the reasons that you cited to the MEC, so that council have a debate and make an informed decision that can be written down, that can be minuted. But then afterwards, the mayor said there was a previous decision and we are requesting for that now. So this all I'm asking, why has this decisions been, if you knew, Mayor, that there was a previous decision and minuted, why did you wait until the 29th before you wrote the letter? And why didn't you ask for a special council meeting in the middle of April, or on the 25th of April, knowing that it will take another week for the process of appointment of a letter that needs for minutes to be written, for a letter to be done, because we can go many ways. It's because there was not proper planning. It's crisis management, and that comes to where I come in with what Honorable Van Zyl asked, because we can't, it's very difficult to come to another conclusion, anything as either it's manipulation to get a certain outcome, or it's incompetence, and you have to give us what the reason is, because we have to base our recommendations on that. Thank you.
Kalipi?
it's true, Chair, that this municipality does not take the people of Nelson Mandela very serious. When they appeared last time in the committee, there was also a guidance that we gave them in terms of the CFO, because the CFO is still acting. We said to them, go and deal with this matter in the next council and make sure that the CFO issue is attended to, and the CFO must be permanent. If you remember very well, Chair and the colleagues, that was our understanding, that on the 30th, they are going to have that item on the agenda of the CFO after the explanation that they told us that they were waiting for other senior managers also to be sorted out with the CFO. But we said you can't wait for others. Just deal with the CFO issue because she is also having a critical position in the municipality. They didn't do that. Instead, they dealt with one item which was also not taken as a decision. As a result, as we speak, Chair, we raised it before earlier on to say, as we speak now, there is no city manager in the municipality. Therefore, there is nothing that is happening because no one is signing on behalf of the city manager. There is no service delivery as we speak. So therefore, Chair, let us strongly recommend that tomorrow they must convene a special meeting to go and deal with the item of the acting city manager. Because if you are going to allow them to fight, because it's true, they are fighting. There's a faction of the mayor, there's a faction of the speaker. But it does not help the people of Nelson Mandela as we speak. The city fleet is on standstill. The service delivery is on standstill until the issue of the city manager is resolved in a special council meeting, which must take place very soon, which is, I propose that is tomorrow. I don't know if they are going to allow, they are going to take that advice as we advised them before of on the issues that they didn't do it. I really don't know. But I'm glad because the MEC is here as well. Thanks, Chair. Those are my parting shot now.
MEC is not here. Somebody does look like MEC, but she's not. Look, Speaker, you want to respond? And when you respond, Mayor, I want to read your letter on the 2nd of May, which you wrote after the expiry of the term of the acting period of Advocate Ngoko. I'm only interested in one paragraph where the mayor says, "Dear Honorable MEC, I wish to place on record that I request the Speaker of Council to convene emergency council within 48 hours to rectify the illicit decision taken by council meeting on the 30th of April 2026. And you've got that letter, honorable members? Yeah. So then the mayor says, as I'm fully aware that the act does not allow the council to request the MEC of Cooperative to consider and approve an acting manager for a period that exceeds 3 months. I wrote to your office and your office responded and agreed to the Chief Operating Officer's appointment as acting city manager for 3 months. I'm more interested in the fact that you were actually fully aware all along that, in fact, it couldn't have been done. Start with the Speaker and then with the Mayor.
Yes, Chair, indeed, the executive mayor did write me a letter. I responded back formally as well, indicating to the mayor that in so far as council is concerned, it's a decision taken by council, and the council, the decision was not illegal. And the reason for that is that there were councillors voted for the item. Secondly, the CFO was eligible to be voted to act as the city manager. What I can do, Chair, I have a copy of the letter which I can send to Shireen now, where I've responded to the request of the mayor.
You're responding to which letter of the mayor?
The one where the mayor requested a meeting to be held within 48 hours.
Okay, you're telling us what is your response?
I indicated to the mayor, sorry.
You don't need to read. I just want to know whether you said yes or you said no.
I said no.
And what no? Why no?
Because council has taken a decision, in my view at the time, it was not an illegal decision for council to appoint the CFO as the acting city manager.
Okay, there's a question that I've not pursued every time. It's come up 4 times from the same member. that is Honorable Mtolo, who keeps asking about the legal services. It's now at this point that we need to ask, when the speaker takes a decision and declares that this is legal or it's not legal or it's not illegal, what advice do you rely on? Who's your advice on that matter? Speaker.
I must acknowledge that I did not ask for legal advice from the legal department. It's basically when we sit with the director in the office and we request for what does the Act say, what does the System Act say, what has happened in the past. It's basically based on past practices.
So willing to take the mayor on without a legal advice? Let's leave that issue. Mayor, you are aware the decision, the request you are making was illegal.
Chair, it was not illegal in terms of asking MEC, because it's illegal for us to sit as council and exceed as council without asking for concurrence. And remember, the Act allows on certain circumstances, and there's a circumstance currently in the city wherein it's Advocate Ngoko is the only manager, Section 56 manager, and secondly, he is in the middle of stabilizing the municipality, in the middle of appointing 2 directors, which would have meant that he's not the only manager. And thirdly, he is the one that should be signing and concluding the process of the CFO, because the CFO's item was part of the agenda. And once we have concluded in the council, his item of signing the remuneration has got to be presented by a different person, not him presenting his case to him. So those were the basis of saying, and also the fact that we need stability in the office. In those bases, based on all of what I've raised, I think it's reasonable enough that we should have sought the MEC for concurrence in the matter. And Chair, there was a question of whether comment on factions that we might be belonging to.
No, that comes in with Dr. Nwazi, that issue.
I know.
Okay. Oh, no. Oh, okay, it does. It does. You will come to that a bit later. I just want to say to you, don't try and convince us that what you are saying is reasonable. The crisis you have arises from the fact that for 2 years you've got a suspended manager, you didn't conclude the matter. The crisis that you have arises from the fact that you have only got 2 people who are possibly eligible or appropriate to be appointed as city managers because you didn't fill the other posts. It's not a crisis of the whole world, it's a crisis of management, which you are responsible. The reason why you've got a challenge is because you've now got 2 people who are possibly acting. The one who was already acting, Advocate Ngoko, that one person, you had enough time to have acted on the matter and you deal with it on the last moment. And for that reason, you cannot then say it's all reasonable. From where we sit, it is not. We think that a normal management, proper management, would not have landed us there. We landed here because of how you've been managing issues yourselves. So you may make the request, but you will not convince us that it was all unavoidable. We're saying it's a build-up of the things that have happened which shouldn't have happened. Now, we'll look into all of these correspondence, but I would like DG to come in. DG Changana, please come in.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And once again, greetings to you and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Chair, the Act is fairly straightforward on the matter, and there's case law already. In Johannesburg, we followed the same approach.
Your mic is a little muffled. If you step a few centimeters back, it might pick your voice quicker, easier. Try that again.
Is it better now, Chair?
Yeah, stay a few more steps back.
Yeah, let me find a better hotspot. Am I audible now?
Proceed. Yes, you're audible now. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, thanks for the question. I think the matter is very straightforward. The council has exhausted its 3 months legal parameters for appointing the acting city manager. Beyond 3 months, they need to seek approval, not concurrence, approval from the MEC. They can't make that decision. It's the MEC who must make that decision. And beyond 6 months of acting, the MEC has an obligation to second someone to act. And that's what the Act says. So I think that the mayor followed the right approach by asking the MEC to approve, not to concur, but to approve. Because beyond 3 months, it is the MEC who must approve further extension. Beyond 6 months of acting, the MEC and then must second someone to act. We followed the same approach in Johannesburg when they didn't have a municipal manager. And this municipality must follow the same approach as well. Currently, once the MEC has approved, if the letter of approval is already in place, then you can extend the acting of Advocate Ngoko. But without the MEC's extension, the council can't make that decision. They are not legally empowered to make that decision. Thank you, Chair. I hope I've answered the question.
You have not yet answered it. There's a gray area which you need to clear, because you see the mayor, the mayor and the speaker are having a different interpretation on this matter, and we now need a legally correct, a legal and correct interpretation. From what I'm understanding, Advocate Ngoko acted for the first 3 months, didn't need anything from the MEC, and when he was going to do the second 3 months, the MEC gave concurrence, so that's 6 months. You are saying once the individual has acted for more than 6 months, for 6 months, then you need a secondment from the MEC. What you are not clarifying, at least I'm not understanding, is which 6 months are we talking about? Are we talking about if are we talking about the 6 months that Advocate Ngoko has already spent, that the MEC must give approval for another 3 months, so that it becomes now the 9 months acting? Or you are saying now that the Advocate Ngoko has done 6 months, now the MEC cannot extend, but must bring in a secondment to come and take over? You need to separate those, because for us as a committee, we need to be able to know which of the two interpretations are correct. The members here understood when the mayor says the concurrence that was requested by the mayor did not have the council's blessing. And the speaker believes it was illegal to do that. Hence, they changed the decision. They changed the submission to come to a different decision other than what was requested by the mayor. So the question for us is, somebody has to draw the line now. where do we draw the line? That's the understanding that we need, because when the MEC says, go ahead, we will give you approval. Now, initially, it sounded like he was going to do that because he can do a second approval of another 3 months, which makes it 9. But the mayor is saying no. They are now pleading for very unique circumstances where there's no one else who can act, which is a different intervention altogether. And I need to know, where do we go from here? And that, from your point of view, that's what I want us to get to, because these documents are going to come to us, but it's clear where the two are divided. Let's leave the other comments from the mayor or from the members. We'll come back to those. I'm just talking about the strict technical interpretation of what the right cause would be. Would you have said, for example, that the council should have actually gone ahead and sought for the further extension of Advocate Ngoko and then seek approval from the MEC? Or you could have then said, we've now come to a point where you can't even further extend Advocate Ngoko. We need another person from outside. So that's what we're trying to clear.
Can I add, Chair, before?
Yes, Honorable Mandela.
Now, Chair, taking into cognizance our observation as this committee. So the solution here now, moving forward, if you want to have a stable municipality, is to have a secondment. Because in terms of these differences, the other section, I will say a faction now. I will say the other section is not in favor of Dr. Ngoko, Advocate Ngoko, proceeding for acting. The other one, we prefer the CFO, and the CFO is not interested, but because of these divisions. So I think actually there must be an intervention now on the side of the MEC, then to second somebody to go to that municipality. And by so doing, that municipality should be stable. Because this issue of pushing for Advocate Ngoko to act, there seems to be a problem. So other councillors are no longer in favor of that. That is why it's difficult even to have a concurrence, not even the approval in this case. So, and on the other side, the MEC says you can't do anything without the approval. So for that municipality to be stable, the MEC will have to intervene and second somebody who's going to act. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Sompa.
Thanks, Chair. I want to understand something in terms of following up. And I just want to raise a concern, Chair, to say, you see, this municipality, they did what they are doing today, because we are wasting time in terms of articulating other outstanding issues that we need to discuss. Because if the speaker could have answered my question, Honorable Pansay could not have repeated the question, because she did not answer the question that I asked. Now I'm going to ask for the request that when we come back, can they please be accurate in terms of responding, so that as members we must not repeat because of Honorable somebody did not get the response, then Svansail or Honorable Mtolo can ask it again differently. That's my plea. My question will be now to this to the DG who is online, to the EXCO members that are there online, together with the council, that is the members who are here. Is the speaker and the mayor saying, because I'm looking at the minutes, the people who attended the council of the 30th, and apparently there was somebody who's been responding online who was not part of that council meeting. So it's a problem. If somebody who was not part of the meeting is answering the things that happened on that meeting, it's an issue, Chair. Now, I want to ask, are you saying, Chair, or is this municipality saying, leadership, the speaker and the mayor, Are you saying because the mayor was not part of the council meeting of the 30th, which was presided by the deputy mayor, the resolution that was taken by council to say they are refusing to appoint advocate Ngobo, but are agreeing to appoint advocate, they are appointing CFO Jackson Ngalwan. Are they saying that they are deleting that process? If that process was legal, are they saying that it's illegal because it does not favor one, or what is happening? I just want clarity on that matter because there was a council. And the question that I want to ask both of them here is that who is taking decisions, especially council decision, to run council decision in terms of appointing? Is it individual or is it council? That's what I wanted to ask. What is the law saying about appointing a person who is on the section 57, any appointment, whether it's the MM, the CFO, the directors, who must appoint? Is it an individual person or is it the MM? Is it the council that's supposed to do that? Because what you are doing to the community of Nelson Mandela Bay is wrong. It's wrong. And at some stage, I don't know, at some stage, people must be held accountable and they must go to jail for what they are doing to the people. It can be. Because those people, they voted for these members to be in that council, all of them, whether you are an MMC, whether you are an ordinary councillor, to be there. Because they voted for them to make sure that our rights or our needs as the South Africans who voted for you, you are going to make sure that you execute it. People don't have water. There is a disaster. There's a lot of things that is happening in that area. So they are depriving the people of Nelson Mandela. That's right. Somebody must go to jail for that. So I want to understand that who supposed the law? Is it for individual or is it for council? Thank you very much.
Mkalipi?
I want to check with the DG of the department if indeed the letter from the mayor and the letter from the MEC does stand the test of time, Chair.
Okay, DG, I'm going to ask you just to make a brief comment based on the same question I asked. There are these letters, you didn't see them, but I've summarized the issues. You can just have a brief comment. In any case, what the members have done, they've rendered my question and your response pretty much academic. As much as the information is useful, they now have formulated a view of how they would like to conclude the matter, which I would have to come back to. But just to have a quick response to this issue, and then we try and conclude this aspect. DG.
Thank you very much, Chair, once again. Chair, I thought the main issue is whether the council is doing the right thing by asking the MEC to grant them an extension for the acting position. My view, based on Section 54A of the Systems Act, is that one, the council has exhausted its legal parameters. Council can't make a decision anymore on the acting arrangement. They have exhausted all the legal parameters. The MEC has granted them a further extension, which means the city manager, the current city manager, has been acting for 6 months. Remember, the acting arrangement in terms of the act is 6 months. First 3 months is the council. They make that decision. They have it's legally permissible for them to make that decision for someone to act for 3 months. For further 3 months, it is the MEC who must grant them a permission to extend for another 3 months, which means the current city manager, acting city manager, has been acting for 6 months. Now, if the current city manager has been acting for 6 months, it then means that the MEC, in terms of the Systems Act, must second someone to act in that position. The MEC can second someone from the council, someone from the province, someone from anywhere. But the MEC must then second someone to act after 6 months in that position. We followed the same approach in Johannesburg. In other words, the council cannot make a decision now. The only person who can make a decision on the acting arrangement is the MEC, no one else at this stage. If there is a deviation from any of that, there's a deviation from the MEC route, there's a deviation from the act, the only person who must make that call on the deviation is the minister, because the minister is the one who is the custodian of the act and no one else. So if we deviate from what is prescribed in the act and we deviate from the process that I have outlined, that the first 3 months is the council, next 3 months is the MEC, and beyond 6 months of acting, the MEC can second someone from the council, from the municipality, from any other municipality, from the province. If we deviate from any of that process, the only person who can grant that deviation is the minister. Thank you, Chair.
DG, thank you very much. I think now we will close it. I'm not keen now, but I'm not keen that we go back, especially Honorable Taiposh. I don't have a co-chair here, so please stop harassing the other member. No. Look, I think what the members have said and what the DG have said, I think it comes to a common sense of conclusion that the matter, the MEC must close this matter. Neither of these two processes should actually be considered in any way possible to pursue. Both the request of the mayor and the request of the council, I think you have played your time and this matter is no longer possible to be handled in your hands. Even though, Mayor, the recommendation we see that seems to be attached to the memorandum that you submitted was actually asking for a 6 months period. It's completely irregular, and I think you should have been open to us. That's what you had asked for. You didn't open that up, and part of the confusion, it's clear where the tension arose. Once you put a 6 months on top of someone who's acted 6 months, then you got a serious problem. So we close the matter. The MEC must actually deal with this matter and recommend that we close this lacuna, particularly because you've actually got a very untenable situation of a lacuna of having no official incumbent in the position of city manager. That's unacceptable. So it needs to be closed. And so we need to get this matter communicated. Now we can say urgently the MEC should look at the matter. I don't think that there's much time to be lost in this case. In fact, when the MEC does that, we must also request that the MEC must get a legal opinion on the implications of this lacuna that got established, whereby there's actually legally no person who was liable or responsible for the management of the city as an officially designated acting city manager. It's a very serious matter for us. So we want that message to be conveyed to the MEC. Can I ask that we hold the issue at that? When we come back, I want us to round up the issue on the suspended city manager and close it at that. We've got a lot of issues really, which we thought is where we're going to focus. We never really planned to spend so much time on these very simple, straightforward issues. But you've been dragged now, so our timelines have been completely blown off the line. The issues that we had said we wanted to deal with were mainly the issues of the evergreen contracts and service delivery issues. And what we call unauthorized, irregular, fruitless expenditure. Those were the major issues. The others were actually, as committee, wanted to get clarity, move, and move on. But we have been dragged into this very long discussion. That was not our intention. So I'm going to request that we take a break and be back after 30 minutes at 2:30. And yes, we're going to invite the members who are here to join us on the refreshments in the next room. And we are going to be back at 2:30. Thank you very much. Honorable Khalip, is your hand up again?
No, ngizocheck ngasibalithini in terms of lunch. Hayibo.
My apologies, we couldn't budget for you. We didn't get the location of where you are. So we can relook at it if we know exactly where you are. Thank you very much. Please, Mayor and your delegation and Speaker, you are please invited over to the other side as well. Thank you. views based on the information that has already been circulated. So we need to just redirect a few issues and get towards the conclusion, because there are issues that whether you respond or you don't, you can't change because we've seen the documents. So we already have a sense as to what's going on. So it's my plea, and I'm making this plea now because I don't want us to misunderstand each other, to think that we're not giving opportunities for explanation. But sometimes the explanation is not actually very helpful. It meanders so much that it raises more issues than we really wanted to focus on. And that's just a plea that I'm leaving with you. Now, I want us to close that issue. The mayor wanted to comment on the issue of the city manager. And I had almost gotten to a point where we had closed that issue. So I just wanted to deal with the outstanding comments and then we move on. The rest of the issues are on the agenda that we are really rushing to get to. So I'm going to request that we try and be a bit more focused as we deal with the issues. The mistake we mustn't make is to think there's a question you can avoid answering. I think that should be clear now. There's just no way you're going to get away without answering the questions. That's one issue. The second issue is that there are specific factual issues that matter irrespective of what other else information you give us, that we will not really be entertaining. So if we can try and tighten our approach, it will make issues much, much easier. And maybe I should say almost all the members here have got direct or indirect experience at local government. So very few have really not served in a level where that interaction with one form or other of the local government space. And so before they left that space, they had their own passion. So sometimes when the members, when you get the responses, it begins to make members feel like, look, you know what, we're back to our space as municipal, well, let me say local government practitioners of whatever history. So sometimes when you get an explanation, the explanation shouldn't assume that nothing is known by this committee about how local government works. There should be the focus on the facts of the issues that we're dealing with and not go in a manner that's almost trying to educate members about how local government works, because we deal with local government not literally all the time. And we just want facts in your about that applicable in your situation, that's all. The rest of the generalities are not of interest to us. So let's get back then to the last comments. Mayor, you were stopped when you wanted to talk about the acting city manager, the suspended city manager.
It's okay, Chair. I will talk when the item is tabled.
No. This is the time now to talk about it.
I can't remember what I was going to say to respond to now, the question, because it was related to the question, Chair.
It was related to the fact that there were factions.
No, the honorable member, it was not related to the city manager. The honorable member raised it with me and speaker, and I was going to clarify it in the meeting that we are in the same faction. If we must talk factions, we are in the same faction.
You are a bad faction. The way you work, you're such a bad faction. You. I won't even ask them what party.
Chair, go to Flexolan.
No. Yes. No, we don't agree with factions, but if you are one, it's you.
Hey, person, do they know they're in the same faction? Thank you.
Now, if you were to be asked that question by the Democratic Alliance and you're not members of that party, then this big trouble, this. You. Now, all right, let's leave that issue. Let's come back. Members, there were issues that related to the suspended city manager that you wanted to close on. Is there anything outstanding so that the mayor can respond and then we can close from there? All right, Honorable Sompa.
Thanks, Chair. My question to the mayor was about the suspended city manager. Why is the council still paying her? The total amount that she already got is 6.7 million. And she's just sitting, or is he or is she? Before I can, is she or he? Huh? Okay. Because she is sitting at home and then just eating that money. What is the problem for her? The case must not be finished so that the chapter must be closed. The council, the people of Nelson Mandela must get the MM who will be running day-to-day council issues in terms of service delivery and other matters. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, because we have asked that question many times, we will put it as just part of our summary as we close it. What is missing is the amounts that were going to be calculated. CFO was going to check what the cost of all these others was going to be. And he thought, the CFO thought, in an hour's time, he would have got the answers. It's 4 hours later now. Yes, CFO?
Chairperson, I think what I was wanted to confirm was on an SNT, and we have verified the SNT information that there was no SNT paid during the period for the 2 Section 154 support.
And to the acting one?
I think that's the information that was going to be coming from Mrs. Jakuse because it's a payroll information, Chair. So that is still awaited.
No, that's fine. Let's do it this way then. Okay.
I just wanted to check. The amount of 6.8 million for 2 years gives me 3.4 million per annum. Is that normal for a MM? That type of salary, because that's the only thing I can equate it to. It was said that salary, or 3.4 million per annum. I also want to become an MM. Just want to check if that's normal.
Okay. What you have just disrupted the CFO, so you're going to answer on his behalf. Were you asking? Were you conferring about this question?
Yes, Chairperson, I was actually assisting with the information.
Assist. Let's hear you.
Drawing attention to the fact that we have in fact received information on the matter of acting allowance for acting city manager during total Moses suspension.
Just give us that. Actually, we are hoping the mayor was going to give us that information. Mayor, are you aware of this information?
It has just
It has
arrived.
just arrived, Chair.
You want to tell us?
Yes. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Chair, thank you very much. The acting period under Mr. Makalela. I'm trying to look at the table, Chair, before I.
Are you referring to the same table that was circulated? No. Just read the heading. What's at the top? No, don't read that. Chair. No, don't read that. We've got that. We've got that. So we're not gonna waste time with it because we wanted the information that's been circulated. what is missing is what the cost to these other two acting members. What was the cost to them? CFO, you look confused. Who did we say we're going to account for? Is the suspended MM, and you've given us the 6.7 million, and you're going to answer the question whether that means 3.5 million every month, every year. And then the next question is there were two other seconded. What the cost of those? And then you were then saying that there's no S&T issue on the last one. Okay, clean up the last two.
Listen, sorry, my apologies. I was gonna respond on the question by Honorable Taibosh to say the payment of Section 56 are based on the upper limits gazette. We can check and confirm what those upper limit gazettes were saying, but that will be more or less an annual salary.
It's about
around 3.4, yes. But we can confirm from the gazette. Yes.
No, you don't confirm the gazette. You confirm from the accounts section that would have
from payroll.
paid.
Yes,
we want payroll.
Sure.
Payroll must tell us what they paid out. We're not asking you. When I say we don't want theoretical lectures, I don't want that. I want us to what happened. What did you pay? So you were gonna give us wrong information if you want to go and consult a secular. We're looking for what you paid, literally. Okay, so we need that total.
Chairperson, can we fill in the missing information from council chamber?
Who's speaking?
Is MMC Mafana, Nelson Mandela Metro?
All
We
right,
want to
please
give,
go ahead.
want to
Go
give
ahead.
the
Go
figures.
ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Can I give to you? Okay.
Go
Over to you,
ahead,
Mr.
give us the figures. What figures you want to give us?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The first one is
Image.
again,
Wait. Mafanya was talking. I'm asking the question. He didn't say someone is going to speak. Mafanya, are you done?
My apologies, I was just going to say allow the speaker to speak to give us the needed information.
The speaker?
Figures. Okay.
The speaker?
Acting ED Corporate Services.
And the name?
Mr. Dakuse.
Okay.
Dakuse.
That's fine, then proceed, Mr.
Okay,
Guse.
thank you.
thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The total amount of 6779820 is for a period of 2 years, 2 months.
Yeah, just hold on a bit. Why are they not connected? We can't see you. It's good you can hear us, but we can't see you. We need to see you. Proceed then, but please connect them. Proceed, Mr. Guse.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you.
I'm confirming the amount of 6.779820 is that is for a period of 2 years from February 2024 to February 2026 plus 2 months of March and April is an actual amount of the salary that has been paid to the suspended city manager, Dr. Nwazi. Therefore, it is a total cost to company with all the benefits and the basic salary that is included there for the entire period of the suspension. The second element, Honorable Chairperson, in respect of is secondment of Section 154. The first one was for the secondment was coming from the organ of state to the metro. Therefore, the metro did not incur any salary to be paid to the official that was seconded by the MEC Cocta in the province for the period of 6 months. The other secondment, Mr. Ted Plein, seconded by the MEC for Cocta in the province, there was a total cost to company of 1,494,250.98 for the period of 6 months that he was
Try and use the proper designations. 1414. It takes long for us to be able
1.4
million or thousands or just
1.4 million 904, 250,000. I can't pronounce Mali correctly, but I try my best, Honorable
You work in
Chairperson. It's
the,
1.4 million.
you work in the finance office.
Pardon?
You work in the finance department.
No, I work with corporate services.
Please
But
try and use,
the payroll
but
is
you must
within
try-
corporate services.
Yeah, no, but try and use proper counting nomenclature. You can't say to us at that level of executive director. You can't tell us that.
Apologies, Honorable Chairperson. The amount that has been paid for the secondment of the second acting city manager for the Nelson Mandela Metro by the name of Mr. Plein is 1,400,094 rand 250. Thank you. For the period of 6 months when he was seconded to the Metro. The last component that you ask us to check, I think, is the one that has already been submitted on record. That since the suspension period and in between the secondment by the provincial Cooperative, there were acting city managers that were appointed on the ranks of Section 56, senior managers within the institution. By the name of Mr. Tace, there was no acting allowance that has been paid, who was a then CFO. By the name of Mr. Makalela, who was an executive director, electricity and energy. By the name of Mr. Mvunelwa, who was an acting ED, public health. And then Advocate Ngoko, who is the acting, who was the COO and acted as ACM. As previously communicated, that the latter part of his acting appointment has not yet been calculated, given the application of a salary creep and the Gazette of the upper limits of senior managers. It has been submitted the information in respect of the acting appointment of other Section 56 that were within the institution, in addition to the two. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. You will come in just now, TTG. Mayor, there was one question asked in relation to the submission by Mr. Mullman. Are you all taking responsibility for everything he has said? You remember the question? You answered the one part, and the part was, is he the most senior, is he in the right position of acting? You dealt with that, and the question was, are you taking responsibility for the things that he said? He gave the submission about the mayor, about the suspended city manager.
Yes, sure. What Mr. Mulman was alluding to is a report that we've consolidated, all of us.
Okay, DDG?
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I wanted to assist corporate services. There might be one thing that she might not be aware of. The first Section 154, I wanted to be on record. And there was a secondment agreement between the municipality and the department. And the municipality, when requesting for that secondment, indicated that they will incur the cost. There is a cost of 1,277,476 rands. We have received that invoice very late from the Competition Commission. So we will be invoicing the municipality. Probably the speaker was not aware. We are currently in the process of claiming back that money. I'm stating this, Chair, so that on record it's known, so that when after this meeting, it's not said the municipality gave incorrect figures. Thanks, Chair. I wanted to assist there.
Honorable Francais?
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to understand, because I'm struggling also with the maths at the moment. It seems like with the MM on suspension, the acting MM, the seconded, the S&Ts, we are looking at about 10 million rand, roughly. I think that's where we're going to be adding up if you look at the 1 point whatevers and the 1 point whatevers, plus the 6.7. Again, is this incompetence? Is this manipulation? Why are you doing this to the people of Nelson Mandela Bay? Is your house not in order? Why are you struggling for 2 years? Why are you ignoring advices of not having the MM on suspension, what is happening in your institution? Because I think we need to also send the president maybe the clip of this meeting today, because there's definitely not anything good that the mayor is doing at Nelson Mandela Bay. Thank you.
Any comments?
Comments, Chair, are that fact is the city manager was suspended because of an instruction from the Minister of National Treasury in 2024. After he learned that she is charged, she's criminally charged, she's going to court, and therefore he wrote and requested the municipality to take her out of the office and deal with the process, because the letter was saying we can't have a municipal manager that is in court. And subsequent to that, the disciplinary processes, as Mr. Mulman has mentioned, have unfolded. In December, I did take the report to council. Council deferred the item 4 times. And we made a commitment at Troika level that even in this Council of May, we will conclude on the matter. So I have done my part as an executive mayor to make sure that the process moves forward and the process comes to the attention of the council, so that we are able to deal and conclude the matter.
Okay, I want us to close this matter.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. So you said you've done your part, Mayor, and that, you know, the disciplinary processes, as Mr. Moorman has outlined, you've done but you've messed that up even. Even the disciplinary processes, your institution has messed up under your leadership, not under anyone else's leadership, under your leadership. And that brings me back to Mr. Moorman. You said earlier that he's the COO, the second in charge. I asked earlier, what is his qualifications? Is he qualified to be in that position? Number one, if that can be sent to us. And how long has that person been acting, Mr. Moorman? But just again, you've even messed up the disciplinary processes. Thank you, Chair. That's it.
Let's do the quick qualification.
Chair, I would want to understand where did I mess up the disciplinary process from the honorable member? And secondly, the issue of the qualifications, can I give the executive director for corporate service to respond on the matter of Mr. Mulman? Thank you.
We don't have an interpellation debate. Or I'm going to be asking you, you ask her, you ask him. If you don't agree with her, you can just say you don't agree with her and move on.
Okay, Chair, I do not agree with her. And earlier you committed that when there's an issue that I feel I am not happy about, I should cite it. So I'm following your commitment. Thank you, Chair.
Now you are following. You started by asking a question. I never gave you authority to ask questions. So it's a straightforward issue. You don't agree with her, you put it out. If you have an objection, you put it out there. All right. So the issue is she's got a view about you which you don't agree with. You are right to tell her you don't agree with her. If we think we agree with her, we'll ask you for more information or can give you more evidence. But for now, if you are not happy about the point, you put it out there. We'll tell you also that we don't agree with you. That's fine. But you can't be asking us to answer questions. Okay. Now, let's close the issue. We come back to the point about Mr. Mulman. Let's just have a quick answer. I just want to know a simple thing, that what's his level of qualification. We can come back to the details which we need afterwards.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Mr. Mollman has a national diploma in business management at NQF level 6. Thank you.
Honourable members, we will not do follow-ups on this matter now. There are a few issues which I'd like you, Mayor, you're going to give us some more questions. It's just a pity each time we're trying to close matters, we have to now start opening up more. Now, the DDG would like you to, Cocta, to do a profile of the leadership, the people in the positions of Nelson Mandela Municipality. The whole top management want a profile of their date of appointment, their qualifications, and kind of previous experience that they've been before. But in addition, we would like your comment about suitability of their qualifications. You got 2 weeks for that. And Mayor, we're gonna request you to give us all the acting managers since when they started and when they were renewed. In other words, we need a council resolution that approves their acting where that's relevant. Those which are acting at the senior executive level. We have just been told now by the DDG that we've only got 2 people who are in the proper appointment. The rest are not. And we raised that issue last time. We had a long discussion about it. We're interested in when are you appointing them. Now we're interested in how long they've been acting, and each one we need authority for their acting, each one of them. You've also got 2 weeks to give us that. Then, Honorable Mtolo.
No, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair, for that question or input. Chair, I think maybe it will also be important when the DDG does that exercise and also indicate as a province whether people that are acting do have the capacity to do that in terms of qualifications and experience. Why I raise that explicitly is because acting goes with responsibility and also has a financial implication to the municipality. I'm maybe, Chair, that actually in terms of following it up, at least we'll get a detailed report. And then in terms of when it happened, in terms of acting, for how long, because if you don't attend to that, the municipality will end up having officials that do not qualify, acting and getting paid for the job that they do, although actually in terms of their qualification experience, they don't qualify. So it is important that actually when we get that report, that's why, Chair, I was asking that question to the Mayor and the Speaker, because my understanding is we have the COO who is an advocate. I was expecting that actually because of his qualification and the position, he's the one who's going to give that report. But he's part of the meeting, but he was not given a report. What that report is given by another person who actually was not part of this meeting that we didn't know. I thought maybe in terms of the introduction was an MMC. I never realized or knew that actually he was an official, you know. So, but the question I'm still asking that actually I still, it's giving me problems when I think about it. The issue of a legal department. So that actually is giving me sleepless nights, because we have a legal department that, in my view, is not actually doing its work, and then is not performing, in terms of advising the municipality. So I have nothing against the person that is heading the department, but I'm having a problem in terms of decisions that are taken, the lack of legal advice that is given to the municipality. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do you have any comment on that? Are we fine? Okay. Whilst I'm going to just try and round up these issues, but I have a circular which was I'd like you to just pay attention, Mr. Ngwelwane, on this one. It says it's a circular that says clerical assistant, 2 positions, traffic and licensing services, task grade 4 with a salary range of 201,000, basic salary, and then it says qualifications and experience required, key attributes, competencies, job descriptions. Do you remember this? Mr. Ngwelane?
No, Chairperson, I'm listening.
You remember it?
I wanted to say something on record as well.
You're going to say something on record. Mayor, he wants to say something on record. Maybe let me allow him to say it before I ask the question.
Sorry, Honorable Chairperson. Whilst I was sitting here, I got communicated the same circular, which I do not know how my name gotten to be in an internal circular and naming myself as an acting city manager. I immediately messaged my colleague who's an acting ED corporate services. It was earlier on, and that now resulted to a group wise that has been issued by corporate services, reversing all the communications that they must have issued either a day before yesterday and yesterday. So there's a correction group wise here that has been issued.
You have the mayor here. Have you alerted the mayor that you are dealing with such a crisis of identity?
Sorry, my apology. It was just before us having lunch, there was this communication.
Honorable members, have you received this yet? Okay, let me tell you what the problem is. Sorry, Shireen? You got it? Oh, okay, thank you. Now, look, honorable members, the issue is that you have a circular out there that is actually signed by Mr. Ngwelwane as acting city manager. And Mr. Ngwelwane told us that he denounced the position and never accepted it from the start. And that created an issue for us where we've got a very unusual situation where there's a period during which there's not an acting city manager. And when I asked the DDG to address the matter with the MEC, I have said that the MEC must address the issue of the acting city manager in the light of your disagreement between the mayor and the deputy and the speaker, or maybe between the mayor, the speaker, and the council, so that he then acts on it. And the committee believes that the MEC should be the one who takes the action, and the DG believes the same, and we move in that direction. I then said the additional issue is for the MEC to get a legal opinion about the implications of this lacuna, where there is no official incumbent on the position of acting city manager, what the implications are. Now, there is already some circulation that is purported to have come from the acting city manager who has declined the position, but there it is out there, so it's a formal document. My thinking is that we've just picked up one, there should be more in the system. So there's certainly going to be something where you've got a huge confusion about the authority and decision-making processes inside the municipality as a result of this issue. We initially were raising it at a theoretical level and we didn't pursue it. We now have got proof of what we've been fearing as actually has occurred. But I wanted just to bring to the committee's attention that, Honorable Francais, let's close.
Thank you, Chairperson. This is not something we can just glance over, I'm afraid. This is fraud. This is fraudulent. He has declined, but there's an advert out for true traffic officers or whatever the advert is for, with his signature attached. That is fraudulent. I will have to go to Cape Town City Central to make another case. This leadership here, excluding the CFO, they need to tell us because someone had to go copy, paste. Who is that someone? We need that name because it's fraudulent. It's criminal. It's not something we glance over. We need to know. Thank you.
So, Chair.
Yes.
Maybe in a serious note, I think maybe it will be important that as this committee, we are made aware about the signatories of the bank account of the municipality, while actually there is this problem, and also get a report of the decisions taken after council set and resolved that the CFO should act. So during that period, decisions taken and transactions that were effected or done during that period, because it might happen that lot of things happened during that space, you know. So it would be important that actually we are given a report from the 30th of the meeting started on the 30th to 29th, from the sitting of the meeting when the issue of the acting city manager was resolved, until actually the CFO was approached, because the CFO was approached before he came here. So which means there was that vacuum in between. So therefore it will be important to know. It will be in the interest of the executive mayor and the speaker as well to have that information, and that information should be shared with us as soon as possible. Thank you, Chair.
CFO, from the in the bank account, who's your signatories?
We have got a process internally. Delegated signatories are only the budget and treasury staff, with limited, based on delegations, limited amounts that one can sign. That honorable member can be availed. And if the question is about any transactions that occurred, that can also be availed. Thank you.
No, Chair, just a follow-up. No, it's not about, but there should be an authority. So if there's a limitation, but if it is above that limitation, who should give it authority in terms of the higher echelon? So that's where actually, that's what we're interested in as a committee, because the staff that actually are referring to with limitations, but above that, there should be an authority. So that is the authority that we're concerned about. Thank you, Chair.
That was Kaufman.
Chairperson, I actually want to make a proposal or a recommendation, because as I said previously, in every item that we go, there's a pattern of things that is not done correctly, or that is actually very worrisome, that this is a crumbling administration on various levels. So on this specific issue about all the acting people, appointments and all those, I would strongly recommend for the Provincial Department of Cooperative to do a proper investigation and to give proper guidance, and if possible, a report on that to the committee. Because, you know, we can sit here and we can recommend, and as we previously have seen, we advise, we could recommend. It's not always been done. But I think this is the proper role of the provincial MEC to step in and assist and guide and get to the real problem, the root causes of what is going on here. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. I want to check here. I think the CFO wanted to explain a bit about this circular, Chairperson, with his signature. I want to check, when did you see the circular? And when you saw the circular, what did you do? And then what did you do with the circular? What did you do with it? And if it's not you who signed the circular, who would have signed the circular? Because you need that name. Because when we finish here, we need to go to the police station and deal with that one, you know, because there's serious breach and it's criminality, so it must be recorded and we need to deal with it. So we need the name of that person who signed, if you are confirming on record that you did not sign that circular. So please answer that one. Thank you.
CFO.
Honorable Chairperson, yes, I got this WhatsApp message as well with this communication just around after 13 hours whilst I was sitting here. What did I do with it? The signature, let me confirm it on record. This is not my signature. I can do it live. I can do it there right now. So this is not my signature. Someone of corporate services can maybe explain as to whose signature this one is. So immediately, what did I do? I phoned you, sorry, I messaged my colleague of corporate services just to check what's this now in my name. But I'm sure without phoning me and disturbing me here, she decided to request colleagues to issue instruction, because the instruction is here via group-wise, instructing that all those adverts that must have been advertised yesterday or a day before yesterday that may have my name be withdrawn. That's what I've done. But Chairperson, on record again, this is not my signature.
Where did you get the circular?
From? I was WhatsApped by another colleague.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. No, thank you.
Mayor.
Well, Chair, it's quite disturbing to learn about this incident, but I am happy about the recalling of all of those adverts so that there's no misinformation or fraud that can happen. Thank you.
I haven't heard you say you're going to investigate anything. Am I papel?
Chair, I think Mr. Ngalan, in his response, he said he's following up in terms of who has done so. So after we get the information, we are going to follow the due process.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm really not satisfied with this. It can't be glanced over and said, I don't know, but we will follow up. And the CFO said, Mayor, you are the head of this institution. You are the mayor. You are the executive mayor. And the buck stops with you, in lieu that there's no MM at the moment either. Chairperson, we need to issue something here to say that we need, within an hour, who did the copy and paste on that. And then we need the DG, maybe if he's still online, also to weigh in on this, because this is criminal and this is administrative. It falls directly under the DG. And how many others? Chairperson, this is not good.
Sampa?
I think my colleague have covered me because I wanted to say, let's get the information or what happened. Because there is somebody who said there is a MMC of Cooperative, apparently maybe it's not there on the on the platform. If she is there or she's there, who is the MMC of Cooperative, it's gonna be easier and quickly because he or she's there in the institution to assist that with that information. Because I thought that when the mayor will speak, she will say, I was not aware of the problem, but will investigate and get back to give the report, a full report to the committee. That's what I thought she said. Thanks.
I think from where we sit, Mayor, you're just too cool for what you think is a very serious transgression. And so we would have expected that you would be proactive in dealing with it and taking over it, because the matter gets reported here. We pick it up, and the CFO had not reported even to you. We were all there during the break. It wasn't reported to you. And now we hear it, and it goes to the center of what we thought was a problem in the way you're administering, where we've now got a lacuna. Now, as it stands out, we have now got a circular that has been released. So we're going to need you to do the investigation and give us back a report on what action has been taken. In fact, we would like to get the CFO. We wouldn't understand why a CFO could countenance a misrepresentation in his name, and there's no report to the police so that the matter someone could be criminally investigated. And the mayor will just wait and hear. We think the issue is too serious for that kind of calm approach that you have suggested. So from where we sit, we would like to see a proper criminal case. It doesn't stop members from doing the same. It doesn't. So I'd like us to round it off from that point of view. Initially, our ruling was that the MEC needs to investigate and get an opinion of how to deal with this lacuna. But now, we now need to actually have a proper investigation as who has used the authority of the acting city manager in the 2 weeks when there was no one in this position. We now need to know that. So that's really where we want to get a proper answer from the mayor now, who is going to investigate this matter and give us a report. But we hope that when it comes, it would have been properly aligned with what the MEC would have had to do in this case. But certainly for us, we think that this is criminal. It can't be allowed. It should have been allowed. But it's actually a reflection of the consequences of a decision that was not properly executed, of getting an acting city manager in place. And therefore, we're beginning to pick up these kinds of irregularities. In terms of who else would have used the authority to take certain steps, this is something that we really want to know now what happened there. Let's close.
Chairperson, thank you. I do appreciate that this is online. And so I think whoever's done this is in any ways watching and busy trying to cover their tracks. So I think this must really be dealt with speed. And we need to know here. And then also the DG, I think he needs to weigh in. Thank you.
DG, are you noting the point? Director General? In his absence, let's take the nearest available representative.
Afternoon, Chair. It's Neville Cheney again. Yes, Chair. In fact, one of the things we will do is request a copy of the transcript, because there's a number of issues that we will follow up as directed. I mean, this is also something of a concern. It's, as we sit in here, we're anxious and concerned. Thanks. But yes, we'll follow it up, Chair. That's amongst the other issues that have been addressed. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the MMC and head of corporate service are logged in. I I would like them to commit themselves in terms of making sure that we speedily get the information.
That's
Or,
fine. All we need is your commitment to this committee. The rest is yours.
Okay. It's fine, Chair. I've already committed. I'm going to make a follow-up on the matter and submit the report.
In 7 days.
Sorry, Chair. Can I check something maybe before we move forward? Just to check with the mayor. If actually Nobuntu Mbongwana is the very same city manager of something, so somebody else.
No. Nobundu is head of a legal service.
So she's still the head. She's still in the employment of the municipality.
Yes.
Are you aware that she appeared in court yesterday for a fraud and corruption charges?
No.
Can you actually follow it up and report to Cooperative and ultimately report to us with regard to this matter? Because I'm having the criminal case here, state versus Nobutu Bongwana. I'm going to share the chair. And Mvuleni Mapu involves fraud and corruption charges relating to tender, irregularities, fraudulent activities within the Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality in South Africa. Key details of the case: accused Nobuntu Bongwana, former legal services head, acting city manager, and Mvuleni Mapu, former housing boss, housing delivery director. So the case was postponed yesterday. So I'm getting this information for the first time.
Yes.
So you're not even aware that usually
No, it
she's been
was
charged
never-
for fraud.
She has. I have no recollection of during my tenure her reporting the matter or the direct. In fact, she's not at a level where she
So, Chair, Chair.
reports to council, but there was no report that was given by the COO in the municipality about her case.
Okay, sure, because for the record,
disclose, yeah.
For the record, I was just about to close for the record, because the acting executive director of corporate services is here virtually. So for record purposes, can we check with her whether she knows about this matter? Thank you, Chair.
Mayor, can we give it to acting ED? Over to you.
Thank you.
Who is speaking?
Chairperson, my apologies. It's MMC Mafana, Human Settlement, Nelson Mandela Metro, at Council Chambers, Nelson Mandela Metro. I wanted to ask for a permission for acting ED, Corporate Services, to give his side of the story, because he's aware of the incident.
I've got to now bestow upon you a position as the co-chair of the Portfolio Committee of COPS.
My apologies, my apologies.
And the members must be aware that you stand ready to take into action as soon as you think that the chair is sleeping.
My apologies, Chairperson.
Can we get the relevant, is it the MMC or is it the director who's going to speak?
It's an acting ED, Corporate Services.
Who is that? Who is that? Can you just show, let's just identify? Who is the person?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Yolanda Matakane Dagose. In respect of the two issues that have been raised, the first one is to profusely apologize to the executive mayor and the committee in respect of the advert. Yes, correctly so, CFO alerted it to me, and I was not aware of it, but it was done within Corporate Services Directorate in line with the delegation that have since been issued, with the understanding that they were not aware that the CFO has rejected the acting appointment after the council abstract have been issued. Immediately, I became aware of such. A withdrawal notice was issued for all those adverts. It was not an intentional issue or a misleading issue that has been done, but it was a gap of communication that subsequent to the council decision, the CFO has not accepted. All those adverts that were issued effectively from yesterday have all been withdrawn. The second element that has been raised by the honorable member in relation to the director legal services, yes, it is common, it is known within the institution that he's attending a court proceeding in relation to the case that involves the institution. I was not aware that there was a sitting off yesterday, but in the past when we discuss it, as it is an employee that is that is within the scope of the bargaining council, in terms of the collective agreements that are applicable to employees, when an employee is being charged criminally in relation to their work, until the institution has satisfied itself, it has a legal indemnification to address the matter. There were representations that were done by the legal director explaining her position to the CFO and the then acting city manager on why she should not be disciplined, and upon checking the provisions of the collective agreement applicable to the employees that are under the bargaining council, then the council allowed the process to unfold. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay, let's get those two quick follow-ups.
Thanks, Chair. To the speaker that who's been speaking, she's been speaking now. My question will be, in that municipality, if there are posts that's supposed to go for an advert, are they just copying and pasting the signature of the MM, or the file will come to the office of the acting MM or the MM to say, these are the from the corporate side, these are the posts that are online, then he will be able to check them and give the authorization signature to say, I'm allowing it. That's my question. Thanks.
Okay, the next question.
Chairperson, thank you. Quickly, now that the CFO has on record refused and said this was not his signature, but there is his name on the post. Now I want to know from the letter speaker who signed on behalf of the CFO, assuming that the CFO had agreed to accept the acting position, because here there's a culture then of signing for the acting MM or city manager in this case. So who signed? Because he's from this explanation, there's an admission that there was someone within her team who signed. So who's that person who signed on behalf of the CFO? Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get a response to that?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The employee that has signed on behalf of the acting city manager is Ms. Ayanda Mukwena, and she has signed in line with the sub-delegation that has been issued within the institution. The delegation of the city manager goes to ED corporate services for certain level, senior directors and directors, for vetting of the advert to be issued. Subsequent to that, it goes to the director HRMS. The third layer that is authorized to sign is the manager human resources, given the level of the position that has vetted the advert. So the person that has signed on behalf of the acting city manager is Ms. Ayanda Mukwena in those adverts that have since been withdrawn in line with the sub-delegation that was issued, and also the fact that the decision or the council abstract of the acting city manager, they were not aware of the processes that have since unfolded. Hence, after the CFO has raised to us, all the adverts have been withdrawn. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
So you don't have to repeat. Let me just ask the question slightly differently. You are the head of the corporate services. Now, in terms of your normal governance processes, you do understand that there would have been a new acting city manager. And without any confirmation, your institution, your department has assumed that everything was going normally and smoothly when you have actually got no confirmation that there is now a new city manager. Because you only found out yesterday, but you actually made an assumption. You didn't have to rely on something that's authoritative about it. Everything is within your department. In other words, if you hear the story that someone is acting and there is no proper process, which you should be in charge of, so how did you actually allow everyone to actually assume that in fact there is an acting city manager when you know that the processes have not actually concluded that way?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We are correct that all these functions reside within corporate services. As of the Thursday last week and Monday, the same corporate services issued a council abstract by the directive of the Honorable Speaker. That council abstract was subsequently signed by the Honorable Speaker, stating the resolution that the CFO is the acting city manager, with the second one that they need to be requested to section 154. It was only yesterday evening when we were advised in a meeting that I was invited in that the CFO has declined the appointment. So that is the reason that I said there was an error of judgment or lack of communication, because the first communication was signed in terms of the council resolution. Then whether it's the one of are not accepting the appointment subsequent to the activities that have took place in Monday and Tuesday is the one that has not been communicated in respect of that. Hence, I was apologizing. In terms of e-processing, that's the process that we normally follow and the communication be issued. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Members, I think we're gonna drag this for forever. Fansel, you're the last person. Let's not go back to the.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have a concern in that Ms. Mokoena, what is her level within corporate services? That's the first thing I want to understand, because if she's not the director, I'm trying to link this to the powers and delegation or powers and delegated functions, because there should be a document that is adopted at the sort of first sort of session of council or the second session of council, saying that these are the delegated powers and functions to other people apart from the MM or the mayor or whatever it may be. My question is she a most senior person in the directorate? Because what is the directors doing if they are delegating even these things to just to staff somewhere? If you understand what I'm trying to say. So, I mean, what are the directors then doing if they don't have their finger on the department? If they delegate a simple function as signing for an advert for 2 traffic officers?
Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can I give the Chief Operating Officer to respond?
And who is that? Proceed.
Mr. Mulman?
Chairperson, thank you very much. Thank you, Executive Mayor. Chair, I believe the correct official in respect of this particular matter is the ED Corporate Services, and she will guide us, Chair, if you will permit such. Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Ms. Mokoena is falling under the tactical skill level and is a manager, task grade 14, and she has a sub-delegation from a certain level in respect to recruitment and selection, because that's the main core function of her appointment within the institution. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
No, just a follow-up, Chair. Before she leaves.
So Chair, who's gonna leave?
Yes, Chair, the person there.
Okay,
Chair.
We have extended this meeting by another day now.
No, Chair. No, there's an important question to raise. We understand that I raised this issue of Mr. Mulman acting. Understand that there's a COO who is part of the meeting. I think that is advocating Ngoko. If Mr. Mulman, the mayor will correct me or management will correct me if I'm wrong. Understand that Mr. Mulman is acting on Mr. Ngoko's position. So what is Advocate Ngoko now doing? What is he doing now? What is it? Who is the actual COO? Because there's a person who's now an acting COO. Can it be clarified? What is COO doing now?
Yes.
If now we have Mr. Mulman acting in his position. So, and then that's number one. Number two, is Mr. Mulman being paid for being the acting COO? And we'll be interested to know what the actual COO now doing. Because it's not part of the meeting, but it's not saying anything. Mr. Mulman is acting in his position. Thank you.
Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Advocate Ngoko has called sick, so he's not part of the meeting.
Sorry, it's called?
Sick, is sick.
Mayor, wait, Mayor, that was not your apology. In the morning, you came to me and said that Advocate Ngoko is going to be online. That's what you said to me. You said to me privately, and then you said officially. So when did this change?
Chair Advocate Ngoko does have a sick note, and he is logged in at home because he wanted to understand and also assist on whatever that we wish him to assist, including being of assistance to what is happening currently in the institution, you're in the area with the disaster that we are faced with. But he does possess a medical certificate with him because he's not well.
Okay. All right. I think let's leave the issue of Advocate Ngoko. Let's leave that aspect. The question which was being raised, if he is back and there's someone else acting in his position, what is he doing? But let's leave it now. Let's get back to the point. On this matter, you are going to give us a proper report. You've got 7 days on this matter. We basically are interested in what actions you're taking on all of this. So far as we're concerned, we have been alerted to a signature wrongfully attributed to someone who is the CFO as being acting city manager on a matter that's taking us the whole day to deal with, to indicate that it's a complex matter, which is a very complex administrative lapse. And on that basis, we need that whole report. And when you do so, then please just include a briefing on the stuff that has appeared in court so that we can put all of that in context, in particular, their role in the institution. Can we leave you with that, Mayor? And the MEC, as the interventions that we have already highlighted, can we leave you with that? Thank you very much. I'd like us to move to the next issue. Now, on the agenda, the next issue is the transformer issue. Now, Mayor, we have been aware of your concern about this matter being in court. Finish your conversation. Obviously, you are going to be disturbing each other. No, you finish your conversation. Okay. Now, the last time you raised the issue and you said it was sub judice. And I said to you, no. We're not dealing with the sub judice part of it. So we just want to get a sense as to where things are at this point. The committee has been engaging on the matter. We would want to quickly pass this point. We have got our own views on the matter, but we are not going to the details of what's in court. We just want to deal with the information that you submitted. You submitted your mayoral resolution. You submitted the memorandum that raised issues which we were discussing. And we are aware that the council took the matter up, disagreed with your request for ratification, and disagreed with your decision to take the matter to council for ratification and the lease process. And in the process, we also became aware that the council wanted to take the matter and nullify your decision and nullify the decision. What we noticed, though, is that as far as we were concerned, there were several individuals who were part of the whole decision-making process. There was the mayor, there was the acting Plein, and then there was the technical services. And on your memo, it was focusing on those two, on the memo that was coming to the council. And that's what the decision was all about. And this committee was more interested in your role in the matter. And so if you want to make any comment about it, we don't want to get into the issues that relate to what's inside court and whether, in fact, what the views of the who still are on the matter and what they submitted to court. We're not getting into that. We're just wanting to deal with this aspect. And that's why we're not worrying about the sub judice part, the sub judice part of it.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I would like to give Mr. Mulmani to handle the matter. Safe to say that the matter is still in the role of council to discuss in the next council sitting.
Based on
update on
based on the submission that you shared with us.
On the updated information, one on court and as well on the consequences.
Okay. Let me hear the speaker.
Chair, you are correct that the item did serve in council. And insofar as you have explained, sorry.
Can you raise your voice a little bit?
Thank you, Chair. You are correct that the items that serve in council. And the first time when we got a report in the last council in terms of where the executive mayor, when it was brought back, the information on the item was not sufficient. Councillors wanted more information on the item. It will be going back to council. What I can do, I can provide minutes of the last council meeting to you.
Okay, honourable members, when we got the last report, and I'd like the honourable members to focus so we don't get stretched on this matter unnecessarily. When we got the last report, it had a number of issues. There was one aspect, which was the preliminary decision-making processes that involved acting manager Plein and ultimately the recommendation and this mayoral resolution that initiated the lease process. And then the second aspect of what we received had to do with the council discussion on the matter, particularly the resolution part that referred to the focus was on the technical manager for technical services and the acting manager, Plein, who was said to have misled the mayor. And then the other documentation related to court documents that indicated the council had taken the matter to court and demanded the reversal of the decision to do the lease, and also had a number of other points that were raised in it, but effectively not ratifying as was expected or requested or assumed by the mayor. So that was the issue, that those were the documents that we had. And we hadn't quite got an indication that there would have been further engagement or discussions by the council on the matter beyond that point. Then, as a committee, we were looking at the one gap, which was the issue which were raised with the mayor in particular, that at the point at which the mayor took the decision, there had been several, at least two opinions recommending that the process should not proceed unless the mayor has got council resolution backing it. And the one of those had come from the budget treasury team raising that particular matter. And that had not happened. And we'd actually raised the issue here with the mayor that a decision of that nature should have actually gone through council, and she did consider that she had not requested for an urgent meeting from the speaker, and the speaker did also confirm that there was no such a request. And so the committee's focus was on that role of the mayor as our main primary focus, not the rest of the other issues, that we felt that that's where attention is to be given. So any other comments from the members so that we can proceed? Honorable Labuskaghni.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to make a statement, but also in that process ask. For me, there's only two issues at this stage, not to try and go on a basis that we can compromise any of the court processes. It was a decision, and it's been a finding by the council that certain processes has been unlawful. Okay? So if there's in a council an unlawful process, there must be consequence management. The way I understand the various legislative guidelines and acts that is giving direction to local government, there's nowhere that any of that legislation may, and I'm looking at COCTA, is saying that whatever is happening in council, when you contravene, when you are not complying to certain things, that those processes, that consequence management processes should wait until a court case that is a civil case or a criminal case is finished. That's two separate issues in my mind, and that's how I find it in local government where I was. Now, my question here is, or the dilemma here is, whoever, as you said, Chair, so many people were involved in the decision making that, as I look at it, and has been determined previously, the legal advice and the legal unit there, I don't think there's anybody at this stage in the municipality that can drive the consequence management issue. So what, in a situation like that, like this, what needs to be done? Because council made a resolution on certain things, but is there anybody, is the impact chair involved in any of these decisions, or can impact start doing the consequence management on the decisions and actions that not necessarily going to be compromised or play a role in the court case? Because we cannot say that because someone is in court or a case is in court, all the other actions in the municipality has to get on hold. That's the one point that I need some clarity on. And then the second point, that is something additional that has come out in the report from the municipality, is it also come to our attention now that Kuga's normal water and electricity and rate account is in arrears. And according to the report, it was said that there should be a report to council, and then a report on that specific issue will be submitted to this committee on or before or on today, which I haven't seen. So can we get clarity on that, please? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Can we, yes, Honorable Mwali, so we can try and zoom into the issue and move on?
Chair, I want to check if the minutes have arrived, the ones we requested.
We have the resolution of the last meeting of council on this matter. Okay. Can I ask you to hold that on? Just remind me when we're done with this issue. The council resolution we have that we're interested in is a council resolution from the meeting that dealt with this matter. We do have that. You've had the concern from the committee. I don't think members must repeat it because it has been discussed by the committee. Any comments, Mayor and Speaker?
Thank you, Chairperson. As I said, that the matter was deferred in the last council meeting based on the fact that it lacked evidence and it lacked information. So councillor said no, because the acting city manager was asked by council to, one, to get a legal opinion, two, so that he can find out how can we proceed with this matter of the transformer. And also he should bring suggestions back on, so that we can go to court and pursue the two officials that are named in these reports. It was brought back to council last week, but it lacked that information. So the item was deferred so that the ACM can go back and submit a full item to council. ACM. Chair, thank you.
Any comments, Mayor?
Chair, no comment.
Can we, I want us to close the matter.
Thank you, Chair. On Kuga Steel, so I don't know if the CFO might want to take down this account number. So account number with 600-221-917-806. That account belongs to Kuga Steels and had an amount of close to 10 million that was written off in 2023. Part of the argument of the acting city manager at the time when motivating for the transfer of the transformer was that the company was a diligent payer of its account. Yet it's also a beneficiary of massive write-offs. So that together with how very quickly and hastily this transformer issue was handled, it points to a pattern of treatment towards this company that is a red flag, obviously, to say the least. So I'd like to know, why was write-offs approved if they are a diligent payer? Because like my colleague has mentioned, that they are actually behind in their rates and taxes. And I know there's an offset issue with transfer of the lease agreement. So in 2023, there was a write-off of nearly 10 million, and we can provide you with that. But were you the CFO then? Because maybe then we need to find out, Chair.
Any comments?
No, thank you, Chairperson. The prayer I would make is to get the detail. I don't want to make an assumption. I do know of something that happened in 2023, but it was not only Puha still. But I just need to get that information. There was a time when we had what is called high energy users who had a court issue litigation against the municipality. So I just want to get the facts and that account so that I can provide the correct information. Thanks, Chair.
The information shall be transmitted to the mayor, and then a report will be made available to us as committee. From the point of view of the committee, our concern was on the issue of consequence management, particularly looking at the omission of the role of the mayor in the matter. And therefore, the committee wanted to recommend that the matter must be further investigated by the minister. Initially, we thought it should be the MEC, but the committee ultimately felt it should be referred to the minister. Are we going to hold on to that, members? Okay. So from the point of view of the resolution, which we had felt was the council had taken its view and decision on this matter. So the matter was going to be referred on that basis. We will still refer it, but we obviously will understand that the minister will wait to hear what the latest is from the council, because the last time our understanding was that with this report, this is the end of the matter. And when we looked at the report, we thought that there was a gap, that they were going to recommend that the minister, in fact, must take charge and give us a report back. And we will request the minister to give us the report within a month, so that we can take the matter from there. The details of the account that has been raised, we'll just receive that as a separate information report so we can understand what happened in this matter. I want us to take the next item to go to the issue of the evergreen contracts. Let me get back to Honorable Mwali. Let's deal with the issue that you had requested earlier. We needed, just remind me again the issue, Honorable Member.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. We needed minutes that the Honorable Executive Mayor referred to with regards to the appointment or the recommendation for the extension of the advocate.
There were a number of issues, and let me see what of those have actually come through. The first one, and Shirin, just keep an eye on that so we can see what we have. Firstly was the minutes of the council. You did say, Speaker, that you had them. Have they been sent? Okay, all right. We need to share with the honorable members.
Chair, I do have the minutes from the speaker.
Okay,
that is post.
You want to deal with it?
Yes. Chair.
Okay, just hold on that. Then there was the other issue, that was the letters from the mayor to the MEC. I think that has been received. Honorable members, yes. I did read, I read it actually, well, it was the second letter though, but I did read the one letter that went to the MEC. Then the third one was the response of the MEC to the mayor, and that I've seen, we've got that. So then it was the question of the minutes. So members have got all that information that was requested. Was there anything else outstanding? We're comfortable. Okay, fine. So all the documents we asked for have been then made available. Yes, Speaker, are you? So, no, which one is missing?
Chair,
The one.
the minutes I'm referring to are the minutes that the executive mayor said earlier before the meeting on the 31st. There was a recommendation for the extension of the acting appointment for the city manager, which is advocate. Not the minute that is
The minute of the last meeting.
not the minutes that the speaker is referring to, the ones that were signed on Monday.
Yes,
That
but you
were-
have those.
I have those ones.
Okay.
I'm referring
So the
to
one
the
that
ones
is made
that
is the one that the mayor says there was a clip.
Yes.
She got the team to.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Which then informed her decision to write to the MEC.
Okay.
Seeking concurrence for the extending the acting appointment of advocate. That's the one I'm looking for.
Okay, Mayor, have you been able to send us those minutes? So, sorry, who needed written authority?
Secretariat.
Oh.
Because normally the person that issues the minutes is the speaker. So secretariat, when my staff was asking, they needed that, so the ED was saying she is sourcing them, she will be giving them.
Okay, she was going to request a written instruction from the mayor.
Yeah. By procedure.
So press the mic for record purposes, please.
You know, I'm just wanting to understand your
Procedurally, Chair.
procedure. Yeah.
When I was saying okay, when I asked from Tika to
Now, you see, you aren't giving us names of people we don't know.
Okay,
Then you are
sorry,
going to start
sorry.
making
When
another
I
objection.
when I asked from my office, let me not share the names.
No, please don't. And I take a serious offense because what you make an accusation on this, you make it seem like we caused the problem, and we didn't. And I have to call you to order to say, don't give us names of staff members and come back and complain about how they've been treated in this committee because we don't know them. Let's get back to the answer.
Okay, when I requested from my office, they said they need a return request. So I then said, let them ask the ED because the ED is there. So I now was texting her, or ED, whether did she get the clip. So can I ask her in the meeting because she's logged in the meeting to confirm whether.
No, you're not going to do it like that.
Okay.
You're going to use your own communication. We haven't got time to wait for your intra-office communication.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yes, Honorable
Chairperson, this is a serious matter. Why I say this is a serious matter? We are trying to address the issue of what the speaker was saying and what was the mayor saying. And the mayor kept on referring to minutes before the council meeting that was on the 30th. So he kept on. That's why I said we need those minutes. And then she said, no, she's going to give us before the end of the day. We said we need them now to clarify the matter because the speaker has always been saying there are no minutes. Say there are no council minutes saying there must be a referral or there must be an extension for the advocate. But the executive mayor kept on referring to minutes. Those are the minutes that we are looking for. Because we have the minutes from the office of the speaker. This is post the meeting on the 31st. That was signed on Monday, this Monday, on the 4th of May, referring to the decisions or deferring to the discussions on the meeting on the 30th. So I'm not sure, Chair, now why are we pushing around going around the bush now, trying to get these minutes? Because she refers to these minutes and she said she can get them. We gave her an hour to that. It's over an hour now. She hasn't delivered and she's checking now with the ED. Where are the minutes? We want evidence here to support what she's saying. Thank you.
Let's give you another hour. We'll give you another hour Okay. And I think we must also note, when we spoke about this earlier, it was you as the mayor who told us that this information was available, and you were saying that we should even listen to it, or we should even see that clip. So we didn't know about it. Okay. And we have to keep reminding you when we deal with these issues, because I want it to be clear. I don't want us later you accuse us of being unjust in the processes. So I do want you to be upfront if there's an issue that is not clear, so that we can proceed properly. So we will give you another hour for that. The reality is that the disagreement between the mayor and the speaker in this matter, we do want to know at the end what was the problem, because that is what we think is going to cause a lot of dysfunctionality in the municipality. And that's why we're not leaving it. So we'll give you another hour for that. Let's go down. So just the one point on the question of the Kucha Steel issue. Earlier I said we were referring to the minister. It looks like we have to actually refer to the both ministers because of the financial transgression involved. Minister of Treasury, Minister of Finance, and Minister of Cooperative. So let's get that for record, then we can proceed. Can we move to the next item? Honorable Mwali, later on, I'll ask you to be timekeeper. When I forget about it, just remind me, so we get back within an hour. All right. Then, yes, please, what you want to have a caucus? What are you saying? Yeah, Pum. No problem. If you want to leave, you are free. This is not a prison, so you can go. The whole thing I wanted to check is whether you are wanting to confer, because I don't want to speak when the mayor is not listening to me. That's all. Okay. Now, Mayor, we're going to the next item, and that is the issue of the evergreen. And to be honest with you, this is really what we wanted to discuss. Not this whole thing that has been dragged. You have just managed to drag our meeting for 2 days now. So we that's not what we wanted. This is the one that we're interested in. So, and I'm saying this because I'm hoping is the co-chair awake there. So we're going to need your team to be more active now, and I'm going to officially ask you to help coordinate those issues. That side, the one who's going to speak must sit on the main table, on the main seat, and then you will direct them. And if there's anything, just break through, because I can't see your hands, I can't see. So you have the authority to break through if you think there's a need to intervene. MMC Mafanya, that's your designation for now. So we are going to deal with this issue of the evergreen contracts. So we're going to deal with two blocks of them. Those under the budget and treasury, and those under the chief operating office. And I'm going to request that for each item, I just want you to give us the following information, which we did request and send to you earlier. You give us the name of the contract, then you give us the contract start and end dates, when it was originally conceived. Then you must then explain for each time there were procurement processes had to be deviated, what were the reasons each time. Then once you're done with that, you must take us through what the contract value was, that is for that particular year, what the contract value was. Now that there have been extensions, what is the cumulative amount on that particular contract? And then you'll explain what was the basis for extensions. Then you must also indicate if the agreement, the SLAs, had any basis, any provision for extension, because when we looked at some of your contracts, there was no basis for a contract that needed to be extended but it was extended when the original contract did not even envisage it. So I want to know how that happened. Then we also want to know, in that contract, obviously, when you got such repeated extensions, there are procurement planning failures, and someone in your report has made those comments that you believe that the basis for the extension was bad planning. So we want to know if those were investigated, and then we want to know if there were consequence management actions taken on each of those, and then we want to know when there was a contract amount and when these were exceeded, whether in fact there was, where was the budget, or where was the approval of that budget made? Was it an individual official, or was this also ultimately disclosed in council? Now, then the first meeting we had, the MEC had said that there were some contracts where there was intimidation associated with their termination or proposed termination. We wanted to know if you can identify those that had those kinds of problems. Looking at the issues, if you just focus on the things that we have asked, it should take you 5 minutes per company, per contract, to walk us through that. If you take it longer than that, you must know that you have actually delayed it. And we're not going to be very happy with that, because we don't want a long explanation and lectures about it. We just want the specifics now that we're interested in. And when we get that situation, you move from one to the other, 5 minutes or less, and we get to the end. This committee is going to formulate a view of what we have. So they will ask questions, but if we meander and go about the other way, that means we're going to take another 24 hours dealing with this issue. And we're not really keen. But if we're invited to extend this thing for another 24 hours, it might just be tempting. So, so please do understand that it's in our best interest for you to be very direct and be brief and be factual, so that we can move on the matter. We wanted this really to be a very business kind of thing, of situation. So, Mayor, you've got the budget and treasury group of issues. So you've got a number of companies. So can they take us from the first one? All these questions, if they were to focus on those, then I'm fine. We'll move to the next one and to the next one. We did request that we have people who know these contracts so that they don't start guessing around them. The other 5 minutes is for questions and answers. The 5 minutes for presentation. So when we said we need 10 minutes per item, we wanted to just be very businesslike on this one. Is there any other question about this, Mayor? Are you clear what we're asking to get from your team? In that case, let's start with the first one. Please use your mic on when you have to.
The first one, Chair, thank you, Chair. The first one, the CFO is going to lead it. Thank you.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will start from contract number 1. In the spreadsheet that we availed, we try to give more the details as much as the committee requested that time.
Sorry, who's got the spreadsheet? Have you given us?
Okay.
No, I don't have the spreadsheet, but can we put the spreadsheet up there? Please proceed. If you have the spreadsheet, proceed, put it on the screen, and then let's deal with it from there.
Thank you, Chairperson. The first one, the company name is Conto Technologies in this particular contract and case. The period of this particular contract was 1st April 2022 up to 31st of March 2022. We also indicated the extensions of contracts as to how many times as the committee requested. that on 1st of April 2025 to 30th April 2025, there was an extension. And then again, secondly, there was an extension on 30th of April up to 30 October 2025. And this was caused because there was an objection in the process of finalizing a new contract. So the last deviation in this case was on the 30th of October, Honorable Chairperson, 2025. We give the reason for reason why there was an extension, Chair, based on the motivation that was made to the authority accounting officer for that deviation to extend, that this was a service required and wanted not to interrupt the critical service that is wanted. So that's a reason, and we also link it to what the SM regulations are saying. And we also tell Chairperson in terms of this presentation that remedial action has already been taken. A new process was taken in terms of Section 217 of the Constitution, and a new contract was entered into. And we gave all the evidence. We also tell Chairperson that during that time of an extension, about 3 million rand in this case was anticipated. In terms of spending, 2.8 million rand was spent in this contract, Chairperson. Yes, one reason for procurement failures, Chairperson, in this case was because there was an objection. You can't continue to give an award when there's an objection up until you finalize that process. Want to rush because of the 5 minutes. If I can go to the second one, Chip. And so the first one, yes, extension, and yes, already new contracts in place. The one of the meter reading, which is number 2, the second one, Chairperson, it's for meter reading electricity and water, where the municipality went on a co-sourced service. There are about 1, 2, 3 service providers that were utilizing Liabona, Leletu, and Alex maintenance. It's a contract that started in around 1 November 2016, Chairperson. The first one was up to the end of November 2019. And there has been various extensions, Chairperson, as we have indicated in the spreadsheet. And we indicate the reason, again, same as the very first one, because we have about, as a city, about 300,000 houses or households that we've got to read meters on. And in this case, Chairperson, we have also attempted to do a replacement of the, or coming up with a new contract. And we came, I think, last year with an objection as well, leading to a cancellation of that process. In this case, we also indicate, Chairperson, that we anticipated that an amount of 15 million rand would be incurred. And at the end, 14.3 million rand was indeed incurred. So that's contract number 2. So in that contract, we've got a process that we still following in concluding it. The second one is CompuMate for the maintenance and service of the interactive voice response system. We tell Chairperson the duration of the contract as to when it started back in 2019. We 1st July 2019, that was the very first contract, up to 30th June 2022. And we also tell the instances when we had to apply for an extensions and the instances and the reason again as to why we weren't able to go through and why we were the motivation for that deviation in terms of the SEM regulations and the interruption on the services. But again, same as number 1, in this case, we have got a new contract, Chairperson, that has came in upon following Section 217 of the Constitution. So it started from the 31st of October 2025 and it will end in 2028. We also tell when we applied for deviation, Chairperson, for extension as to what we anticipated, which was about 5 million, and what was actually incurred at the end was 3.8 million rand. So the budget was still within in terms of the of that contract. The fourth one, Chairperson, contract number 4, it's for high availability turnkey solutions, VPN lines, or hosting of the services to facilitate prepayment vending process. The name of the company is Internet Solution, with a contract that shows when it actually started. It started from the 1st of January 2019. The first contract ending on the 31st of December 2022. We show the instances when we had to extend the contracts for the service not to be interrupted. And also we indicate the regulation or the section of the MFM of the supply chain policy that was applied to apply for an extension. In this case as well, Honorable Chairperson, we indicate that we have finalized a process. A new contract has been entered into upon following the Section 217 of the Constitution to come up with a new contract. Again, this one was entered into from the 27th of August 2025 up to 26th August 2028. We also indicate in this case what we budgeted for initially and what was the expense. We budgeted for about 4 million rand. In terms of that contract, 1.7 million rand was incurred. The last one under budget and treasury, Chairperson, is the one for printing and bulk mailing of and processing of the monthly municipal accounts. The service provider is CAB Holdings, and we indicate in it as well as to when did we start working with them in terms of contractual arrangements and for what period. 1 October 2018 up to 30th of September 2021. And we also indicate the instances when we had to an extension of that contract. The reasons for the motivation, in this case, we're talking about accounts that have got to be distributed to the account holders for them to be able to pay the municipality. We had to motivate it, or it was motivated on those bases. And again, this one as well, a new contract has since been entered into. A new contract is in place, and that new contract commenced from the 1st of July 2025, and that contract will be ending on the 30th of June 2028. We indicate what was the anticipated budget, Honorable Chairperson. In this case, we anticipated that 5 million rand will be incurred, but 7.3 million rand was incurred. But when there was a budget that was going to be exceeded, a request for amending a budget was made. We had to identify savings and for us to be able to ensure that we don't create unauthorized expenditure and we pay for the services for the work that was undertaken. Thank you, Chairperson. I think that's basically on the line of budget and treasury. I'm sorry if I didn't respond to everything, but I've tried. In the case of budget and treasury, maybe you mentioned something about intimidation and contracts where the extensions were resulting from intimidation. From the side of budget and treasury, that is not the case, Chair. Thank you so much.
Deal with the COO.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Yes, Chair. Chair, thank you very much. Lula Mila Molman, Chairperson.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I am presenting only one item. Mine is an SCM 17, which is in relation to Mars Technologies, which was appointed for web hosting and infrastructural development. The contract in itself started on the 10th of January 2017. The estimate value of the contract was 9.1 million. The actual value for the expenditure on this one was 9,049,512 rand. There were 8 extensions of this particular contract. Now, the only reason cited in as far as our records are concerned is that there was impracticality of going to tender. And I believe that a number of people are sleeping on the job on this one. But unfortunately, we only appointed a new service provider in January 2026, which has taken over this particular process. We no longer have this extension of extensions as part of an ongoing challenge in the city because we have appointed a service provider for 36 months, effectively from the 5th of January 2026. I think I'll leave it at that, Chairperson. Thank you.
Honourable members, any specific comments, questions? I like the last one, acting COO. Somebody was sleeping on the job. That does look like it. Have you found out who slept? Yes, Honourable Mwali.
Yeah, Chairperson, let's go to contract number 1. I want to check who are the directors of that contract. And also
Directors of the company.
Of the company. I can't remember correctly the surname of one of the senior managers that left the meeting for rushing to an operation. Last time we had a meeting here. Yeah. So I want to check if there's
Wait,
any.
You asked directly and you say yes. Now, I don't know whether he has answered because he didn't put the mic on and I didn't ask him to speak. So when you said yes, what did you say to him? Mr. Ndolwane? What did you say?
I confirmed the name, Mr. Barry Martin, Chairperson. Yes, he's the one we shared laptop last time.
Yeah. So I was checking, Chair, any relationship between him and the directors of this company or anyone else within the institution who has a relationship.
Relationship between Mr. Perry Martins and any of the directors.
Yes.
Right.
Or the directors with anyone within the institution. And if there's any declaration of such. Number 1.
All right.
And number 2.
No. Wait, let's get that one off the table.
Sorry, Chairperson. I think I can respond to confirm. I think Honorable Member was talking to contract number 1, confirming the names of the directors. As part of the information as well said that we provided, we named them, taking them from the documents of the contracts. It's a Mr. S. Kandasamy and Mr. B. Shea. So the names are there. On the side of Mr. Martin, I may not be able to respond myself. I think he is on the platform. Thank you.
Mayor, if Mr. Martin's on the platform, can we reach out to him? If you can just comment.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Martin, can you respond to the question? Thank you.
Where's my co-chair?
Thank you, Chair.
We have Mr. MMC Mafanya. Do we have Mafana? Hey, sorry, man, I rechristened you. Sorry. Now, do we have Mr. Martins nearby?
Yes. Yes.
All right. All right. Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson. Good afternoon, members. I'm Barry Martin. I have no association with this tender that has been raised. Thank you.
No, not the tender. The people, the directors.
No, I don't know them.
That's fine. Let's proceed. Next question. Yeah. I stopped you on the 1. I wanted us to clear it.
Contract number 2. Why have we had this contract for so long? Why so many extensions? Do we not have anyone who can do meter readings in that municipality? Is it a specialized service? What are you saying to the people of this country?
Let's keep it straight and factual. How many extensions, Mr. Ngolon?
Is there anyone? Okay, let me leave it at that.
Can I try, Chairperson? Can I respond?
Don't even try, just proceed.
Chairperson, yes, it's about 8 extensions. Honorable member, there's a history as well. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to talk the history. If you remember, there is a council meeting where there were decisions to insource certain services. It's a council meeting that started in a date in December on a Thursday and it ended on a Friday morning. One of those decisions was to insource the meter reading service. However, there were decisions that were taken by council and got challenged by National Treasury because the decisions came in as flyers. Some were flyers with financial implication. This one also was that one where we had the council was instructed to rescind certain decisions. There was a period, Honorable Mwali, when grants could not be transferred to the city because of that. So this meter reading one is one of those. Yes, it does not mean that they are the only service providers that can do meter reading across South Africa. Hence, I also made mention, Chairperson, that we have started a process of procuring, but towards the end of that procurement process, we then got objections or appeals that became favorable to the appellants, and we had to cancel that process. So it's one of those where you do there, if you don't, because here we need to read the 300,000+ meters on a daily basis for us to have accurate bills. So it's something that we are prioritizing for the city to have new companies having followed Section 217 of the Constitution. Sorry if I became long.
So the extensions, you say it was 8 times. And when, yeah.
Chair, there was sorry.
No, proceed.
Sorry. There was a time where we were told that we cannot go out because the council has not yet finalized a process. So there was a delay as well. But yes, in 2025, if I'm not mistaken, we started a process of getting new service providers that will do in a contract of a period of 36 months. The one that I'm saying, it was subjected to objections.
But let's just try and follow your reasoning now. The first time the contract was supposed to be set up was 2017.
The contract started in 2019, the original contract, yes.
2019.
2019.
Then you had the hitches and this decision taken and rescinded.
Sorry. I'm sorry, I'm making a mistake. I want to correct myself. Sorry, I looked at the wrong place. Yes, it's 1st December 2016. That was the first contract, supposed to have ended on the 30th of November 2019. Thanks.
10 years now. One company. That's 10 years, one company. And are you able to explain to us that you had a problem of having to rescind the decision to insource, and I still don't quite get what affects the tender then? I mean, what affects, you could have still gone out into a public process. What stops it whilst the municipality is fighting on their own? Okay, Umwali, and then
Once on that one, Chairperson, the intention was in 2018, and I'm not sure when it was rescinded, but the intention was in 2018. So from that time till to date, there's been extensions. Now, to supplement your question as to what else, is there nothing else that the municipality would have done or would have opted or would have ventured into to try and address this? Because I can see that you tried to you had an intention to change the situation in 2018, but you left it at that from 2018 to date until we raise it now as one of the evergreen contract. If we did not raise it as one of the evergreen contracts, this was going to continue forever. That one service provider is servicing the municipality. Please support that.
Honorable Typos.
To the CFO, I'm just looking at the size and the value of the contract. Is this for how many meters are we talking there? The size of the area, is it 1 or 2 suburbs or what is it?
Can I answer? The suburbs is the whole of Nelson Mandela Metro. So yes, I was saying we have got about 300,000 households that we've got to read with those conventional meters, not prepaid meters. So it's about 300,000, and it's 3 service providers that are being utilized as listed here in this contract.
But am I reading the same thing with you? SCM 20/106/S.
Yeah.
And you say the total contract was 2.8 million.
No, 14 million.
Which one?
Sorry, I think I'm responding to number 2, ne? Number 2 on the list. Sorry.
Okay, just correct us now. Take us back.
It's SCM.
No, number 2. What is when did it start?
It's SCM 1789S is the one that I was saying from the record. It started from the 1st of December 2016.
2016.
2016, sir.
And the total cost has gone to 14 million.
In terms of this particular contract, when it was extended, it's about 15 million. 14.3 million in this particular contract. Maybe what I failed to say is to talk. I think you asked a question now about the accumulated values.
This is 14 for what?
15 million for the period of an extension.
Just per annum.
The last extension, yes.
You're gaming with us, right?
Yeah.
Listen,
yes.
The number that you are looking for, I think it's not in the schedule.
It's not. And the question is very clear.
Cumulative amount of money that has been spent on this contract from 2016. That is what you are looking for, not the estimated amount on extension. This 15 million is the last extension. While the cumulative from 2016 to date.
All right.
How much you have spent on this contract?
Look, I don't believe you don't understand the question. You're making us think you don't want us to know. That's the problem. The question is, this was shared specifically for that reason. The contract value wanted individual and wanted cumulative. Okay? Now, if you deal with figures, you know exactly what we're asking for. And if you don't tell us, you know exactly what you're not telling us. That's good. So let's go back now from the beginning. Give us these figures that we're asking for.
My humble apologies, Chairperson. I think the question of the accumulative, I must have missed. Because when we were preparing,
don't explain anymore because we asked the same question last time. But let's just get back to the specifics now. Go back, first time, 2016. What was the period of the contract? How long and how much? Then you extended how long and how much? And to date is how much? Because these figures are misleading. And we think if we have to ask you, we actually think we have to ask you because you don't want us to know this. And we don't understand why that should be the case. Yes, Mwale?
Chair, I'm afraid from this schedule, from all these contracts we're going to be dealing with, we don't know the cumulative amount that has been spent from the time it was the first contract to all these extensions. On this schedule, I'm not sure if there's any other schedule. I'm not sure if therefore we are in a position to give us for all these contracts how much has been spent from 2016 specifically for the one we are talking about, meter reading, how much have been spent from 2016, 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, over 10 years? How much have you spent on this contract?
Chairperson, out of my head, I may not be able to give that response, but we can provide the response and correct. And sorry, I must have misunderstood the question, and I was looking at a contract that we have extended currently. When we gave the information as well, as I understood it from the committee last time, but I failed, and I apologize for that, of now adding a column that talks about the accumulative expenditure. But service provider per service provider, Honorable Mwali, we can provide that information.
You know, Mayor.
My apologies for misunderstanding.
Mayor, we're asking this question for the second time, and the reason why we didn't proceed last time is precisely the same issue. There's a reason why we didn't proceed last time is precisely the same issue. The reason why you are here is because we couldn't get joy on this matter on the same issue. Now, let me say, you are now giving us another notice that you want to come back. That's what you are doing. You're giving us notice, you want to come back, because one thing we are not going to do is to let go of the issue. So at least if you understand, there is no way we can actually leave this matter and not get the details. There's just no way. Secondly, don't make us think that when we've asked you specifically and asked that you must give us contract values individually and cumulative, that we think that is confusing English. It's not. Now, the way we have been dancing and everything that was simple before is what we're actually back to. And let's again say to you, Honorable Mayor and your team, we're ready. If it means more time, we'll make it more time. It means we extend, we're going to extend. If it means we're going to come back, you're going to come back. But what it means, you are going to answer them. So let's make that very clear so that there's no space that anybody can imagine that will leave this matter without getting the right answers. Let's make that very clear. So let's go back to the first question now. Now I'm going to be guiding you step by step. I did indicate, go to the first one and let's start. When did the contract start? Now I'm going to ask you a question one by one.
The first contract started from the 1st of...
Year is enough. Don't worry about the first date and the month.
1st of April, 2022.
Okay. Electricity vending servers, how many companies are involved there with their extensions?
So, sorry, Chairperson, which contract now?
The first one, is that one company or is several companies?
Oh, the first contract is one company. It's Condor Technology.
Okay. Your services is electricity prepayment vending servers. Now, because I don't have the exact names of companies, I'm asking you whether it was one company. You're saying it's one company. So the first contract was how many, for how long?
Sorry, Chair. The first one is contract extension, sorry. The first contract here started for various services that are listed here. It started from 2011, 2012, but we'll list the services as to what services they were by the same service provider.
Okay, now, I'm tempted to say, I guess Ikuluma is seeing too much. Last time, sayiqala lento sayixoxa kanje. I-contract nisitshela i-service yokugcina inkampani iqale long time earlier. Yenze ezinye izinto. Anifuna ukuveza lokho. Kodwa inkampani eyodwa. Manje sibuza into eyodwa sithi niqale nini ukusebenza nale nkampani? uma usiphendula awukwazi ukusibhalela lokhu okubhalwe la kuphela. Kube kade uqalile usebenza nale nkampani ngoba sifuna ukwazi kokona lokho ukuthi kwenziwe yini niqale ngalesi sikhathi nima nifuna ukwenza omunye umsebenzi ibuyise leyo nkampani, funa ukwenza omunye umsebenzi nibuyise leyo nkampani, niyayishintshisa imisebenzi ezoyenza. So sifuna ukuzwa ukuthi kusukela ekuqaleni naniqale nenzani ngayo, ayikhokhela malini, nase niyibuyisa kanjani ningazange nibuyele kwiprocess ecacile, bese kuba ukuthi nase nikhokha malini mase niphinda, isizathu sokuphinda niyelule kwakuyisiphi kuze kuyofika ekugcineni. So awiqale kanjalo ke.
Chairperson, oops, sorry. All right. In terms of the information that we have provided, Chairperson, siqale ekuqaleni company by company. Siqala from different operations that this company was doing. Various contracts that we are showing, periods ezahlukileyo that we are showing. The only thing I do not have and I've missed to have is to have accumulative expenditure ngokwalo type of contract. For instance, the company has been doing a work for the maintenance and service of the NMBM electricity prepayment online vending system, the maintenance and service of the NMBM 10-key prepayment online vending system. In this list, we give the period, Chair, starting from 2012 when they were given a kind of work to do, but my failure was to provide the expenditure accumulative for all these contracts. That is where I have missed.
Honorable members, if can I just get sense if members are following?
Sorry, Chair.
Yes,
CFO, just checking, that 14 million, is that per annum? Between the three companies or what? What are we talking?
Proceed.
Sorry, the 14 million rand is what we have incurred, but in this particular extension, in the contract, this current contract where we extended, but it is not the accumulative. Yeah.
That's what I'm asking. Is it per annum? That's what you would, isn't it you extended per annum or is it more than a year?
It depends at what part of an annum you are or municipal financial year you are. Okay. Yes. So, but this
so
one.
Yeah, that's tricky.
It
Because
depends.
this could be for a couple of months and.
Yes, it depends as to when that contract ended.
Makes it difficult.
Chair. As CFO, does your spreadsheet here takes care of losses incurred on this contract during this period of extensions from the first one to the last one? It doesn't. But there are losses, eh? There are penalties because see here, your reason if you're saying you couldn't go to tender. There are possible losses and penalties there because there will be delays somewhere for lapses on contracts. So this then speaks to the issue of contract management within the municipality. There's a serious issue of contract management. And now my next question is, the one responsible for contract management in the municipality, has there been any consequences from this?
Chairperson, if I can respond, from my record, there has been no consequences for these extensions that I can be able to quote or mention.
I'm going to ask you to, can you come over this side and manage this spreadsheet yourself? You see, I want the CFO to take us through this thing properly. For each extension, we want to know why, and for each extension, we want to know the size of the contract. Then we don't have to sit here and look at 1 million when in fact there's a lot more spent. So we want to get a proper sense of that. So I want you to control the thing yourself so that we can then follow properly what is happening.
Chairperson, if I may.
Yes, proceed.
Yes, with the deficiencies that I've mentioned, this one contract, what's going on? All right.
So that we can follow.
All right.
You start from your left.
Yes, I start from my left.
Tell us what's happening.
It's contract number 1.
Right.
That we've listed. It's SEM 2106X.
That's fine.
Is the contract number. What the purpose is, the contract description.
Okay. Let's move on.
Who is the supplier or service provider? The supplier's name. Has there been any same contract previously awarded to the same contract or contracts for same services? If yes, then we provide the work that that service provider has rendered for the municipality in terms of the different contracts. So E is explaining, listing all those activities that they have. And it tells it in F the duration from when up to when did they do number 1. From the 4th of May 2022 up to the 4th of November 2025, number 1 was done and it ended there. It goes to the second.
Sorry, so, and you are saying you don't have the cost of
value.
The value of
That's
the,
what,
you
that's
don't
what
have.
I'm missing, yes, for that particular period. And it goes on to number 2, and also
I think you should wait there. Okay. Honorable members. Yes.
I think for us that is key.
The value of that contract is
that is key. That value of that contract is key. How soon can the CFO actually get that information? Because we cannot be able to proceed. So without that information, because if you can't provide that information to this committee, it will serve no purpose.
Can I ask the mayor? Mayor, can you follow what's our problem?
Yes, Chair. I can follow, and I can remember that our agreement was that we are going to include those amounts. As to whether it has been lost on the lines, I'm not sure, Chair, and would apologize. Would just want to check with the CFO. Is there no one that can forward the information whilst you are here?
No, before we do that, Mayor, I think I would have been surprised if you didn't understand where we are. To be honest, I would have been very surprised. But I'm glad you do. Because what we have been asking, and from the first day, we wanted to know for each of the extensions, what was the value of the contract and why was the extension done? Now, this information was why we actually asked you to go back to collect this information. It has not come back now. So I don't think on his feet, the CFO is going to be able to give us that information. What we would have rather have asked is not that. What we were actually asking of you is that before you come to us, look at this thing and tell us if you agree with what has happened. That was the issue. You have had this problem and you have not had time to look at it. Now we want you to go into those details, discuss it with your team, the team that is sitting over there on the platform. Excuse me. We're expecting that they all have gone through this discussion with yourselves. So even if they can send us bits and pieces, it doesn't help us because you have not discussed it with your members. Because where we're going as a team, as a committee, we're saying something is wrong here. Somebody should have found out what is wrong. And you should then say to us, I've checked this, you can investigate it, it's clean. Some of it happened before you came, so you don't know what happened. But what we're asking is no longer possible to actually say somebody can call and say, and give us a number now, and we can make sense of it. So even if they could do it, but it's more useful, because when you come here as a representative, that your whole team has looked at it, your council has looked at it and said, no, we're not happy. We want to take action. Or here, we're happy, don't worry, tell the committee, we've checked it, there's no problem in this thing. That's ultimately what we want to hear from you. So it doesn't happen like that. So I don't see that we can actually take the matter forward. And what the honorable member is saying, there's no way we can actually take the process forward. Honorable Mutalo and then one.
I just want to finish, Chair. Chair, I would like to take you back to my contribution when I've forgotten the name of the gentleman that was presenting a document, the acting COO.
You asked, I asked the question again.
Yes.
Mr. Mullman.
That's correct. That's correct, Chair.
You asked that question.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. You know, Mr. Honorable Mayor, Madam Mayor, what is important for us to observe and also to be convinced at or about is the ownership of the information that you give to us as a committee. What the Honorable Chair is raising is quite important. Because whatever information, this information, you as a municipality, you must know about it for the purpose of accountability. You must own it, you know. So which means actually you never said, Honorable Speaker, you never said as a municipality, as the leadership of the municipality together with your officials, whereby you had to discuss these issues. If needs be, we were supposed even to ask questions, get clarity, and understand what the committee wants, what this committee wanted. So we never said. So, and what we want is for you to be able to give explanation on how the municipalities run when it comes to tenders about these evergreen contracts. So you don't own what is presented before us here, because we don't know anything about it as leadership of Nelson Mandela. And we're very much uncomfortable about that. And we're very much concerned about that. It's just a matter of just forwarding us information that we don't know about, we don't know anything about it, we don't own it. So first and foremost, the officials concerned, the departments concerned, must account to you. So what issues, what information that we require from you, ask for that information. If you need to ask questions, interrogate it, we expect you to do that before you come and present it for us. You can't come here and then if you see the information for the first time, when you're asked about it, you don't know. We have a problem about that. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Sampa and then Mwali and then Taiposh.
Thanks, Chair. My question is gonna be very simple. To the mayor and the CFO and the speaker, because they were the one who were here before. After you left Parliament, with the questions and documents that we wanted, have you ever convened a meeting and sit down and prepare for this meeting? Because I think if you have done that, and you must be honest, if you did not sit, just tell us you did not sit. If you are seated, just tell us what did you discuss in that meeting? Because we can't go back and forth with the same issues. Because the last time that, so that for you to return, and then we said that you'll come back, it's the same issue. So can I just get like, and you must tell us as this committee, when was that meeting, what the date of that meeting, where you seated and discuss all the things that this committee asked you to do. Thank you very much.
Do you want to respond to that, ma'am?
Yes, Chair. I want you to note that we take you coming here very serious. And the information, there was a preparatory meeting for this session. There was even a meeting with COCTA between our officials and the officials of COCTA to go through the report before the submission. This is how serious we take this submission, but there's a different way of dealing with contracts in the municipality, which is outlined in the MFMA. This information is supposed to be categorized if the contracts are irregular. And they then are put in the irregular book and are then sent to MPEC. So there is a committee that is responsible to oversee this, and then council can then attend to this abnormality. But further to that, I have requested I have made a request to the speaker and to the CFO that the contracts, all departments must sit, and the city manager. Dates, speaker, where she comes in is on the fact that there must be set dates, blocked calendar dates. We tilt the approved calendar of council to accommodate all committees sitting, so that all departments sitting, dealing with contracts specifications, so that we do away with these many and multi-year unnecessary contracts, which the speaker has acceded and gave us the dates. So the institution is supposed to sit and deal with this, so that we are unable to say this is a recurring matter of the institution. And as well, we know that contracts as politicians are not supposed to be getting involved in the contracts. And as a mayor, I'm not supposed to be saying so, but as means of making sure that there is no scapegoat in the near future, where they will say there was no specification, we could not advertise on time, we could not do this. I had to give an instruction so that this is an institutional matter. And as well, under this tenure of Advocate Ngopho, we have agreed that let's lessen the deviations. As a result, there was a letter sent to all administrators that each and every ED must make a justification why are they deviating instead of advertising, and the adverts must stop being sent. So this is the process we are trying to outline so that there's efficiency in contracts management and also appointments to lessen these unnecessary loopholes for possible corruption, loopholes for non-adherence of the necessary regulations. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Chair.
Yes. No. Let's get back to the basic question. You've got basically two questions. The first question was, did you sit to discuss the issues that have been raised? Now, you say yes, but from what I'm hearing, you did sit, but from what you're describing, you didn't quite go into these matters. Now, if I were to take you back to what we're looking for, you have this, and we're not saying you must get involved in procurement issues. We're dealing with a history. So this history should have been somehow recorded. So I'm not hearing whether you have classified any of these as irregular already or not. So that we can then understand how you're treating it. Our basic issue here is that we raised a number of issues. We asked about evergreen contracts. You then gave us 23 of them, 22 or 23 of them. We said, fine, we need more details. But what we are trying to understand is how far did you discuss with your team the same issues that they're tabling to us here? Because if you had said upfront that you never discussed with them, we would have stopped the meeting. That's what it means. There isn't a way we can deal with the officials of your municipality unless we're dealing them through you. In other words, it's not the CFO who must answer questions for us. It's the mayor who must answer. But because the mayor doesn't count the numbers, then the mayor is a public representative that oversees the administration. So if the administration goes wrong, we expect that the mayor should be the one to pull them to line to say, yeah, you are wrong. We're taking consequence management over you because of that. So I'm still not sure you have answered these members. This whole spreadsheet, what do you make of it? What are you saying? Can we get your sense of them? Because you don't have all these details now. We're not asking you to give us details, but something that they tell us they must have told you before. So where are we with you on this matter? That's what we're trying to get.
Chair, where we are in terms of this, we did sit a meeting. 2 meetings, not even one. Even last night we did do a dry run. And we did delegate to the CFO to proofread and be ready to answer everything that deals with deviations, so that no information that is requested he doesn't know about.
So you've understood what's our limitation now, what we actually are not happy about.
I understand it, Chair.
Take us forward. What do you want us to do?
So, Chair, what should I suggest at this stage?
All right, let's start with Mwali, then come to Labuskachne.
Chairperson, I'm afraid we have to just leave this this part of the agenda item They must go and fix it and come back when they want us to discuss it. For now, I don't think they are ready for us to discuss it. Chair, the municipality is supposed to be having a contract register. In the contract register, there's going to be an expiry date of each contract, values of each contract, how far these contracts have gone, and the responsible individual for each of these contracts. If there's a manager, a contracts manager, as I'm saying, this speaks to the failures of contract management. If they had a manager, do you have a manager for contract management? Do you have a manager for SCM? Because this is not difficult information to get if you have that in place. The problem that you are dealing with here is the lack of controls. That is why we are having this problem of now trying to get this piece and put this together, trying to control this and that. Even the deviations with prices, scope, and everything, they should be justified and they should be approved. I want to ask this question from you, CFO. What is the audit outcome from the Auditor General with regards to your contract management, with your deviations? Did they accept them? What is the audit outcome with regards to each of these contracts that you have here? Each deviation that is audited by the Auditor General for this evergreen contract. What is their auditor? What is their status on compliance, particularly? Because Auditor General does have a section where they audit contract management. So I want to check what is their status on this. What the executive mayor chair is explaining to us is a last resort. He's trying to manage a decline or a failing system here. If you don't have systems in place, that is what you end up with. Trying to put in the EDs together to explain why you want to deviate and all of that. That's a last resort. First thing, you need to manage these contracts properly so that you can see if there are any overruns. Can you tell us what are the overruns for all these 23 contracts from the time they started? Can you tell us the losses that you've incurred since this contract started? Can you tell us interest and penalties for these contracts since they started? Can you show us approvals for each deviation from these contracts since they started? Thank you.
Labuskakne and then Direko. And may I say, I'm going to ask Cooperative Province, Cooperative National, and Treasury. And if AG is on the platform, we're going to be asking each one to make the comment. But we'll go this way. Let's have Labuskakne, then Direko, and then we'll come back to Cooperative and the others.
Chair, the first thing that I need to know, make sure that I understand it correctly, in the report that we received, there is this whole, all these contracts, and then there is a analysis of the root causes and the things that they implemented. Is by whom that was, before I continue, by whom was that compiled? Root causes analysis. A cross-cutting analysis of all 23 contracts entries reveals that the evergreen condition is not caused by a single failure, but by a convergence of systemic, institutional, and process level weaknesses.
Sorry, where are you reading?
That is on our agenda. We have these sections and then the things. Was that the summary of the committee, or is that feedback that was received?
This one.
No.
Which one?
No. And the unsigned document that, as I have,
the
document that we received from them.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Okay. Now,
It was received from the mayor.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
you want to know who compiled it?
yes,
But
I
the
would
mayor-
like to know, you compiled the document saying root causes, and then you went into quite a lot of them. I would like to know who did that. And then, because if you addressed it root causes, you address the current interventions, and so you go on, and a total sort of analysis and a conclusion to the evergreen matters. Now, did you compile it as one person over departments? How did you go to do that? Then,
Sorry, Mayor, can you see what they're referring to?
okay. The second question, and that is in supporting the other question from the previous colleague is, at this stage, these evergreen contracts, did that contribute to unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure? And if it did, actually, I don't have to ask because you said it contributed to something like over 600 million or something, if I'm not wrong, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Now, when fruitless and wasteful expenditure is indicated, for us in an oversight situation, and this is where I think we miss each other, is we don't know only this happened and that happened. What kind of investigations? What did the municipality did to investigate and to find the people who were responsible or are responsible, or if it's not responsible and everything is systemic, but to address that? Because it's a general report with all these things, but there's no specifics in that. And does the municipality have the capacity? Because if the municipality does not have the capacity, we should recommend a forensic investigation into these things specifically, so that we can get to the root causes, and so that the municipality can start addressing this via workshops or policies and all these things. So, Chair, yeah, they have the root causes. They've put that in a report. They have some of the things that they say they are implementing, but there's no mention in any of these, in this whole report that they gave us, on what is the consequences. Because the same people are sitting in the same positions, doing the same thing every year, incurring fruitless and wasteful expenditure every year, result in audit report with findings which actually can directly be linked to money spent and services not, or money not spent well, and better services could be done. And I think that is, from my side, and I think for the committee side, that is what we are interested in. These things has been done, but what did you do to stop this and to change this? If you don't do any consequence management, if you don't do any investigation into so that consequence management can happen, you can change your policies, you can hold workshops, and you can talk, sit around tables and discuss and write wonderful reports, and nothing will change. Thank you, Chair.
Can I get Cocter? You look like you're defeated or exhausted, or
Chair, it pains me when to respond to this, because post the session you had with the municipality, the HOD was here, then came back to the department and summoned a team of officials to go and sit with the officials of the Metro to clinically go through each and every item that the committee requested responses on.
I'm sorry. You know, before you, I actually had said there's another member, Direko. Now my system has thrown me out of connection, so I missed the hand. Can I ask you to hold on and ask Direko to come in? I'm very sorry, Honorable Direko. These gadgets aren't all synced. Sorry.
Okay, Chair.
Chair, my comment is in line with what Honorable Moela has just said. You know, Chair, it's really exhausting to engage this municipality because we have spent many days with them, but it seems like there's a lack of willingness to give information that is required by the committee. Number one, how does the municipality explain the fact that they do not have financial systems in place? Because if you have financial system in place, it simply means that you will have records of all your activities, especially financial activities. It can't be that the municipality struggles to give us information with regard to the contract that they have. Because if they have financial system or the system that is assisting them with their finances in the municipality, they will be able to just go into the system and retrieve that information. It's not something that we have to struggle with. So it's really frustrating, Chair. It looks like we are working with people who do not have that willingness to be assisted, or with people who are hiding something from us of which we don't know what is it. Like we've indicated to them when we first meet with these municipalities, we are not here to play the big brother, but we are here to understand the exact situation of the municipality so that we can find a way of assisting them. But in this manner that they are acting, then it then poses a lot of questions as to, do these people really need to be assisted, or do these people hide something from us and hence they are doing what they are doing? Can they please try to take us serious and be cooperative in terms of what we all want to achieve? Because all for us to be here is not because we don't have anything to do, but we just want to work with them and ensure that the communities get the services that they deserve, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that omission. Do you have another hand over there? Your system is down. Okay. Let's come back to DDG.
Thanks, Chair. I was indicating, Chair, that we had I just want to agree with what the Executive Mayor indicated. The HOD directed a team that we should look at all these issues that were raised by the committee. The Executive Mayor directed her senior management to also be part of that. We spent 2 days over that long weekend clinically going through each and every item. This was part of the item. We then agreed that there should be an outline of all these contracts. What is worrying me now is that we agreed that the CFO must have values attached to these contracts. And the indication was that there's a team, people who are working behind to get the values. All this, it's what we discussed. But what is frustrating me now, or perhaps disappointing to us as a team that was working, because we thought these figures will be reflected here. But otherwise, in terms of us going through that, these are the contracts. But I hear CFO saying he misunderstood that we had to also attach the figures, but it's what we did on a Friday and the whole day on a Saturday. That's why I'm saying, Chairperson, I'm a bit taken aback, because we were of the view that the values of these contracts which were outlined are going to be attached, because on the day we said, let's be clinical in responding and give everything. But I hear him now saying he misunderstood that part, which is what we agreed.
No, don't worry about them. We are interested in yours now, actually.
Then Chair.
So we want to know, firstly, have you been aware of these contracts? And what have you done about them?
We haven't.
Let me finish. Okay. We also want to know the figures that are not showing here. Are you aware of what the exact amounts are? Now that they've not shown us, but you said you went through the discussion, do you know what those figures are? And if you do, which ones do you know are correct? Which ones do you know are irregular? Which ones do you know need investigations? Which ones need not to even be touched?
Chair, we do not know the figures except for the bulk figures that the CFO indicated, the 14 million. So the respective...
That's not bulk. That's extension.
Extension.
That's all. It doesn't tell you about what happened in the previous year, so it's not bulk.
Okay. The specific contract per year, we didn't get that information.
You think you should have?
That is what we said. The CFO should go back and give that information for the purpose of reporting to the committee.
No, you're talking about the mayor's preparatory meeting for this one. We want to know these figures were existing before. This problem was there before. We were more interested, what did you do about all of this before we got the metro to come over to answer for them?
We didn't know, Chief, the figures. Then on the
You
day,
didn't know which one?
the figures, Chair, of each and every contract that is reflected here.
You don't think you should have actually found out about them?
That's what I'm saying, Chair. On the day when we were there, we then requested the CFO to go and check the figures. Then we went further to say what is the root cause for these deviations or extension of contracts, and what is the plan moving forward of dealing away with such contracts.
No, okay, I'm going to ask the members to come in, but just make me understand something here. You became aware of this issue when the committee asked the municipality to come and explain. You didn't know before then. Now the question we're asking you, should you not have known before that there's a problem? It was your oversight responsibility starts there.
We should have
Chair.
done. Sorry.
I'll come to you, Honorable Kalipi. Thank you. Yes, we'll proceed.
Chair, we should have known. We accept that we should have known, Chairperson. It's one thing that we as a department lacked oversight on. We should have known. We shouldn't have just perhaps relied on the fact that it's an undelegated municipality and therefore financial matters like this are controlled or are oversighted by Treasury. We do accept we should have known.
The real issue is that you can't have said they must go and get figures, but they must bring to us and you have not seen them. That's the problem. How do you're doing oversight over the municipality, then the municipality can get figures and pass the information to the committee, but you as a responsible department don't know about those figures. I mean, that for us is a huge lapse on your side. Because you can't pass to us information, you can't dump papers to the portfolio committee. You need to say, we've checked this and this is what is, and you must stand for it. You know, this question Honorable Mandela has been asking, there isn't a way you can get stuff coming here and the province doesn't own it. Because you should have been there. That's why we've got the DG sitting up there, because we also want to get to the DG at the end. Are they aware of what's going on? Because their job is to do that. Because we want to get, ultimately, when we're done, we need to go to the minister and ask the question, when there are these issues, what have you been aware of and what have you done? That's where the question is going. So we want to get this information firsthand so that when we get there, we know exactly what's happened. That's our role. Honorable Kalipi?
So, Chair, it's Direko.
Sorry, Direko, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Chair, mine is on the COGTA side. I believe that it will not be fair for COGTA to come and try to play clean while they are also the root cause of the challenges that you are having in the municipalities. The reason why I'm saying that is because municipalities are submitting quarterly report to both COGTA and Treasury in the province and also at national. But yet they're unable to see these red flags. And when they come here, they want to play as if they are not the contributing factors to the challenges that we currently have. So as much as we blame these municipalities, we must also hold COGTA accountable, because when we were there during the oversight, they were given tasks as to what is it that we are expecting from them in order to assist this municipality. So can they also take us along? It can be that they were not aware that there were a lot of deviations in that municipality, and even today they do not have those figures. It means that they were sleeping on duty. So they must also be held accountable and also be
Honorable Direko, are you done? You got cut. Sorry, Honorable Direko, you have to come in later. I'm not sure what happened. It sounds like you got cut. All right, we'll offer this space again later for Honorable Direko. Yes, honorable members, let's come back. Van Zyl, Mdolo, and then, all right, we'll just take the queue. We'll move from you one after the other to the end.
Thank
Yes,
you, Chairperson. I wanted to echo what you and Honourable Direk has just mentioned because, the province has said that they spent a whole long weekend. I think it was the words 2 days or a whole long 2 days. So it's a while ago that Cocta Department of Province was there to assist this municipality, giving instructions. But my problem really comes when there's no follow-up. Because if 2 weeks lapsed, 3 weeks lapsed, before all of them come, because they knew they were coming, and the municipality obviously was invited. So as a sort of mother body, how do you not follow up to see the instructions that you gave to the municipality that was actually followed through with and done? Thank you.
Mdolo.
No, for me, Chair, it's just simple. You once actually checked whether we have AG on the platform or Treasury on the platform as well. So I think maybe it will be critical that actually we allow them actually to contribute on these issues and then maybe come after and we take a decision because one looks at this issue. I don't think we'll be able to proceed. But before maybe take the decision, I think Treasury and AG must actually comment on these issues. Thank you, Chair.
They were on the line. I only stopped them because I saw your hands coming up. So we could wait for their response and then you can come in after. Can we do that? Yeah, that's fine. Because then let's get Cocta to finish. Then let's go to Treasury, AG, and then DG, and then come back. Cocta Province.
I think I was through with the narration and accepting the fact that after the 27th of April, we didn't then go back to that. Probably our weakness to look now as to whether that information which we said must be inserted has been inserted. But otherwise, this is what we were discussing on the day, and to say, now that we are through with all the questions and the responses, fill in that part of the figures. That's why our weakness, Chair, is to not to request the final version of the information post the 27th of April. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Can we have, do you have Treasury? MMC Mafani, do you have anyone who look like Treasury in your side?
Mr. Wayne.
Oh, yes.
Chair,
Nice.
they're on the platform, sir.
You're on the platform, please proceed. Yes, please introduce your team and then you can make your comments.
Good evening, Honorable Chairperson, members of the committee, the municipal leadership, and colleagues in the platform. My name is Mr. Wayne McCommons, and I'm a lone soldier today. I'm alone from National Treasury, and my role in the National Treasury, Honorable Chair, is I'm the Chief Director, heading up the Municipal Finance Management Act Implementation Unit within the National Treasury. So my responsibility is to support municipalities with the implementation of the Municipal Finance Management Act, as well as the regulations. I'll try and respond, Chair, to the best of my ability, because we are discussing a lot of things here that I'm partly responsible for, but I can respond and maybe provide some views around some of the issues, and I think I'm willing to engage where I'm asked to. Now, I've followed the conversation since the morning, Chairperson, up to now, and almost all the things that's been discussed since up to now, Chair, is stuff that the National Treasury has supported the municipality on, Chair, for a number of years. The issue around evergreen contracts is an issue that I think for the last 10 years if I have to be honest, CFO, we've been working with the municipality to assist them to, over time, phase out these contracts that were concluded before the Municipal Finance Management Act came into being, so that we can move to a point where those contracts has end dates, and we can start moving into a direction where contracts are being concluded in a way that's consistent with the Municipal Finance Management Act. Similarly, also, there was discussions around consequence management. We've been working with the municipality for many years to try and assist the municipality to get consequence management being a norm rather than an exception. In fact, I was there at the municipality 2 weeks ago, meeting with the very same people that are in the room today to discuss the treasury concerns around us. So from where we sit, Honorable Chairperson, we are of the view that we've supported the municipality to the extent that we are able to meet our legislative mandate as a department. And that's why we've reached a stage as a National Treasury where we have to ask ourselves, or we have asked ourselves, do we persist with our current modus operandi, where we train and we train and we train and we train and we train, and still seeing no results, as has been discussed up to now? Or do we take the conversation into a direction where we apply consequence management as a department to the extent that is possible and allowed under the Municipal Finance Management Act? And that is why, Honorable Chair and members, you would have seen towards the latter part of last year, the Treasury informing the municipality of its intent to invoke Section 38 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, read with 2162 of the Constitution, because we are of the view that supporting this metro in the way we've done in the past is not bearing any fruits. And again, the reason why I was there 2 weeks back was to inform the municipality again that despite that letter that was written to the municipality in December, there unfortunately has been no traction whatsoever on any of the issues, be it reduction of irregular expenditure, consequence management implementation, etc. So where we are, Chairperson, yes, we still willing, despite having gone the route we've gone, we've not closed our door to support the municipality, but we do believe that support has a start date and an end date. And that is why we've taken the steps as a department in the way that I think the law allows us to, Chair. I think, Chair, I can leave it at that, and I'm willing to answer questions if I have to. Thanks, Chair.
So can I just get a sense from you? You are saying you have avoided embarking on consequence management as Treasury. Could you explain why? You've been dealing with evergreen contracts for 10 years, if you must be honest, CFO, you said? Wayne?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair. So, Chair, in the past, and I think there is evidence to that effect, the National Treasury has implemented consequence management on the municipality for a whole host of compliance issues. I don't think at that time, Chairperson, evergreen contracts was and I'm talking on the correction here. I don't think evergreen contracts was part of that particular basket. But we have Honorable Chairperson implemented consequence management in the way I've explained it now in the past, and I think the municipality can attest to that, Chair. So we've not been unwilling.
Can you explain why it was not part of your package of concerns, evergreen contracts? Can you explain why it was not part of your concerns?
The context, Chairperson, is that our guidance to the municipality. So we accepted the fact that you can't cancel a contract just overnight, by virtue of the binding nature of a contract. So what we told the municipality as advice is that over time, those evergreen contracts is going to have to be phased out. Okay? And the response we've been getting from the municipality is that they are in the process of doing that. And that is why, Chair, we were of the view that because the municipality, from where they sit, are taking steps to, over time, reduce or phase out those contracts, we never saw the need to come as strong as we had on other issues. Thanks.
No. Don't explain it in a way that it is not. Now, what you are suggesting to us is that when you came to work with this municipality, they had a contract, let's say, of 15 years that predates the MFMA. And therefore you were working on them on how to turn the situation up. But that's not the case. These contracts have had regular extensions almost every year or every other year over several months. They were regularly, the first one that the CFO spoke about, that 8 extensions, a period within which somebody could have actually said, no, now go for a proper open tender, proper open procurement. Why does Treasury want us to believe that there was something impossible about an open procurement process when in fact there were processes that were cancelled and then they went back to the same tender? Because we've got here on the record, the gentleman who spoke, I think Mr. Mulman, Mulman, yes. He said he thinks somebody was sleeping on the job. If you go to through some of these contracts, some of these extensions, you will actually find comments from the people who said this is because of poor planning. That's why they've got to cancel. They had to cancel other tenders and extend the same one. So there were no issues of tenders that were in conflict with the MFMA because of the later origin of the MFMA, as opposed to a situation where these tenders were actually, in some of the cases, were taken through, sorry, these contracts were taken through tenders, and the tender process was cancelled. And then they were to extend the same one that was there before. You'll find a lot of those. That's really why the committee became interested to say, no. Give us a little bit more specifics about why each one got cancelled, because a number of them got cancelled. Now, what you're explaining, it sounds like you had a 15-year contract that couldn't be tampered with because MFMA was not there when it came about. But even the first one that the CFO is talking about, 2011, they started having the contract. It was doing other work. Then later on it changed. 2016, it was a different kind of work that it was doing. Now, so they had a choice of the same service provider for different services. So I don't accept your explanation. Am I wrong?
No, I hear you loud and clear, Honorable Chairperson. What I've explained to you now is the extent to which we've guided the municipality from a Municipal Finance Management Act perspective. What I said was, because of the risk of litigation, if a contract is ended overnight, the guidance we gave the municipality was, over a period of time, phase it out. Yes, I fully understand what you are saying around the non-compliance that might have existed at that time with MFMA, but the guidance was in a way that the municipality also take cognizance of the legal risks attached to them in the event where the contract is cancelled in a way that's not legally compliant.
I fear that they might have misled you, because we have not come across a contract like that here. We've come across contracts where there actually were procurement processes that were cancelled. We don't have one where there was a fear of a sudden termination of a contract. There were extensions, and we're even saying here that some of the extensions were not even provided for in the original SLA, which means there was no envisaged extension, but the municipality found it possible to do it, even though the original contract didn't offer that. So I think that you may have been misled, and probably you were. But anyway, that's my view. Let me just get the AG's office to come in. Okay, so the AG, someone in the AG has not been in office. Sorry, is not logged in yet. I'm going to ask the members to come back to this question. Can we get the DG?
Evening, Chairperson, honourable members. It's Neville Cheney. The DG's had to step off for a few minutes. He's busy with the Ditso Botla visit that's taking place with the Minister and the Deputy President. Thanks.
That's
Chair,
fine, proceed.
Just to indicate, the department, during the course of December 2025, after a request that we received, the minister together with the deputy minister of COCTA, we received a request from uh, the executive mayor for support. We have deployed or provided a team of 5 in terms of Section 154. And they've undertaken a substantial diagnostic and assessment. So part of what Honorable Labuskaghni raised in relation to the assessment, that comes from the report that we compiled. In relation to this, it covers the plan that we've presented, not presented, but we've developed together with the technical team. The executive mayor is aware of that. Together with the acting city manager, we've walked a path through them. One of the things that we are now having to deal with is the implementation, because as you know, in terms of Section 154, we've got to work through the administration together with the governance elected representatives. We have a problem in the sense that currently there's only one substantive head of department, as you've been told in the meeting. So, Chair, we have taken that steps. I mean, we've got an analysis. We speak about the infrastructure, institutional governance, the supply chain, with specific reference to the supply chain. Chair, one of the things that we have highlighted is that these are not evergreen contracts, but these are contracts where there have been variations. And I think in relation to that then presents, and we have put forward this, because of this issue around the question of where you have variations. I think in the period between December and the end of March, the current UIFWE of the metro increased by approximately 4 billion. And what we have put forward and said we will support, and part of what we are supporting the province together with the municipality, is to then launch those investigations so that they can be the proper investigations, disciplinaries, as well as write-offs. Because one of the things that the AG has indicated is that in dealing with this UIFW, and the substantial amount of that UIFW emanates from the contract extensions and variations which are outside of scope. So, Chair, that's where I can provide the report. We've got a substantive narrative situational analysis which gives an indication of all of these things. We are now in the process of, together with the office of the executive mayor, together with the acting city manager, then have to then just activate the action plan that we've developed for them, focusing on particularly the supply chain management, the financial health, and the sustainability. Thanks, Chair.
Just explain this. When you say they are not evergreen contracts, what are we talking about? I do note that you conflated things a little bit. In the UIFW aspect and the issue of these particular contracts, I think there are two different things we are trying to follow. We will deal with all these UIFW issues afterwards. But what was your reference to saying that there are no evergreen contracts? I just want to understand the explanation.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, in relation to an evergreen contract, that's a contract that has no termination date. So that would constitute. In the instant case, we have contracts that have a start date and a termination date. So as the CFO has explained, there were contracts that had a start date of 2016 and the conclusion was 2019. in relation to that, there have been then contract variations. So the point that needs to be noted is that in relation to the manner in which this has been done, those contracts have terminated, or at some point they should have been terminated and not extended. So that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a situation where these contracts can be terminated, but for reasons that needs to be investigated and better understood, there have been contract extensions or variations, as I've indicated. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Technically, your definition of evergreen contract is correct. But actually, the CFO here did put that definition at the beginning, or well, let me say mayor or mayor or CFO, they put that definition. So as we sit here, we are fully aware of what we're talking about when we say evergreen. In this case, we have given them this nomenclature as a way to deal with it. What I was more interested in, probably you to clarify, was the question was, you got one service provider having a contract that has gone on for 5 years, 10 years, more years. I think in the one case, there was one that was estimated to about 17 years. And as you would have probably heard, same supplier or same contractor doing different things, contracted for this, and that's over, and the next time is at something else, it's over, and the next time is a different thing altogether. And the question we're asking, how does that happen? So what I want to get from you, are you seeing something wrong in this, or you think the committee has overreacted?
No, Chair. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that in relation to this, and that's why I link these contract variations with the increase in the UIFW, because those variations, stroke evergreen contracts, in terms of the continuation, represents an irregularity. So no, the committee is not overreacting. This is a fatal flaw in those contracts, that those contracts must be terminated and a new service provider procured. And that's what we've highlighted in our governance and supply chain management analysis, Chair. It's available. So, I mean, included in that, we've picked up a whole range of other things on these. No, the committee is correct in approaching this in the way that it is, because as I've indicated, Chair, there's a link between these contracts, their irregularity, the unlawfulness in maybe in certain instances, and then also the fact that they are being there's a classification of UIFW that emanates from these contracts being continued. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, somebody from AG, I think Mr. Ndeta, is that the correct one? Yes, would you like to come in from AG's office?
Greetings, Honorable Chair. Greetings to all the honorable members. I'll just then switch my camera off. My name is Toby Lenteta, Business Unit Leader for Auditor General, Eastern Cape. So in terms of the contract management, Honorable Chair, I think it goes hand in hand with the number of issues that we reported in the audit report under procurement and contract management. So we identified when we did the testing on whether the contracts are being managed, we did not have sufficient.
You have a serious problem with your connectivity. Okay. Just try shifting maybe to another spot. In the meantime, can I ask Shireen, just put up that annexure? When Mr. Ndeta comes back, we'll ask him, we'll give him the space.
Apologies, Honorable Chair. I think I got cut
Yeah, you got
off.
cut off. Yeah, come back again. We were
Okay.
still following. Yes.
Yes, so there's the managing the contracts itself, the actual process of doing the contract management, which then goes hand in hand with the monitoring. So we've actually got two findings: that the contract management is not happening. Then, as a result, the performance is also not monitored. So I think with what Neville was saying previously, in terms of the deviations, as reported in the audit report, that is where a bulk of their irregular expenditure comes from, where they will deviate from the procurement process for various reasons. Maybe that's where maybe some of those evergreen contracts come into play. So there are issues on procurement and contract management. So you also note the irregular expenditure balance, which is as a result of primarily the deviation. So it is quite high. This year, in the annual financial statements, they reported irregular expenditure of 2 billion. Most of that is coming from those deviations. Hopefully, I've addressed your question, Honorable Chair. Then I'll come back if you have follow-ups.
I think you have addressed. So we will get back to the members. Just to show the members, what you'll see on that is a annexure that was sent with the original letter to the municipality, copied to the MEC. And as you will see that our focus was on the issue of evergreen contracts. All of these items here, if we had been given all this information, would have had a much better discussion. If you just go back a little bit, just go down a bit, Sharon. Yeah, so we were interested, and this came from the original discussion we had and then the subsequent one. Complete register of all these contracts, total number disclosed, contract linked to responsible directorate, and so on. Some of this you see on the spreadsheet, but this information is not being raised for the first time today. And the committee has then got huge frustration at repeating the same issue every time we meet and we don't get to make progress. Those are the details of what is it we wanted to get. And something that we believe a normal procurement process will have those readily available and not needing a lot of probing. And certainly when I say this, CFO, I have difficulties in believing that we misunderstood each other anyway. I don't believe that. And so we're sitting here and are saying, this is the problem. Honorable members, you have heard from the DG, the National and Provincial COCTA, the Treasury, and AG's office. And I think they lead to the fact that these contracts also did come from the AG's office when we started the whole issue. That's really why we got very interested. What is this evergreen? Even if the terminology might have been different, but these contracts that have been dragging for such a long time. So, honourable members, we're back now. So let's deal with the comments from the members. We conclude the issue. Honourable Mtolo, and then the other members.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, I would like to go back to the issue raised with regard to criminal cases opened against some of the employees of the municipalities as they are now enrolled in various courts. I would like to check, Honorable Chair, whether these cases involve the municipality. Maybe these employees that are working for the municipality that are involved or alleged to have actually involved in corruption and fraud, whether that has to do with the municipality or those cases are just happened somewhere, or maybe the former employers, or maybe it's just something that has nothing to do with the municipality. Chair, if in case it happened that actually these cases, they involved the municipality in terms of their response, do you find it okay or in order that while actually there are cases involving your employees that had to do with their work and the municipality, and then you allow them to continue to work while actually there are cases involving them within the municipality that had to do with fraud and corruption. If you could just be taken through in terms of that as well. I'll come back, Chair. Thank you.
I'm going to request the mayor to respond briefly, but I'm going to ask the members to table all the comments and questions so that we can close this aspect of the issue. Mayor, you can come in now, but we will come back and I would like us to try and close the issue.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think it's one in nil, the issue of the Nobuntu that you raised, Honorable Member, because majority of departments, people, once they are involved in corruption, they are taken out of the system. The speaker was giving me information that they said a person had discussed the matter with the city manager. It was not taken to council. But I think I'm going to take the route that was suggested earlier, that we provide the information in terms of what really happens when how many employees are having those cases but yet are still in the employ. But majority of them are out, and there are cases that the municipality is dealing with them. So yeah, thank you, Chair.
Chair, just a follow-up. I'd like to take you back, Chair. Honorable Mayor, did you hear your acting head, your acting director of Cooperative, when she was responding on these issues, the manner in which actually he even actually told us about the act that protects these employees. That is why they are still in the employ of the municipality. What is your view in terms of the statement? Do you buy that response, or you're also surprised like us?
Chair, I would say I do buy the fact that there are exceptional circumstances. There might be exceptional circumstances, because if the person is not going to mess or manipulate the evidence, then they can remain in the employ of the municipality. Or if they agree to be moved from where they are, so that they don't manipulate the information around the case, then they are allowed to remain working whilst the case is going on. So there are different circumstances. There's no one-cut answer on the matter. And I think as the ED has mentioned, there are laws that govern these processes. Hence, I'm saying the case might be exceptional one, but we can give further information if the committee so wishes. Thank you, Chair.
No, we have already indicated what we need from you, so you'll proceed with that. This discussion, the member is challenging you directly. That is outside even the report you're going to give us. So I was listening so that we can hear how you deal with the matter, but it doesn't change what we requested. So let's leave it for now, because it's a broader discussion, but I will not let us continue the exchange on it. Let me get the members. Do we have any other comments to make on this matter? As a matter of fact, as committee, we had already made a conclusion as to what we want to get and where we want to go with this issue. Yes, members, any other? We done? All right. So with regard, let me say, I'm a bit concerned about the understanding of Treasury on this matter. And I want us to say Treasury needs to have a much deeper and different look in the way they've explained this matter, because our understanding is very different. And from what we have been listening to, there's certainly something that needs urgent and serious attention. So having the the Auditor General having commented, in fact, is the first institution that alerted us to this challenge. As the committee, we will not let go of the matter. So for you, Mayor, and your team, we are going to ask you for this information that is missing. Now, we would like you to look at the annexure that I flipped over there. It's on your original letter. If you follow that, you will then see that the information that is missing is something that we cannot proceed unless you supply us. So we'll give you another week to supply that information back to us. We believe that there would obviously, as the Auditor General initially had suspected, there would be a number of irregularities involved in some of these contracts. And we don't say so just from a point of distant suspicion. We say so because you gave us information that made us understand that some of your officials were not even convinced on the reasons for the cancellation of some of the contracts. It's in your documents that you gave to us. Now, I wouldn't be sure what of this you would have seen yourselves, but we would have expected that anything that you give to us, you would have read and seen. But it's clear now that that may not have been the case. So for that reason, we would need that information. This committee would have to decide whether for that information, we're going to have another session of a day or an overnight session. Like it seems like we're going to be used to that pattern with Nelson Mandela Bay. We will not go into that as a procedural issue right now. But to communicate our view as we were looking at this thing over the past few instances where we were to look at it, we believe that a proper investigation needs to be conducted. So we're going to call on the Directors Generals, both Treasury and Cooperative, to have a look at this and then come back to us in a month to tell us what has happened here. We will actually direct the letters to the ministers and request that the two ministers give us their views, their findings on these matters. It looks fairly straightforward for us. If you get all this information, you need someone to look through them and decide whether you need to interview people or not, and decide whether the conclusion that was reached was on the basis of a process that can be scrutinized and be supported. Looking at some of these, a lot of things were going on in the bid evaluation committees that would send a recommendation to cancel things. So that's why things were happening. And we need someone who's going to be able to go there and say, we agree with what they said, we don't agree with what they said. So by the time the resolution is taken at council for a deviation, it is clear that somebody needs to take the steps and follow that process and convince us that when the council was asked to approve the deviation, the underlying reasons for the cancellation and the change and the extension are actually credible. That's where we think the issues are. It may not have been necessary for us to ask for this, because the normal process of investigation of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure would have actually taken us there. It would have meant that the MPAC would have done this and would have given you the necessary reports. So someone at a particular level would also know, would find out whether in fact the MPAC did look at it or not, and whether the MPAC was happy or was not happy, whether in fact they agree with the findings of the MPAC or not at that level. I think that in the way that we are receiving this information, it makes it very, very necessary for somebody to retrace the steps of how these extensions have happened. They have not happened in the way that a typical evergreen contract would have happened, where there's a contract that has a start date and no end date. It also has not happened in a way that there's a contract that started and has got an end date that has not been reached yet. It has happened in a way that a contract that was at a very limited period, there were reasons found to why the procurement process that was embarked upon to replace possibly the incumbent was actually aborted. They were aborted. They were cancelled. And the extensions was as a result of those. And this is on the basis of the document that you gave to us. Now, if you have not gone through this, we would suggest that you do, because it is not fair that when there's an issue that's being raised the way it has been, the oversight board is starting from the councillors have not gone through that, and to the provincial government, and of obviously the other higher structures. So the committee is of the view that there's something that needs investigation about this, and we'll refer this to the Treasury at national and to COPTA at national. And we will ask for the ministers to be able to give us their response in a month's time. As to whether by that time we would have met with Nelson Mandela Bay again, or whether they'll be present on that day, obviously we will find that and determine that as we go along. So with that, I want to say thank you, and I'd like us to close it at that insofar as this issue of this evergreen contracts are concerned. Honorable members, have I fairly reflected your sentiments based on the previous engagement on the matter? Is there any amendment or change? If there isn't, we will proceed. Thank you. Now, we have to make a call. There are a number of issues which are of a substantial nature that we should consider. There are others which are of a information nature, but having had the experience we had this morning, I can't take anyone for granted now and say this matter is a short matter. Can I request at this point that we confer on the approach to the agenda and take a, say, 20 minutes break to have some refreshments. I know certain members did ask to be excused at this time. We are going to have to relook at the rearrangement of the agenda and then see how far we'll be able to take the issues. In terms of our arrangement, we're budgeted to up till 2,200 for that, but I'd like us to confer as members just to see which way we can deal with some of these issues. Can we then say you got up to 10 to 7 to adjourn and come back? Let's just get a bit of a comfort break and take some refreshments and come back. And for the members who did ask to be excused, we do understand they will be excused. And the members on the platform, we want to take a break until 10 to 7. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourns. resume, if we go back to the list of matters, you will notice that our agenda skipped over two matters, which are largely administrative issues. So, in your submission, Mayor, you had responded to the two issues. Okay, now,
Chairperson. Chair.
No. Yes.
Maybe Chair, before you start, I want to check if we have the minutes now.
Oh, yes. Before we proceed, whilst we're looking at the issue, Mayor, you are going to give us this, and we're giving an hour. We finished 3 of those since.
Yes, but I think the deals have been shared with the shall.
Yeah, come in on record.
Sorry. No, Chenek, I just want to check if, is it the clip only or is it together with the recording is together with the attendance register and the minutes of the, I get it was the council meeting. So there must be minutes because I just checked the minutes that the speaker have signed. So if the same, it must be same operation in terms of those minutes that will be coming forward together with that, with the attendance register and the recordings. Thanks.
Please go on record. Can you put it up there?
Chair, we also requested for the rules of council to be attached as well with the minutes and the attendance register.
Mayor, what have you sent? What is a clip?
The recording of the council shared with Sharon.
The recording. So when you say recording, is this a transcript or is just a voice record?
I think it's a transcript of the meeting, Chair.
You can't think, Mayor, you must know. You can't say I think, because it means you are guessing. So tell us exactly what it is, so we can know whether the members are asking the relevant question.
It might happen that we are asking for a different information. So the information that I'm referring to is one that you requested from the speaker with regard to the meeting that decided on the issues of the acting MM, where there was a councillor that actually talked with the speaker over the phone using a speaker's phone while he was not in the meeting.
No, there are two things.
Yeah.
That makes it 3 issues now. So let's try and pull them together.
Please.
Now, what Honorable Mwali is asking for is not what the mayor supplied. What the mayor supplied is a clip. She's going to tell us whether a clip is a transcript or is a voice record. Obviously, for us, a voice record is not helpful because we don't know the voices. So the mayor is going to clear us on that. Now, so before I proceed to what the other issues are, Can I just check, Mayor? No, you listen to it. All right, don't proceed. You don't even need to go out. Voice record. Anybody who listen to our voices will never know who are saying what. So it doesn't help too much. But if you got a transcript of who are speaking, then it's different. So let's get back then to what needs to be done. What the members are looking for in that transcript, we need those minutes. The voice on its own is not going to solve it for us. But if it was something in writing, somebody had transcribed it, that would be different. Okay, so, but in those minutes, do you have this transcript? Do you have this?
Chair, I'm a bit confused here. Speaker, which minutes are you referring? Which minutes is the executive mayor referring to? Because from my knowledge, the minutes that were provided by the speaker are the ones for the 30th, for the last council meeting that was on the 30th.
Yeah,
those are the minutes. Those minutes are not the ones we are referring to. We are referring to the minutes where the executive mayor said they are minutes where there was a decision.
Yeah,
it's
it's clear. That's why I'm trying to separate.
Yeah,
I want us to separate it properly. That's why I say there are three issues now. Okay. Madam Mayor, you have a clip and you listened to it. Now I'm saying if it's a clip that you listen to, it is not helpful as it stands. What we need is a record of those discussions. So if you had No, I'm looking at him because I did address him to say when I'm addressing you, he can't compete with me. Now he's just done that. Yeah, all right. Let's try and focus because I want us to close this again. If we do this, we're going to start dragging the matter unnecessarily. So the issue is the mayor has got a clip. The clip on its own is not going to help us. Yes, let's put it there, but that's not going to help us. If it was a transcript, it would have been a bit different because then we would have been able to read who said what. I'm explaining this to the mayor. Okay. So what we now want to say in the context of what you are referring to, that clip comes from a meeting. Those are the minutes we're interested in, where that clip comes from. Now, those minutes will tell us what you told us, that you had already a resolution of council extending the acting capacity of Advocate Ngoko. That was at the core of the disagreement between yourselves and the mayor. So we need to know the source because the municipality, the council rejects your submission on the basis that you made an approach to the MEC that was unmandated by council. And you are saying, no. The council did mandate me, and here is the proof, and that's the proof we're looking for. So what we're going to ask you to do is to give us, we need the records. Do you have a date? What date that was? 1st of April. Okay. All right. So we need the minutes of the 1st of April, which are explaining the matter of the request to the MEC for approval. Because if you can show us that, then that means your council took a decision earlier and then later acted as though that decision was not taken. And that's the significance of the matter. Now, so can we then check speaker? When you say you've got the minutes, are you talking about the minutes of the 1st of April?
I think I sent it to Shirley. It is the discussions that took place on the 1st of April. And
Do you have a mic in front of you?
yes.
Yeah, I wanted
Yes,
to
I
say
do
we don't
have.
hear her as well,
I
Chair.
think I
Thanks.
sent it to Shireen. I can resend it. But it's not actually resolutions of council. It was the deliberations that took place on that day. So there was no mayoral resolution to say that this is what we are going to do. I can forward it. I have it with me. I think I did already send it to Shireen.
Let's do it properly. We now need the record, the minutes of that day, the resolutions of that day, and the transcript. Because what the mayor is showing us is the transcript in words, which is a voice record. So we now, do you have a transcript of your meeting?
Yes, it's here.
That is what this committee will request.
Yeah.
That's the minutes of the 1st of April. Then what the members were looking for, in addition, there has to be a list of attendants who attended.
Yes.
Honourable members, that is what we're talking about. What is missing? Honourable Mtolo?
No, Chair. No, what is important about that is because there was a councillor who was not in a meeting. So, but the councillor actually was allowed through your phone, Honorable Mayor, to decide to be part of decisions that actually were taken in that meeting. So that's why actually we also requested your rules of order, your council rules. So whether actually, and also the attendance register, whether in terms of your rules, that is permissible.
So we understand each other. The case of a councillor who was conducted by phone, who was not there but was decisive in the matter, does not belong to the meeting of the 1st. That councillor belongs to the meeting on the 30th.
On the ad hoc committee, Chair.
No. Your meeting was on the meeting when you discussed the issue of the mayor. Leave the ad hoc. I'm talking about the meeting of the council. Leave the issue of the ad hoc. We'll come to that. That meeting where you discussed the issue of the mayor was which date?
The meeting was on the 30th and then on the 1st, but on the 1st.
1st of?
April.
The 30th was 30th of what?
Of March, when the item was referred to when the item was not resolved with, and it went to the meeting of the 1st. In the meeting of the 1st.
The meeting was discussing the acting.
Yes. On the 1st.
On the 1st of April.
On the 1st of April, Chair.
And the contract was going to end, the acting capacity was going to end on the 30th of?
On the 30th of April.
Okay, so you discussed the issue of the MM a month before the expiry. And then in that meeting, you also discussed the issue of the mayor and the ad hoc committee.
No.
When was the ad hoc committee meeting discussed?
The ad hoc committee, council took a decision to establish an ad hoc committee.
When?
On this. Yes. It was before. Was it on the same day? On the 30th.
Of
then,
30th of what?
Of March. Was it?
30th of March.
Not the 17th. Let me just get whether it was the 30th or the 17th. I don't want of March. Okay. Because remember, there was an instruction from Parliament that I convene a meeting within 2 weeks. So I just need get my facts right.
No,
But the
that's,
meeting where the councillor was not present, was not a council meeting. It was a meeting of the ad hoc committee.
okay, that I understood, but that came from a council meeting. The ad hoc committee was a discussion that was taken at the council meeting. That's the date we're asking. So if you don't remember, but we are saying we need the rules of the council, we also need the minutes of that particular date. Okay? Now, the issue that the member is asking was a councillor who was not in the meeting, but was asked to be part of a meeting through a cell phone. That meeting was an ad hoc committee meeting. The member wants to know whether that approach is within your rules. That is why he is asking for the rules. But we wanted to know who was in that council meeting first, before the ad hoc committee. Then we can then talk about what happened with the ad hoc committee subsequently. So you will give us that, the council resolution, the minutes of that council, and then the following day, when we're dealing with the ad hoc committee, the question is, we want to see the rules of that. Okay. Let's come back now. Let's correct.
Chair. I think there are a lot of issues here. So there was also a virtual meeting where decisions were taken. And there's also an allegation with regard to that meeting whereby it is also alleged that, so during that virtual meeting, so a councillor that actually claimed to be part of decisions of the meeting locked out. So during the process of the meeting, and when decisions were taken, that councillor was no longer there, but that councillor claims to be part of the decisions that were taken. So do we have the record of your virtual meetings whereby you are able to check? So how many councillors logged on during voting or when decisions were taken, and who are those actually that actually were no longer part of the meeting? So I think that is also critical, in terms of having that information. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, which meeting are you referring to? What decisions were taken on that one? Or is it which of these meetings are you interested?
Yeah.
Chair. Yes.
The meeting that the honourable member is referring to, where the councillor claimed to be part of the meeting, but that's the last meeting that we had. It was the meeting on the 31st of April that dealt with the item of the acting city manager. That's the one. There are three different meetings, Chair. It's where councillors, where honourable members wants information, is the meeting of the ad hoc committee and the attendance register, where the councillor logs in per telephone. And then there's the one on which was the last council meeting, where the item of the city manager was discussed, and the councillor did not attend, who claimed today that he was part of the meeting. I think that is and then also the minutes of the council meeting, where the issue of the transformer was discussed. The documentation, as well as all the documentation that relates to the ad hoc committee and the meeting where the decision on the non-responsiveness was taken, is with Shireen. I sent it with the report of it is with her. The one that I must still send is now the one on the 1st of April. I have it. I can send it. Didn't I send it earlier? I have it. It's not. It's a basically a transcript of what has happened in the meeting of the 1st of April. I have it, as well as the 10 attendance register. I can send it now to Shireen if she doesn't have it. And then the other one that honorable members want, Chair, is the one on the meeting of the last meeting,
Yeah,
the attendance register.
Yeah, of the acting.
Of the acting city manager.
acting city manager.
That is also with Shireen, Chair. I sent it.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe Chair, is last one. Maybe it should be critical that actually stakeholders or councillors, when they've logged on the virtual meeting, so to be cautioned and told that actually that is viewed as a parliamentary meeting. So whatever that actually is discussed or said or told to this committee, so they must know that actually if they mislead, there'll be repercussions about that. So it's not just a matter of them maybe being spectators or attending just for the sake of attending. So what they say and what they tell to this committee, so it might actually have repercussions to them if it is found that actually this committee was misled. Why I'm raising that? Because there's a serious allegation that the councillor who claimed to be part of the decision, so when the decision was taken, he was no longer actually in that meeting because he logged off. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Honorable One.
Chair, it is a bit confusing now. We were dealing with the meeting on the 30th of April. You've furnished us with the minutes that were signed on the 5th of on Monday, right? And you are adamant that there are no minutes that support the decision of extending the acting appointment for the city manager. You're adamant. That is when now the executive mayor said there are minutes. And now you are coming back to say there was a meeting on the 1st and there are minutes there. And there's an ad hoc meeting and there are minutes for that ad hoc meeting. But also what you are highlighting, you are saying there was no decision taken on those minutes, on those meetings. The decision was only taken on the minutes, on the meeting on the 30th of April, where you took a decision to appoint the CFO to be the acting city manager. So now there's two things from what you've said in the morning and what you are discovering now.
Can I ask that we let's agree what we're looking for. We're looking for the minutes and transcripts. Now, yes, for the two meetings. And where the mayor and the speaker disagree is on the 1st of April. The disagreement is the matter was discussed. What the mayor says is a resolution. The speaker says it was deliberations. So once they submit, we'll then get the proper discussion with them when we've got it on record. Yeah. Honorable Sompa.
Thanks, Chair. I think you have covered me. But I wanted to say to these two ladies, we could not be discussing this matter if from the beginning, both of them, it's just a comment. If in the beginning they were supposed to sort out this matter that the mayor say there was a resolution, the speaker say refusing what the mayor was saying. If they could have done that, because we've got 16 items that we're supposed to have discussed and finished. And already now we are still in the item number 4. Kuru, we are just stuck in one place. I don't know whether they're doing it deliberately to make us be exhausted and say we are collapsing the meeting or what. I don't understand. But they are busy, whatever that they are planning, or I don't know if it's a plan or whatever. I'm just assuming because I'm failing to understand that if two people who are serving in the same municipality who have attested to us that they are sitting as troika discussing issues, why did they let us this matter to drag for so many hours? We have to attend twice for them to get the minutes, but at the end of the day, still, this is what we are hearing. They are changing now. It's not about that resolution, it was about this. Whereas the speaker was supposed to clarify, no, this matter that we are talking about, it was not about this item, it was about the item. Let me retrieve the minutes. When we are requesting the minutes of the 31st, it was supposed to be finished because that item of the 31st, of the meeting of the 30th, when she retrieved the minutes and the attendance register, we just closed that matter. So I don't know why are they doing this to us? Thanks, Chair.
Okay, let's close.
Chairperson.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Chair, I wasn't here for the previous meeting, and I've been trying the whole day to follow the meeting, but it's so confusing since this morning. The whole meeting. Honorable Umtolo, he made this comparison that this marriage is in trouble. They are divided. But one thing for sure, they are united, Chairperson, when it comes to frustrating us the whole day. They are very united in that aspect, Chair. They are giving us half answers. We've started this meeting now after the break at 10 to 7. The Honorable asked for the recordings. It is now 25 past 7. It is honestly frustrating, Chairperson. They might be, the marriage might be in trouble, but they are definitely united in whatever they are doing here, especially the CFO. I feel even, I feel that he is undermining us because even Chairperson yourself, you said that it can't be that the chief, that the CFO doesn't understand you of what you are asking. They've been frustrating us here the whole day. But yeah, Chair, I just wanted to bring that under the attention of the meeting, that they are united in what they've been scheming here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, let us close the issue. We will receive these minutes and they will cover the 2 meetings. They will be accompanied with the registers of attendance and the rules of council. Then the committee will then apply their minds on that issue. Where I agree with the members, and I was just alluding to the mayor when we were outside. This discussion with Nelson Mandela has derailed the committee badly. The committee has gone through all these issues and all these documents and has formulated an approach on a number of issues subject to new information that is coming. The way the information is coming makes it impossible for us to proceed without probing all of this. And so we just want to say again, there isn't a way, if we ask a question, you can avoid answering it. If it means we stay here till morning, we will do that. But if we have not got the correct information, we are not going to proceed until we get the information that we need to get. So that I think we need to just put on the record, on the table, on record. So we will step out of this matter and At this point, I want us to go back to issues that I was starting to make us address. On those issues, I want us to go back to the list of matters, because I want us to, as I tried in the morning, let me just also say, I'm going to be a bit harder on getting us to deal with the issue and conclude it. So I will interrupt if you're going all the way around the issues. I'm going to be interrupting until we can get where we're supposed to go. Now, of the issues that we needed to clear, there are a couple of administrative matters that I wanted us to clean up and move on. And I'm saying this hoping that we will get the cooperation, because a lot of these issues, we're not wanting all the runaround that we get given. We just want to focus on the specifics. So on the matters that were raised, we'll deviate from the agenda just to cover issues that got left out behind. They should have been included somehow, but I think we can deal with them. One of those issues is the issue which is matter number 4. If colleagues can just check on those matters, it doesn't appear properly on our agenda. Matter number 4 is about remuneration of the Chief Financial Officer. Here, we wanted just to get the latest on that matter and see whether we can proceed beyond that point. Mayor, you want to comment on that issue?
Chair, I would like to give to the corporate service head. at
Yeah.
the matter.
That's fine. Can we get we said this Mrs. Tagusa?
Yes, Mrs. Takusi.
Tagusa. Okay, Mrs. Tagusa, to come through.
Thank you,
Are they
Honorable
connected?
Chairperson.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The
Mr.
matter of the
Mafa? Mafana.
Good evening,
Mafana?
Chairperson.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Chairperson. I'm still awake. I'm not sleeping.
We need Mrs. Tagusa. I didn't hear you. You can't hear me.
Thank you, Chair.
No, we
Over
can't
to
hear
you,
you, Mr.
Yeah.
Mr. Mafana. No, you're muted. If
Okay,
you are not going to be heard, we're going to take you out of your portfolio just now.
No, thank you, Chair.
Mr.
I'll give
Mafana,
over
there's
to
something
you.
wrong with your system. You can't hear you.
Can't hear me now, Chair.
Sorry? Okay, Honorable Mkalipi.
Do you hear me, Chair?
Honorable Mkalipi, you wanted to come in before? There's something wrong somewhere.
Chair, do you
Is
hear
your
me?
system okay? Yeah. So whose system is down?
No.
You're misleading Parliament. No.
Do you hear me, Chair?
Can you open from Kalipi? Is the hand up? Okay. Is there something?
No, the sound is right. Everything is right. Oh.
If nobody on.
Okay. Are you wanting to answer technical issues? No. Okay, let's just proceed. Let's not get into that just now. Get us the. Can you put a phone through and ask Mr. Mkalipi to
Hear me,
call
Chair?
through? Sorry.
Can you hear me? Hello? Is it loud?
Can everybody hear us on the platform? If anybody can confirm that they can hear us on the platform?
Yeah, we
Thank
can hear you.
Orange, please speak. Oh, where were you all along?
you.
So proceed, Honorable Mkalipi.
No, I don't have any point, Chair. I'm just listening.
It's fine then. Let's proceed. Then, Mr. Mafana, are you?
Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes.
Do you hear me, Chair?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll give over to Mr. Takuza to take us through.
Thank you, Mrs. Tagusa.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The matter of remuneration of the CFO has since been addressed. Subsequently to the previous engagement, follow-ups have been made with COGTA National and COGTA Provincial in terms of the application of the Metro in relation to salary creep as contained in the Gazette of Upper Limits of Senior Managers. Provincial COGTA responded on the matter and was satisfied with the submission, and as such, the process of the CFO has commenced in respect of the employment contract to be concluded between the CFO and the city manager. I thank you.
And what level did you settle on? What did you agree? Just explain what was the principle there.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. CFO, the principle is that the provision in the Gazette is saying the city manager, the senior manager should be remunerated 2 levels above the 3rd layer manager. The city manager should be remunerated 4 levels above the 3rd layer manager. But when the council resolved on that, they had an obligation to submit, to consult with the minister in respect of a salary creep when the council has addressed it. The item was presented in council on the 5th of March, where a council was requested to address the issue of a salary creep between the 3rd layer manager and the senior manager and the ACM. And an application in respect of a consultation was submitted to the minister and MEC of COGTA. So the level that the CFO is remunerated is going to be remunerated is 2 levels above the 3rd layer manager. That's the principle that is entrenched in the Gazette, which allowed for engagement with COGTA, which was done.
Am I understanding you? You are saying the level at which the CFO will be remunerated will be 2 levels above the the managers at this 3rd level. We are saying that's what you are expecting, but you have not got concurrence yet from the minister.
We have already received it, Honorable Chairperson.
So the matter has been finalized by the minister.
Yeah, the matter has been finalized by the MEC. Thank you, Chairperson.
By the MEC.
Yes.
You are not going to involve the minister?
Honorable Chairperson, the Gazette of Senior Managers of 18 December 2025 enjoined the minister in terms of consultation, which was what was done by the Nelson Mandela Metro after it has addressed the salary creep in its council meeting of the 5th of March. It has requested a consultation with the minister on the 18th of March and further with the MEC for COGTA, copied the MEC of the COGTA. Subsequent to the engagements in Parliament, there was an amended Gazette that was issued on the 14th of April, 2026. That amended gazette gives that power to the MEC COGTA provincially. So the Nelson Mandela made a follow-up, as it has already done in the past, with both the provincial COGTA, and in a meeting that we had, we raised the matter that we've already submitted everything in March already between the minister and the provincial MEC. The MEC then, in a correspondence which is allowed by the Gazette of April 2026, responded to the Metro to say it has reviewed our submission and is in concurrence with our application to address the issue of salary creep in a correspondence dated the 29th of April 2026. So we did both.
You had not started paying the CFO that amount.
Not yet, we have not started paying the CFO.
All right,
That
that's
amount.
fine. That closes the issue.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Let's go to the matter number 5. There's Escotec contract. Can you get a comment on this one? Yes.
For record purposes, so there won't be any back pay with regard to that.
Okay, we can get for record purposes. I thought I was asking exactly the same question. Yes, all right, Mrs. Tagusa, can you respond to that?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. There will
Chair,
be no back pay.
Chair, do you hear me?
No, we only hear you now, but we didn't see your hand.
Oh. No, I have a problem with my phone, Chair. I don't know what's happening.
No, that's fine. Wait a bit. Let's finish the question, then you'll come in. No problem.
All right. Okay, Chair.
All right. Mrs. Tagusa.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. There are no implications of the back pay because the contract of employment of the CFO will be effective this month of May going forward after we have received the concurrence and reported to the council meeting. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. That's how we understood it. We just wanted you to put it on record. Let's still with the next one, Escotec.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, can I request Mr. Lamont to respond to the matter, the acting ED for electricity and energy?
You got no competition now. You can proceed.
Okay. Chair, can I ask Mr. Lamont to deal with the matter? He is in the council chamber, the acting ED for electricity and energy.
All right. He's got 2 minutes to deal with that matter.
Good
Please
evening,
proceed.
good evening, Honorable Chair and members. All
You're
protocol
not
observed.
visible. Try and make sure that you can see your whole face, not the just the brow.
Can you see me now? With the headphones?
Yeah, you better now. We can see you. Please proceed. We need everyone to do that because this goes to parliamentary records now. People must be visible, at least when they introduce themselves. So you may proceed.
The Chair, the Escotec contract is been around for over 20 years. It started in 2004. The first program for 10 years, where the municipality entered into agreement with Eskom and Escotec. 110 of those units were installed, ripple relays. And then the contract expired and they entered into another contract for another 10 years, 2014 to 2024. The reason for this contract was to reduce the morning and evening expensive peak periods to the lower peak periods, meaning that our maximum demand is reducing, and we have the benefit of not paying for electricity on the expensive morning and and evening peak periods.
We can hardly hear you. We can hardly hear you. You had 2 minutes, though, to close that matter.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please proceed, but try and shorten the issue.
Yeah, that's the first 10 years. Then another contract was signed in March after Eskom and Escotec. Eskom appointed Escotec to install remove the old relay and install the new type of relay. The Eskom is paying Escotec about 153 million over 2 years for the evening peak in order to make this, according to them, financially viable. They have to sign a contract with us. The deviation was signed. A letter of intent was written by the previous ED, and a legal opinion was seeked by the acting ED, acting city manager, Advocate Ngoko, and then it was signed for 3 years. That's basically it. And then the financials over the couple of years is probably about 150 million rand. That the savings probably, the savings that Escotec received, probably about 150 million rand. I think I will stop there.
All right. Let's close that matter. Let's take the next one. What was the other matter? What was your?
Uba, you can chat.
Yes, quickly. I'm sorry. Please come back. Please come.
Nenkoshe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. That is the disadvantage of not being there physically. Chair, I was listening and I was very happy to hear that the issue of the CFO is sorted since we raised it last time. However, I want to understand from the CFO now, because he's been there acting. When is he going to appoint the director of revenue management? Because that space has been there since 2024 and it is very critical. Thanks, Chairman.
1 minute, CFO. In fact, half. When? The question is when. Just give us a date and let's move on.
The conclusion is going to be next week, Chairperson. The conclusion of the process next week. Thanks.
Do you get the answer,
In
Madam
terms of
Kalipi?
appointment.
Yes, Chair.
Appointment, the process will be concluded next week.
Okay. All
That's
right.
fine. Let's move to the next issue. Okay. There was an issue of the KPMG contractual staff. We had matters tabled. Did members want to raise anything new? We thought that matter can be closed. All right, we can proceed.
Thank you, Chair.
Other issue. No, put it on the record. Let's see what you're saying. I didn't ask you to speak though, but no. But speak now. You have started. I didn't ask you to speak. The way to speak, so you will not lose the opportunity to do so. Please proceed.
Chair, I was going to say it's corporate service head that's going to be speaking, Mrs. Takose, on the PwC workers.
No, we didn't ask for somebody to speak. What
Okay.
the
PFG, so.
no, the committee had received the report, and we were not raising any new issues. So I wanted to check if the members have, since reading, have any new issues. That's when we're going to come in. So the members are not raising a new issue. Let's move on. The other issue was a request for minutes and decisions for the 3 months. Okay. Now, this, again, the members are going to study this. They came a bit late. So we'll study them and leave them, and we'll come back when we have got issues amongst them. So we will not ask you to comment on those unless you've got the edge that you can't resist to talk about them. From the point of view of the committee, we didn't want a new discussion on that. And then let's go back to that. Yes, Honorable Sompa?
Now, I just wanted maybe the speaker on those issue of the minutes. Maybe will tell us when you give him that opportunity. Why these minutes are
Which
not
one
signed?
issue?
The minutes that you just received, they are not signed. The previous one that he sent, she signed. But this one that Sharon just reflected to us on the WhatsApp group is not signed. They are not signed, those minutes.
Okay, Speaker, there was a point where you wanted to say something. You may well combine that. You've sent a set of minutes that's not signed, but that's not the thing we're talking about. On the agenda was the previous, and I'm saying we received those. But because we're talking about minutes, the member wants to know why the set you sent recently, a few minutes ago, it's not signed. So you've sent a signed and unsigned.
Thank you. Maybe I sign all the minutes. Maybe it's because I know I sent minutes.
You say you sent minutes which are signed.
I'm trying. Let me just check because I know when I sign minutes and then I sent it. I'm just trying to think which ones were not signed.
All right. All right, let's get back.
So
Yes.
Chair, so can we then agree that actually the ones that are not signed, so won't be regarded as a record because they're not signed.
Yeah?
Okay.
31st of March.
You having your own bilateral.
The one of the first.
The set that has been sent that is not signed, you shall retrieve and get us signed minutes. Let's close it at that. Honorable Sampa, you're covered with that. Thank you. Let's move to the next issue. All right. Now, Mayor, you are going to speak. We have a report that you've actually had grants withdrawn. Tell us about that. What happened? Why are we having grants withdrawn? Particularly, we have actually correspondence. Can you find this correspondence from the minister and Minister Simelane has raised issues about your lack of cooperation on this matter. You didn't even respond to some of their letters. So I wasn't the only one who was snapped. Even that minister also complains about it. Could you put the letter up? May I surprised I'm saying this? Show her the letter. So, human settlements, grant. Human settlements.
Chair, can I give to MMC Mafana to respond to the matter as the portfolio head. I'm going to respond later. Thank you.
Okay, you want to respond later. Just push the letter up. You see that letter? All right, that letter is written to Mr. Zatim Kiza, that's me. So move it further down. Okay. Further. All right. This is explaining to us what happened. There's another letter where they were talking about you on this, in this regard. So we want to know what's happened to these particular grants. What is the problem? Mayor?
Can I allow the MMC to
Yes, please.
to speak on the matter? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We are not clear on the question itself, so that we can respond, and we will also not expose to the correspondence you are referring to, Chairperson.
I'll have to read this letter for you. If you are not exposed, how do we show the okay. The letter is is addressed by Department of Treasury to Advocate L. Ngoko. Dear Advocate Ngoko, the issues about intention to stop funding due to underperformance, non-compliance on the informal okay. Can you see this on the screen, Mr. Mafana?
I can see it, Chairperson.
You can't read it, or I'll read it for you. Intention to stop funding due to underperformance, stroke non-compliance on the informal settlements upgrading partnership grant, the urban settlements development grant, the energy efficiency demand site management grant, the public transport network grant, the expanded public works program, and the regional bulk infrastructure grant. Those are the grants. Let's go to the bottom. You go to the bottom and come back again. Bottom. All right, that comes from the 13th of February, 2006. Move back. Let's read the paragraph that's got the numbers. All right, hold it there. Acting on the above, the National Treasury hereby informs you of the intention to stop an amount of 26.1 million from your 2025-2026 IAS UPG allocation, your 377.8 million, your 125.9 million from your 2025/26 USDG allocation of 663.8 million, 4 million from your 2025-26 EEDSM allocation of 7 million and 119.6 million from your 2025/26 PTNG allocation and of 298.2 million, 737,000 from your 2025 EPWP allocation of 2.5 million and an amount of 126 million from your 2025/26 RPIC allocation of 390 million in terms of Section 18 of 2025 of DORA. But what surprises me is that when there are so many grants that are being withdrawn, you're still asking me a question, what are we talking about? What grants are we talking about? Why would you ask me such a question when there are so many of them and the letter has been written?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, as far as we know as a municipality, we've responded to all the letters from National Treasury, the intention to which they withhold grants. Not a single letter we didn't respond on. So even all these one we responded, Chairperson.
And you got all the money?
Chairperson, the only letter it was brought to my attention by Executive Mayor, I think a day before yesterday, is a response from the minister saying that she was not satisfied with our response, so she will proceed to withdraw some of the grants. But this letter is going to got combination of many grants, not one grant, but the one which the mayor showed me yesterday, the day before yesterday, it will contain one grant. So can we be given time, Chairperson, to collect all our responses and forward to your office before the end of the day today, please?
So we did that when we asked you to come for this meeting, so we can't be doing that again. Today we want to know why you got money withdrawn from you. So we're not going to be giving you new time for that. We already gave you that time the minister sent you the letter, the DG sent you the letter. So we want to know why these grants have been withdrawn. And if you were to answer the minister or the DG of Treasury, and they say that they are not satisfied with your response, I'm not sure whether you want us to have a different a question for you that you can respond differently. We're interested in the same question that they say they're not satisfied. Why are they not satisfied with your answer?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We have responded in detail, Chairperson. Can I give to CFO to elaborate on our response to the NT, please?
No, not the CFO. The question here was sent to Advocate Ngorpo, and the other one was sent to the mayor. So we're wanting answers at that level. Someone somewhere at the CFO and other levels did not satisfy Treasury, and so then they had to appeal to the senior leaders. Now we're talking to the senior leaders. The mayor said we must come to you.
No, it's fine. Yeah.
So you want me to go back to the mayor?
No, we responded, Chairperson, on the issue of the grant.
So
I
why
will
did you
take
lose
you.
the grant
I will
then?
take you on one example. The withdrawal of the grant, which was meant to be used for tarring of roads, because we received all of a sudden a report, a letter from Tidea saying that we must not proceed with those projects. As a result, after that, once we received that letter, we approached the premier of the province to intervene, and he did intervene. As a result, we went to council and confirmed that we're going to use that money, armed with that letter of the intention to withdraw the money. But after that, the intervention of the premier, then the DEA reversed its original letter to not allow us to spend that money. And as a result, the contractor was on site spending the money. So on that one, we addressed it. I think on all these letters, Chairperson will respond. Even the minister, when they visited on the National Mandela on Monday, he was on site and was satisfied. Thank you.
Let's get the letter up again. I'd like you to look at the letter. I want you to show the numbers where I was reading numbers. There you are. Okay. Okay. MMC Mafana. You see that paragraph? No. Let's go back. Now, I want you to read that paragraph. Go through each and one of those and tell us which ones you had, which ones were withdrawn, which ones you managed to convince them. Because from what you are saying, you've responded and sorted everything. So which ones of these grants were withdrawn? Which ones were not withdrawn?
Chairperson, we responded on the issue of ISOP and USDG. Those are our grants which are overseen by my department.
And what happened? You got the grants back?
Not all of them, Chairperson, because the latest response is one which was shown by the executive mayor.
Okay.
Not all of them.
Okay. All right. Now let's understand the matter this way. If the national minister and national department has a responsibility to pass funds to a municipality, and they do that in the DORA, then they raise issues subsequent to that, we can't go back and blame them for anything that they decide to withdraw, because that means somebody has not followed the conditions under which the grants are supposed to be spent. So we can't then say the blame goes back to them when they are raising issues with you. So are you able to explain the one that they actually didn't get back to you? What went wrong with that one? And it's important for us to know, because we want to know whether next year the same thing is going to happen or not. And at the end, this committee is about service delivery. If you don't get the money back, then of course there's no service delivery. But if it's the fault of the Minister of Human Settlement, then this committee must stop talking to you, must go and fight the minister why they withdrew money when you should have got it. But if you don't fulfill the conditions, we can't go and ask the minister why the money has not been passed, when in fact we can hear the minister has got a problem in the way that the money is being managed. So I wanted to take us through that issue.
Chairperson, after this letter from the minister, there was a process. That's why I was referring even to his CFO. There was a process which was undertaken involving the COHA and the HDA in terms of making sure that we make use of them, because the one challenge we face as a metro is expiry of the contracts. You see, which were supposed to be used to implement these projects. That's why there was a delay, because the supply chain processes keep on promising that the contractors will be appointed, That's why even the minister noted that there's a low expenditure on them, and as a result, he issued that letter of intention to withdraw the funding. But once we received that letter, and then it's when now the municipal manager and the CFO started to engage HCA and KUHA, even the province of human settlement, in making sure that we make use of the money. So that's why I'm saying that we responded positively. Thank you.
CFO.
Chairperson.
Yeah, MMC has been saying we must ask you to respond.
All right. Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, I want to confirm that there was a response. I've got a response here on my phone, a detailed response that was responding on a grant-to-grant basis in terms of appealing to the National Transferring Officer not to reduce the transferring of the grants. And yes, there was a...
And what happened?
Yes, there was a...
Yes.
Okay.
So no, I want you saw the response. We're interested in what happened to the grant.
What happened to the grant? All right. I do have the information as to what happened on each grant. The USDG that was demonstrated there was a reduction of 125 million rand, VAT inclusive. That is the Urban Settlements Development Grant.
So 125 was withheld.
125.9 was reduced.
Was
withheld.
Was withheld.
That's right.
Okay, wait there now. Do you know why?
As demonstrated in the letter, the issue was about the performance, Chairperson. On the letter from the National Transferring Officer, the performance at that time.
But you disagree with that?
No, I'm not saying I do disagree.
No, I want you to commit. Are you disagreeing or agreeing? Because you are the CFO.
Yes.
So the question is, money is not spent under your department. And the MMC said we must ask you, and we're asking the question, if money is not spent and you're the CFO, and the MMC is saying we explained everything, so something is not adding up. So why was the money withdrawn?
Chairperson, the withdrawal was because of the performance under various directorates for the USDG that I'm starting with. The Urban Settlements Development Grant is the grant that funds various projects against the across the municipality. And yes, being managed by Human Settlements Directorate. So yes, 125.9 million rand was withheld.
Is that all?
No, I was going through.
Or you still
my
going
list,
through?
yeah.
You're going to, all right, go
The
through.
second one that
Just hold on then. Honorable Mwali.
Chair, on this one, is the earlier speaker, is he the one responsible for this grant?
yes, in terms of managing. Yeah.
Managing the grant, yes.
You mean the
is he
MMC
one?
was speaking?
Yeah, the MMC.
Yes, is
So
that?
can he come back to tell us why this grant was withdrawn? Because he was saying now, he has explained everything. We want to speak about this urban settlements grant, why it was withheld by National Treasury. Can he come back to the platform and explain?
Okay, Honorable Somba, MMC Mafana, that question is for you. Would like you to come back. 125 was withheld. We need your answers.
My answer earlier,
Not
Chairperson.
yet, just wait, the two.
Yes, Chair. I was also wanted to follow up on what Mr. Mafana was saying, because I'm clarified about the question that he's the one who's responsible for these funds. I think it was not going to be very difficult for him at that Metro municipality to tell us, to explain to us further why those funds were withheld, which ones which ones did they receive. But when he is referring the matter to the CFO will just add. We wanted him, because he's the one who said, as I was listening to him, he was explaining to us, he was the one who was communicating, getting responses and everything. So I wanted to check with him, why is he not so certain about the things that he's talking about? Because if you are working with the project if you are the one who's responsible for those projects, you must be able to answer us to say, this project of EPWP of that amount of millions is returned because of 1, 2, 3, 4. This project of what it was, the money was withheld because of these reasons. Very clear. That's what we want. We don't want stories to say this, that, what. No, we want straight answers. This project, because you even clarified to him in that letter, project by project. He was supposed to say, when he answered, to say, project 1, Chair, this is what happened in Parliament. Project 2, this is what happened. That was the reason. That's what we want. Our Quebecer people. Thank you.
Yes. Proceed. Chairperson. This is serious. So much that when you look at the conditions, the living conditions of the people of this province, this is equal to spitting to their faces. If you are going to be withholding over 100 million, when there are people in the shacks as we speak, that this municipality is supposed to be building houses for them. And when we're asking questions, and then the MMC would come and say, no, we have just explained. The reason for withholding is performance. When you're saying performance, it's that it was underspent. The reasons of not underspending on this grant is political issues. And then the people who are going to bear the cost of someone's decisions in the municipalities are the people who are supposed to getting the services. Chairperson. So please, may they take us very serious and explain to us, these are lives of the people we are talking about. These are people that we represent. These are people that we see all the time when we open TV, all the time they are living in the shacks, they are paying with the shacks. But the municipality is supposed to be providing them services through these grants. And when they don't do that, then the National Treasury does what? Withhold the grants. So we want proper explanations as to why did the National Treasury decide to withdraw or to withhold this grant, because there was non-performance. And two, CFO, and unfortunately we don't have the city manager. You are supposed to be explaining to us why do we still have this MMC that is not performing. And I'm going to check with the executive mayor as well. Why do we still have this MMC that has not performed, and we have such grants that are withdrawn from the municipality and people deprive services, but there are no consequences? Or can you tell us what did you do to this MMC when you saw that these grants were withheld? Thank you so much.
Chairperson.
Okay.
Check.
Yes.
Can I please just add there? It's a quick one, Chair. Chair, I just want to know the province. What oversight role did they play with this underspending? How did they keep the municipality? And it's not only. It's not even a municipality. It's a metro. It's a metro. With a mayor that is so comfortable and cool the whole time with all these issues, and it seems like there's nothing going on in that metro. There's no problems there, Chairperson. So can the province also please explain on what oversight they are doing and keeping the metro accountable, Chair? Thank you so much.
Chair.
Yes.
No, Chair.
No, all right, let's allow
I wanted,
to come.
I wanted
Yes.
to make an approach to propose.
Okay, you can,
Because I
Let's
thought
allow the man, the honorable member.
you can propose to me afterwards. Chair, I'm looking at the urban settlement development grant budget and the expenditure. And I mean, the percentage spent, right, of 704 million was only 234 million, 33.3%. All right. And Chair, things that fall under that is human settlements, infrastructure, engineering, electricity, energy. But the one that spent the most is sports, recreation, and culture. So the parties is going on 59.1%. But where the work is done, 10.3% for human settlements. So Chair, the NMBM must realize that the 500 or close to 500 million that was taken back is not a saving. It's underperformance. It's poor performance. It's not doing things that they were supposed to be doing. And you know, we were in Kaberga. The roads are bad. The sewage is running in the streets. Things are bad. So it's not like the people don't need this money. But yeah, I think they're too close to the sea, Chair. They're by the beach the whole day.
Okay, thank you. Let me hear your approach.
yes. No, Chair, I would like to propose because the CFO was still actually taking us through all the grants, and then Honorable Mwali came in. I thought it was. I thought maybe it was just a matter of clarity. So my proposal, Chair, let's allow the CFO to take us through all the grants as we put there. So when we engage all of them. The reason why I'm proposing that is because Honorable Taiwosh now is charging on another grant that hasn't been explained by the CFO. So let's allow the CFO to tabulate on all the grants as they were put there, and then we engage on all of them. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, CFO, deal with all the grants. We only want the ones that were withdrawn, or that were withheld. But in the process, you must explain to us what the CFO did when they saw that this grant was. You have an in-year monitoring process. So you should know long before the expenditure happens that it won't happen. So you can't be shocked, because you can sit and project from the beginning. Your in-year monitoring must be able to tell you won't spend this money and what did you do with that. So on each one that was withheld, we want to hear what you did.
Chair, I was talking to those who were reduced or withdrawn. I started with the USDG. I think the figure I said is 125.9 million rand. The second one that was in the letter.
You didn't say though what the CFO did.
I wanted to come in but I was
You
gonna
want to, you
join.
want to deal with that at the end? That's fine then,
Yeah.
okay.
I was gonna join the two. Chair, if I can go to the second one. The second one is the informal settlements upgrading partnership grant. That reduction was about 23.7 million rand. Both these two grants, correctly so, Chairperson, are human settlements related. One of its problem is business plans that are approved in a financial year instead of before the start or commencement of the financial year. What we did in this financial year, because this reduction is not starting in this financial year, we wanted it not to happen in this financial year. We did in July last year, at the beginning of the financial year, July, August, because there was no approval letters from the minister approving the business plan so that we can start moving. What we did, I can provide the letter, Chairperson, so that I can be sure with the date, because what we wanted to do, we wanted to spend at the beginning of the financial year so that we don't delay the spending of the grant and we avoid these instances. So we wrote to the minister, or executive mayor signed the letter to the minister where we were requesting the earlier approval of the business plan so we can start or commence spending. And additionally, what we said as well was we shall be continuing implementing the projects whilst we are awaiting the approval of the minister. That was the proactive approach that we did in this financial year. And I must say thank to the minister because within a week, the minister approved the business plan and we commence work implementing the project.
But
I want to
but that basically means your problem was not the minister. That's what it means.
The problem on our side, Honorable Chairperson, was to commence spending whilst you have not been confirmed that the business plan is 100% correct and you can go ahead and implement. So that was one of the strategies that we employed, wanting to improve the situation.
So we are saying in the past you have been doing a business plan late.
Of the business plans have been late.
Now that I want exactly the clear distinction. You did your business plan on time, the minister is one who was delaying you.
The approval would be coming right in the financial year, Chairperson.
Finish the grants, yeah.
And I think one other delay that was identified by Councillor Mafana, as he mentioned, was where we've got some issues like your environmental issues, you cannot proceed. And what we also did, Chairperson, to make sure that we improve the spending, it was reprioritizing projects that are moving so that we can amend the budget. I think in December, the budget was approved, an amendment of a budget against projects that are within the business plan. So that was also another strategy that we employed for these grants for us to be improving spending. If I go to the third one, Chairperson, which is quite paining for me and quite an amount, it's what is called Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant. If I'm allowed, I will also request my colleague, because on this one we had technical problems from the beginning of the implementation of this grant. In this grant, proactively, when we had engagements with National Treasury, I think around August 2025, we came to an agreement that let us apply as a city for what is called surrendering, because there were issues that would be delaying the implementation of the project. The project is talking to the water-related projects that are being implemented by an entity, Cooperative Development Corporation, on behalf of the municipality. However, there were challenges that were being experienced which would result to a delay in implementing the project. So in this case, we went to an extent proactively of applying for surrendering. And we were given a date that on or before the 15th of September 2025, we must submit. Surrendering, meaning that the money funds can be availed in the following financial year. So in this one, unfortunately, the response was not received, and instead it was the reduction that we received. I'm sure my colleagues and councillor on the other side can also add in. So that's what happened in the regional bulk infrastructure grant. So a reduction of 110 million rand was made. The energy efficiency reduction was 3.9 million rand. This one is under electricity and energy. I'm sure as well the colleagues of electricity and energy can explain as to what they have done. Thanks, Chair. So if I talk based on this report, again on a grant by grant member Taibosh, when we prepared the report, this one was on the 27th of April, when we prepared the spending report on all these conditional capital related grants. So for instance, the first one, 450.3 million rand is the USDG. At that date, before the closure of the month, about 55% was spent, 248.3 million rand was spent. The second grant, I-Sub-G or Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership Grant, 276 million rand is the budget for capital infrastructure. 157.3 at that date was actually spent, which interprets to 57%. The third one, Honorable Chairperson, is the IPTS, where we've got the bus transit system, where we've got 57 million rand budgeted for, and 29.6 million rand was spent at that date. So 52% was spent. The next one, grant with 243, is the RBIG that I've just explained. 243 million rand, 35.4 million rand having been spent, 15%, and understanding the problem that I explained in the application for a surrendering. The other one grant was the municipal disaster that we are continuing in 2025-26, a disaster that occurred in 2024-25. So the remaining portion of that grant being spent in this financial year, 45.4 million rand and 25 million rand. So 55% has been spent. The last conditional grant is a second disaster grant. It's a response and recovery grant. So the recovery part, 88% has been spent. 63.2 million rand was the remaining budget that was brought into this financial year. 55.7 million rand was spent. So 88% of that one has been spent. So, Chairperson, that is the picture. I'm sure my colleagues will add in, especially on the RBIG grant and also electricity efficiency. Thank you.
Which colleague do you want?
I would love to be listened to through my colleague on the RBIG, because it was quite a technical.
What's the name?
His name is Joseph Satsiri.
Okay, could you ask Joseph Joseph who?
Joseph Satsiri.
Over to you.
Okay, Satsiri, yes.
Good evening, honorable members. Thank you for the opportunity. If I might just explain on the RP grant, probably it's important to mention that it was a BFI funding that was applied to National Treasury, and it was done through Cooperative Development Corporation on our behalf. And there was an understanding that it was going to be then scheduled through Cooperative Development Corporation. However, the National Treasury scheduled it to the Metro through a Schedule 5B, which meant that, the Metro needed to implement it directly. And this actually contravened the agreement with CDC. And we then tried to change it to Schedule 6B. However, we couldn't get that in time. And while that was happening, we then actually lost the environmental impact assessment as well as the WULA license. And it meant that we actually had to start the applications upfront, and that delayed the project by another year. Hence, there was underperformance because there was no construction that was happening within that period of time. As the CFO has mentioned, we then did then apply for a surrender on the advice of National Treasury, and we still hasn't got any response. However, they had actually then go ahead and reduced the grant by 110. Thank you, Chair, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Treasury.
Good evening, Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, please comment.
Chair, I've noted the discussion, Chair, on the issue of grants. I must be honest on this one. I'm not the official chair that's responsible for this area of work in National Treasury, so it will not be appropriate for me to answer or to comment on this. However, I can revert with a report if asked, if needed, to help the committee with the Treasury response in this regard. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Let's get the members back on the issue. Do you want to get the MMC first? All right. MMC Mafan.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think the members and now we are clear that whilst these grants are pointed to me, but are not used by the Department of Human Settlement. Once grants are received through Human Settlement,